a disciple of the heavenly profound sect, had brought along over 1,000 beast souls of ancient demonic beasts. Moreover, they continued to hunt down ancient demonic beasts. Worst of all, the ancient demonic beasts here were suppressed by the demonic sea. In other words, as long as a disciple of the heavenly profound sect successfully killed an ancient demonic beast and merged with its soul, his realm would remain unchanged, but his strength would far surpass that of a human martial artist, or even an ancient demonic beast. It would be very easy for such a person to kill other ancient demonic beasts, and then distribute the beast souls he obtained to other disciples. Xianxia no longer dared to imagine it. If every heavenly profound sect disciple turned into a half-demon body in the future, then their desire to devour the 8 great sects would truly be realized. I think we might have the privilege of witnessing the arrival of a great era of martial arts. Meng Dai said, "This move of the profound sky sect will completely change the status quo of martial arts and bring us to a new level." Dream Butterfly did not have Xianxia's thoughts of worrying about the country and the people. She did not care how many people the profound sky sect wanted to kill or how many sects they wanted to destroy. "Let's go." Xianxia shattered all the small bottles and pulled Dream Butterfly to continue her journey. Along the way, Xianxia's heart was heavy. A half-demon body only at the 5th level of origin return was so hard to kill. What if he encountered a genius-level heavenly profound sect disciple? What if he met a disciple of the profound sky sect at the 6th level of the origin return realm? And with the current strength of the Howren sect, could it really resist the demonic heavenly profound sect? Xianxia did not know how great a calamity the heavenly profound sect would bring to martial artists all over the world. But at least he knew that the profound sky sect had already begun to walk a crooked path. This sect was being dragged into an endless abyss. The night grew darker and darker. Xianxia and the other 2 walked into the middle of the night, and suddenly, a shout of killing came from the front. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He hugged the Dream Butterfly and immediately jumped onto an enormous ancient tree. At the same time, a dozen or so martial artists were fleeing towards this place in a sorry state. The realms of the dozen or so martial artists were uneven. Most of them were between the 5th and 8th level of the origin return realm. Among these people, there were even 7 or 8 martial artists from the heavenly desolation calendar. As for the dozen or so of them, the target they were trying to escape from was only a human martial artist. It was a heavenly profound sect human martial artist at the 6th level of origin return. "Ah! What monster! Don't chase me!" A level 8 origin returning martial cultivator panicked and ran towards Xianxia like crazy. As for the heavenly profound sect martial artist behind him, he chased after him while laughing loudly. The disciples of the black sect had already transformed into half-bears and half-humans. They should have merged with the beast spirits of an ancient demonic bear. He was extremely fast, catching up to a 5th level origin returning heavenly desolation calendar martial artist in a few steps. The desolate calendar martial artist was so frightened that his soul scattered, and he hurriedly slashed out a sword light behind him. The heavenly profound sect disciple stretched out his right hand and slapped the sword light into pieces. Immediately after, his entire body pounced out and tore the heavenly desolate calendar martial artist into 2 on the spot. As for the disciples of the profound sky sect, they enjoyed this kind of massacre and the endless power within his body. "You bunch of ants! None of you can escape!" The black sect disciple suddenly jumped up high. Once he landed, he tore a martial artist apart with his bare hands. He landed again, and another martial artist was tortured to death. After a few jumps, the disciples of the heavenly profound sect had already caught up to the 8th level Gui Yuan martial artist. The 8th level origin returning martial cultivator went crazy. He turned around and said angrily, "I will die with you." As he shouted, the martial artist shook the sword in his hand and 3 rippled sword lights poured out. All of a sudden, the 3 sword lights merged together to form a giant sword light that was 50 meters long. The disciples of the heavenly profound sect, on the other hand, laughed wildly. He actually spread out his arms and used his body to face the sword light head-on. Boom! The gigantic sword light struck the disciples of the heavenly profound sect impartially, triggering an intense explosion. However, after the flames dissipated, the disciples of the heavenly profound sect were actually completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, the 8th level origin returning martial artist fell to the ground and was completely scared out of fighting spirit. The disciple of the heavenly profound sect walked over to the martial artist and said coldly, "Are you a martial artist from the Red Earth continent? Are you from the martial origin calendar?" The 8th level origin returning martial artist nodded repeatedly. The heavenly profound sect disciple said, "Well, since that's the case, you've saved a life. Go back and tell your sect. If you submit to my heavenly profound sect, then you can also learn the body refining method of a half-demon body. If you refuse to submit, you can just wait to exterminate the sect." The 8th level origin returning martial cultivator was stunned for a moment, then jumped up from the ground and said, "Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your kindness." This martial artist didn't dare to turn around. While thanking him, he panicked and fled for his life. The black sect disciple laughed coldly, and his body swooshed, turning into an afterimage as he rushed out. Afterwards, the other dozen or so martial artists were all torn into pieces by the disciples of the profound sky sect with their bare hands. Finally, the black sect disciple slowly raised his head and said, "Have you seen enough? Scram out if you've seen enough." The air was suffused with a faint smell of blood. Xianxia left the dream butterfly on the tree, while he jumped and landed on the ground. "You can smell me?" Xianxia said. He had already concealed his yuan qi fluctuations very well, but the scent emanating from the human body was very difficult to conceal. The black sect disciple looked at Xianxia and said, "I'm not used to talking to dead people. In my eyes, you're already a corpse." Just as he was speaking, a clay bag suddenly appeared on the ground beside him. The clay bag quickly approached and rushed out from beneath Xianxia's feet. It was actually another disciple of the heavenly profound sect. He was also at the 6th level of the origin return realm, and when he jumped out, he had already used both of his hands to hug Xianxia's legs. Xianxia jumped back and dodged dexterously. The heavenly profound sect disciples who had drilled out of the ground had layers upon layers of meat on their faces, like meat worms. They smiled and said, "Senior brother Xiaofei, why did you kill everyone without waiting for me? You can leave this last one to me." The disciple of the heavenly profound sect who tore apart many martial artists with his bare hands said, "Who told you to come so late? The last brat's yuan qi fluctuations are very strong. Whoever we snatch it from him will be the one who gets it." The two of them rushed towards Xianxia at the same time. The bug martial artist roared with a muffled laugh, his mouth protruding forward with a strange amplitude, and a whole circle of sharp fangs stabbed out from his mouth. "How many more humans are there?" As for little Fei, his body expanded explosively, and his entire body was covered with long hair, as if he was a giant bear. Xianxia closed his eyes. He bowed his horse and said, "Why did the profound sky sect of the past end up like this? How could there still be any righteous Tao sect? You've already fallen into the devil Tao. Let me give you a ride." Ray, the raptor waved its tail. A gigantic lightning saber beam slashed out and sliced into the bodies of the two disciples of the heavenly profound sect. However, the hardness of those two people's bodies was simply incredibly hard. The lightning saber light was actually unable to cut through their bodies. However, the two of them were equally shocked. Not only did they not shatter Xianxia's saber light, they were also pushed there by the saber light. No matter what, they could not advance any further. "Lei, the azure dragon is out at sea." A shadow of an azure dragon appeared, and Xianxia charged out fiercely, hitting Xiaofei first. Xiaofei used his body to forcefully carry the enormous lightning saber light and used both of his hands to slap Xianxia's saber. Buzz! The giant saber was actually shaken violently, making Xianxia almost lose his grip on the hilt of the saber. Saber drawing slash. A fierce saber slash shot out and quickly retreated against Xiaofei. However, Xiaofei's chest was only cut open a little bit of his flesh. Another disciple of the heavenly profound sect had already escaped the saber light of the fierce dragon's tail and pounced towards Xianxia. Another azure dragon went out to sea and collided head-on with the disciple. However, this time Xianxia himself was pushed back. Xianxia immediately used his knee to hit the back of the saber to support the giant saber. At the same time, his hands quickly formed seals. Clone seal. The two avatars of Xianxia instantly moved out horizontally. The two avatars also used the azure dragon to go out to sea and pincer Xianxia in a triangular manner. Boom! That day, the disciples of the Black Sect were finally unable to withstand it and were pushed back. Saber drawing slash. The three saber-drawing slashes sliced down simultaneously, splitting the disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect into 4 pieces on the spot. But Xiao Fei also got rid of the drawing blade slash, so he pounced over and slapped Xianxia on the back. Xianxia was sent flying and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. Sun quenching. Xianxia suddenly turned around and released the quenching sun with his two avatars. 3 fierce rays of sunlight descended from the sky. Heavenly Yang divine art. You're Xianxia. Ha, you're Xianxia of the Howren sect. Xiao Fei was shocked. Great, if I kill you today, I will have done a great service to the profound sky sect. Then you should give it a try. Xianxia's horizontal saber immediately slashed out 3 streaks of yang flame saber light towards the sky. The other 2 avatars also shot out 3 streaks of yang flame blade light at the same time. At this moment, Xiao Fei had already rushed over, unable to allow Xianxia to condense any more saber light. Xianxia jumped up, and 9 yang flame blade light formed a 40-meter tall, even larger yang flame blade light. Thunder, dragon-shocking sunshine. In the sky, a complete azure dragon phantom appeared. The azure dragon roared towards the sky, its dragon might shocking the heavens and earth. Slash! As the enormous yang flame blade light descended, Xiao Fei's entire body was illuminated by the flames, and his eyes were filled with shock. Ah! As he screamed, Xiao Fei was sent flying by the giant saber. His body was cut into 2 halves in midair. After Xianxia landed on the ground, he immediately withdrew his avatar. His yuan qi had already been consumed quite a bit. He wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. To kill these 2 6th-level origin returning sky profound sect disciples, he actually forced out my dragon-shocking sunshine. The situation is very bad. The heavenly profound sect's half-demon physique had far exceeded Xianxia's expectations. Those 2 disciples were obviously not outstanding individuals with extraordinary talent. They were probably only heaven-rank monomeridians. Xianxia only thought that his strength had risen to the point of easily crushing all martial artists of the same realm during his trip to the Devil Sea. However, what he had experienced in the myriad beast plains made his heart heavy. With such a small amount of strength, how could he possibly seek revenge from the profound sky sect? He took the dream butterfly back. The dream butterfly had witnessed the entire process and knew what Xianxia was worried about. Don't worry too much, she advised. There must be a way before the car arrives. I hope so, Xianxia sighed. However, how could he contend against the half-demon body of the profound sky sect? Xianxia couldn't think of a way out. Could it be that he was also going to undergo demonic body transformation to become a half-human and half-demonic monster? No matter what, Xianxia would never accept such a thing. The bottom line in his heart was that at the very least, he had to be alone. A worthy human. Meng Dai said, in ancient times, there were profound practitioners who invented the body of a half-demon, but the orthodox martial Tao of ancient times was not extinct because of this, was it not? Even today, the world of martial arts is still what we see. Everyone is still cultivating yuan qi, and they are still maintaining a complete human body. I believe there is always a way to restrain them. Yes, Xianxia nodded. What you said is not without reason. However, where is the way to restrain them? Sigh. The 2 continued on their way. Before dawn, they discovered another heavenly profound sect's entertainment slaughter ground. Xianxia became exceptionally cautious because of the lessons he learned from the past. As long as he sensed abnormal fluctuations in human yuan qi in the distance, he would immediately make a detour. In this kind of place, the 2 of them had been walking for 2 whole days. They had also discovered a dozen or so places where the Heavenly Profound sect had slaughtered martial artists. Some of them were currently in progress, while others had already finished their slaughter. On the evening of the third day, a mountain range suddenly appeared in front of him. The blue key pointed to one of the mountains. That seems to be the location of the treasury. Hurry up and take a look. Dream Butterfly became excited. Xianxia carried the Dream Butterfly on his back and quickly ran towards the mountain peak. When he was still 1,000 meters away from the foot of the mountain, a huge attraction suddenly came from the mountain, sucking Xianxia and Dream Butterfly over. What's going on? Xianxia's heart sank. It's the key, Meng Dai said. Look, the blue key is shining. It was it that dragged us over. As soon as their conversation reached this point, they were already on the verge of colliding with the mountain. They were sucked away very quickly. Xianxia hurriedly crossed his arms in front of him and was ready to collide at any moment. However, the expected collision did not happen. The two of them actually pierced through the mountain and continued to fly inside. In the end, their flight stopped and landed in a huge cave inside the mountain. The cavern was very wide and irregularly rectangular. It was about 3 to 4 kilometers long and about 1,000 meters wide. In the center of the cave inside the mountain, there was a long rift that divided the ground of the cave into two cliffs. There was a terrifying azure flame inside the cracked ditch. Xianxia could feel that he absolutely could not touch this kind of flame. It's you. Xianxia and Dream Butterfly stood on the cliff to the south of the cracked ditch of the karst cave, while cries of surprise came from the cliff to the north. The two of them looked over and discovered that the people on the opposite cliff were in Xiaohui and Xinliang. However, their original team of 30-odd people had shrunk to 14 to 15. Why are you here? And Xiaohui's expression was very uneasy. It seemed that they must have been hunted down by the Profound Sky sect, and they were still extremely frightened. Xianxia did not answer them. Instead, he took the blue key from Dream Butterfly's hand. At this time, the pendant on the blue key was pointing to the west. Xianxia looked to the west. That was already the end of the cave, and further west was the mountain. However, strangely enough, there was actually a small keyhole on the mountain wall. And Xiaohui and the others had already inserted their red keys into the cliff wall on their side. You also have a key? And Xiaohui exclaimed, Quick! Insert it into your keyhole and see what happens. Xianxia thought for a moment and could only do so now, so he inserted the key into it. As a result, after the keys were inserted on both sides of the cliff, large amounts of debris began to fall off the cliff wall at the end of the cracked ditch. That is, in the middle of the two cliff walls. Immediately after, a golden wall appeared. There was actually a large amount of text written on it. At the top of those words, there were 4 largest golden characters: Unbreakable Golden Body and Beginner Heavenly Stage. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. And Xiaohui and Xinliang exchanged glances and were overjoyed. This is a body-refining martial skill. Furthermore, it's actually a heaven-rank beginner. There are 2 major categories of body refinement. One is body refinement techniques, and the other is body refinement martial skills. The body refining technique was to cultivate the strength of the body and maintain it, just like Xianxia's lightning resistance. Body refining martial skill was a kind of releasing martial skill. Only when one used a martial skill would one's body strength increase. Normally, a body refining martial skill of the same level would increase the strength of the body beyond the body refining technique. The disadvantage was that the body refining martial skill would consume yuan qi. Quickly learn. Dream Butterfly shook Xianxia's arm and said happily, What did I say? You will definitely find a way to restrain the half-demon body. Didn't this golden body just happen to restrain them after learning it? You're right. Xianxia smiled and said, This body-refining martial skill should be left behind by the master of this layer, so that those who break through can deal with the ancient demonic beasts. The result is distorted and righteous. It just so happens that we can use it to deal with the Profound Sky sect. As he spoke, Xianxia looked at the golden body unbreakable incantation and was shocked to discover that this body-refining martial technique was really very powerful. Golden Body Unbreakable is a Buddhist profound art, divided into 9 levels. After cultivating to the golden body unbreakable first layer, a martial artist's physical strength can be increased by 2 times. The second level could increase the strength of the body by 3 times, the fourth level by 4 times, and the final 9th level by 10 times. For martial artists, once they reached the heaven scryer realm, they would rely on the infinite power of the heavens. Snooping realm could allow a martial artist's yuan qi to evolve into even more powerful heavenly energy. At that time, the strength of a martial artist's physical body could no longer provide much substantial help. However, before the heaven scryer realm, physical strength was still a great help in deciding victory and defeat. After the profound sky sect grasped the half-demon body, their disciples would be invincible under the heaven scryer realm. This was what Xianxia was most worried about. However, now, he had found a body-refining martial skill that could increase the strength of his body by 10 times. It had to be said that this was probably the will of the heavens. Ha 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 ha! On the other side of the cliff, and Xiao Hui and the others burst into wild laughter. Xianxia was already carefully studying the golden body unbreakable oral arts, and he discovered that it was very difficult to cultivate this kind of oral art. It was really very difficult to cultivate. The reason for that was because to cultivate into an indestructible golden body, one had to rely not only on one's perception, but also on one's innate talent. In particular, the last paragraph of the incantation was written to the effect that in order to cultivate an indestructible golden body, one had to rely on external forces. The first few levels required the blood of an ancient demonic beast to refine it, while the last few required heaven and earth spiritual fire or divine lightning. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He already had 2. However, where did the blood of an ancient demonic beast come from? Just as he was thinking, on both sides of the cliff, at the ends of the cliff on both sides, 2 stone gates suddenly rose with a loud rumble. 2 gigantic black vipers swam out of the 2 stone doors. Ah, ancient demonic beasts! And Xiao Hui was shocked, and then he said happily, "It's it! Quick! Kill it and take its blood." The strength of these 2 vipers was incomparably strong, especially their body hardness, which made one's scalp numb. And Xiao Hui and the other 15 rushed forward together, and 3 of them were swept away on the spot by the tail of the viper. One of the 3 fell into the crack and was burned to ashes by the terrifying flames. The other 2 slammed into the cliff and spat out blood. "Kill!" And Xiao Hui's eyes turned red as he roared, "Let's go together! Wrap around Viper and let Shenliang use the power of the mountain to crush it to death." On the other side, 14 7th level origin returning martial artists surrounded an adder and attacked fiercely. However, on this side, Xianxia was the only one facing Viper on his side. Xianxia glanced at the fierce battle before turning to look at the Viper swimming towards him. He smiled faintly and took a step forward, saying, "Finger of Tribulation." A black finger force struck the Viper, causing the Viper's strength to drop by 4 levels. Xianxia greeted him and raised his saber. The head of the Viper flew into the sky and sprayed blood everywhere. Yu and Xiao Hui immediately paid attention to Xianxia's side. When he saw Xianxia kill Viper so easily, his eyes turned red with anger. He was really angry and envious. At this time, a huge stone bowl rumbled out from the cliff wall on Xianxia's side. Vipers pouring red blood fell into the stone bowl and quickly filled it. "Stay here and don't run around. I'll go cultivate the golden body and not break through to the first level." Xianxia patted Meng Dai on the shoulder. Then he took off his coat and jumped into the stone bowl. The stone bowl was very large. It was 50 to 60 meters in diameter. After Xianxia sat down, he discovered that the viper's blood was very thick. It allowed him to float up, revealing his head to breathe. On this side, Xianxia had already used the phaseless tribulation finger to easily kill Viper. On the other side, and Xiao Hui and the others were still fighting bitterly with Viper. Meng Dai couldn't help but laugh when she saw this scene. At this moment, Xianxia ignored the outside world and quietly followed the incantation to cultivate the first layer of the golden body. He discovered that the Great Freedom Scripture was truly a powerful aid to him at any time. It turned out that cultivating the golden body was as effective as cultivating the Great Freedom Scripture. When he silently circulated his incantation, he felt the viper's blood slowly fuse into his body. The blood didn't mix with Xianxia's blood. Instead, it acted as a catalyst, incessantly burning Xianxia's body. He felt his body begin to tighten. Every pore in his body opened and he was breathing heavily. At the same time, his body was tempered by the snake blood, and he began to smash out some black impurities, making his body purer. This golden body is indestructible. It is indeed a very powerful martial skill. Xianxia took a deep breath. The snake blood was still pouring into his body. The blood in the stone bowl was slowly decreasing and the color was gradually darkening. Rumble. When they finally killed Viper, and Xiao Hui and the others couldn't wait to take off their shirts and jump into the stone bowl to soak their bodies. The dream butterfly approached the stone wall and stood beside the stone bowl. This golden body's first layer is called the Ancient Era's Viper Force, she said. I didn't expect that an ancient viper demonic beast would really appear. According to the unbreakable golden body recorded on the stone wall, cultivating this body-refining martial skill also requires one's cultivation realm, from the first level of origin return to the 9th level of origin return. As for the golden body, it also has 9 levels. Can it be understood that each level of the origin realm can only cultivate 1 level of martial skill? Xianxian closed his eyes and nodded. Perhaps. What do you want to say? Meng Dai lowered her voice and said, Didn't you understand, my silly brother? You are restricted by your cultivation realm. You can only cultivate to the 5th level of the golden body at most here. But those fellows on the other side are all at the 7th level of origin return. If they can cultivate to the 7th level, what do you think the consequences will be? They've always been thinking about killing you. Hearing this, Xianxia's heart trembled slightly. It seemed that this was really the case. But what exactly could he do to avoid such an awkward situation? Could it be that, after cultivating to the 5th level of origin return, he would leave? Time passed bit by bit. Very quickly, Xianxian practiced the first level of the chant, and his golden body was also completed without breaking through the first level. Who? Xianxian jumped out of the stone bowl. He stretched his muscles and bones and said, It really worked. I feel like my entire body is filled with explosive power. This power is hidden within my body and can be released at any time. Try it, Meng Dai said excitedly. Xianxian took a deep breath and shouted, Ancient Viper Force. In an instant, the muscles in Xianxian's body tensed up. The muscles in his body were smooth and strong, and surging power surged out. He punched at the air and immediately threw out a small air cannon. Meng Dai said happily, It seems that this incantation is not a lie. Your physical strength has doubled, and even your defense and strength have tripled. Yes, Xianxian nodded and said, When I used the power of the ancient viper, I could feel that my yuan qi was constantly being used up in my muscles, bones, and even internal organs to strengthen my body. At this time, the stone bowl suddenly tilted, pouring all the blood in the bowl into the rift valley, and was burned by the terrifying flames. Xianxian waited for the next ancient demonic beast to appear, but there was no movement. He turned his head to look at the other side and discovered that Xiao Hui and the others were still cultivating silently. Xianxian possessed divine talent and the great freedom scripture. This allowed him to cultivate an unbreakable golden body, which could be said to be heaven-defying. However, Xiao Hui and the others did not have such a high level of talent. Do we have to wait for them to complete their cultivation before entering the next stage? Xianxian frowned. He walked to the huge stone door and knocked on it a few times. Then he tried to lift the stone door and see if he could release the next ancient demonic beast. In the end, it didn't work. The stone door didn't move at all. And Xiao Hui and the others also noticed Xianxian's movements. They turned their heads to take a look. What happened to that brat? Xinliang was shocked. How did he complete it so quickly? My first layer of Viper Force only cultivated about 1/3 of it, but he has already completed it. And Xiao Hui's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. He lowered his voice and said, This kid's talent is very abnormal. Xinliang, you are a heaven-rank dual meridian. As for me, I am a heaven-ranked monomeridian and an earth-ranked dual meridian. I can't even compare to him like this. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. I understand what you mean. Keeping this kid alive is always a big problem in our hearts. This kind of person is more talented than us. One day he will surpass us. We can't spare him. The other people also heard and Xiao Hui's conversation. Although they did not initiate such evil intentions, after hearing the conversation they started to think crooked thoughts. A person's jealousy is very terrifying. There is a kind of jealousy called Mu Xiu Lin Feng will destroy it. We'd rather pay a painful price than get rid of the best, even if we all stay mediocre. Xianxia didn't know what the plot was. He took advantage of this leisure time to start channeling Yuan Qi into Dream Butterfly to help her suppress the green flame poison. It's been a while since it happened. Xianxia felt the situation inside the Dream Butterfly's body and said happily, "That Tanbu Hui and the Desert Queen helped you remove 2/3 of the green flame poison. It seems that the effect is very remarkable." "Yes," Meng Dai said. "My strength hasn't recovered yet, but it's not as painful as when I was first poisoned. Right? That big bowl can be used." Xianxia poured the pond of medicinal liquid he had stolen from Dong Wuxiang's mansion into a stone bowl and let Dream Butterfly soak in it. After that, he channeled his essence to Dream Butterfly and said, "With this medicinal liquid as an auxiliary method, my essence can better help you expel the poison." Slowly, the bowl of medicinal liquid began to turn light green. Although the color was very light, it showed that the remaining toxicity in the Dream Butterfly's body had indeed decreased. "Tisk," Xianxia frowned. "If you continue at this speed, it will probably take 2 to 3 months to expel the poison before all the poison in your body can be forced out." Meng Dai comforted, "It's already very good. At least I don't need to die." Another half an hour later, the sound of water coming out came from the opposite cliff, and Xiao Hui and Xinliang both jumped out. "Ha ha ha ha!" Xinliang laughed excitedly. "Good! This golden body is indeed formidable. With this kind of martial skill, my strength has been further enhanced." And Xiao Hui cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations, Brother Xin. Your strength in the younger generation of the Nine Firmaments continent is even more unshakable now." As they spoke, the two of them looked towards Xianxia on the other side at the same time, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Another half an hour passed, and the other martial artists also jumped out of the stone bowl one after another, completing their cultivation. In the end, there were only 2 left. Xianxia noticed their movements, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. He only concentrated on channeling Yuan Qi to the Dream Butterfly. But he was always on high alert. At this moment, Xianxia heard the astonishing hearing of the 9 Purities Cosmos skill and let out a soft shout. "Attack!" The sound was very weak, especially the sound of flames burning in the crack ditch. It was even harder to distinguish, but Xianxia trusted his ears. "Attack!" Xianxia turned around and saw that a flower killer was jumping over from the cliff on the other side of the river, taking advantage of the opportunity to focus on healing the Dream Butterfly. Not good. Xianxia let go of the Dream Butterfly, pulled out a huge saber, and changed the action of drawing the saber into a projection. A huge crescent blade light slashed towards the direction where the flower killer had jumped over. The gap between the 2 cliffs was about 400 to 500 meters wide. With the strength of a 7th-level Origin Realm martial artist, it wasn't difficult to jump over. However, this width was neither far nor near. If the killer wanted to jump over, he would definitely jump in the air for a period of time. When Xianxia drew his saber, raised it, and pulled out a ray of saber light in one go, and Xiao Hui, Xinliang, and the other martial artists all prepared to jump over. At this moment, the fierce saber light fiercely slashed towards the first flower killer who jumped over. The killer's expression changed, but he was in midair, unable to dodge quickly. He roared, "The golden body cannot be broken." Boom! A violent explosion of Yuan Qi appeared. The flower killer was knocked back dozens of meters, but he had already jumped over 200 meters. Under the gazes of the crowd, the killer screamed and fell into the Rift Valley. He was engulfed by the flames and turned into ash. This scene caused Xiao Hui and the others, who were originally preparing to jump, to give up their jumping movements. Their expressions changed slightly, and they were still afraid. I'm full, Xiangnan scolded. You cultivate yours. How good am I to cultivate mine? You must take the initiative to seek death. And Xiao Hui and Xin Liang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anger. Xiao Hui, this method won't work, Xin Liang said in a deep voice. You can jump over, but you can kill yourself with a single jump. At this time, the last two people on their side had also completed their cultivation and jumped out of the stone bowl. Rumble. The cave began to shake. Everyone hurriedly retreated and looked around in surprise. They didn't know what else was going to happen here. Immediately after, a red stone bridge slowly rose up from under the cracked ditch and stood between the two cliffs. This bridge was only 5 meters wide, enough for 3 people to walk side by side. But it could only allow 2 people to fight flexibly at most. This Xiangnan was stunned for a moment. Why would a bridge rise? Good opportunity. Go! Xin Liang was the first to pull out his sword and immediately ran towards the burning bridge. Shit, they're coming. I have to intercept them on the bridge. Xiangnan quickly explained to Dream Butterfly, then ran towards the bridge with a huge saber in his hand. The 5-meter bridge was not wide, so Xiangnan and Xin Liang immediately met in the middle of the bridge. The golden body is indestructible, Xiangnan and Xin Liang shouted at the same time. Both of them doubled the strength of their bodies and fought against each other with their blades and swords. In this kind of damned place, no one dared to randomly shoot Yuan Qi anymore. If the Yuan Qi released wasn't neutralized by the enemy, it would hit the wall of the cave and directly cause it to collapse. They wouldn't be smashed to death, but they lost the chance to continue cultivating. Therefore, Xiangnan and Xin Liang had a tacit understanding. They condensed their Yuan Qi onto their weapons and engaged in close combat from fist to flesh. Boom! Xin Liang slashed his sword against Xiangnan's saber with his powerful strength, shaking him back 2 steps. Xiangnan counterattacked and was blocked by Xin Liang with his sword lattice, causing Xin Liang to take 2 steps back. When Xin Liang retreated, he suddenly leaned back and grabbed Xiangnan's left leg with his legs. Following that, Xin Liang propped up his hands on the ground and swung his lower body abruptly into the air. Xiangnan knew Xin Liang's intentions. He wanted to throw himself onto the cliff on their side, and then everyone surrounded him. Xiangnan reacted quickly and slashed the giant saber at Xin Liang's legs. Xin Liang hastily retracted his legs, and Xiangnan's blade missed. He continued to move his right foot down and pointed at Xin Liang's knee. Pong! Both of their physical strengths were astonishing. This kick did not break Xin Liang's knees, but it also hurt so much that Xin Liang's face turned pale. Fighting in such a narrow environment was the most important test of a martial artist's ability to react and battle consciousness. Apparently, after a round, Xin Lian had already fallen into the inferior realm. Brother Shen, entangle him, and Xiao Hui shouted and grabbed a flood martial artist, saying, You! Quickly jump to the other side and capture that woman. The flood warrior's expression changed slightly as he angrily said, Let me go? Why don't you go? You idiot! And Xiao Hui said angrily, Xiangnan is in battle. I don't have time to pay attention to you. And Xiao Hui's real intention wasn't Dream Butterfly. He just wanted someone to jump over. At that time, Xiangnan would definitely be distracted and slash out a saber light at the flood warrior. And Xin Liang could seize this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Xiangnan. From the very beginning, and Xiao Hui had planned to use the flood warriors as cannon fodder. Unfortunately, how could he say such words? If he doesn't go, you go. And Xiao Hui went to catch another flower killer. The flower killer retreated and said coldly, If you want to jump, jump yourself. I won't do anything stupid again. The lack of cooperation from his teammates made Xiao Hui gnash his teeth angrily. Pong! On the bridge, Xiangnan kicked Xin Liang back a few steps. Xin Liang roared, Where on earth did this kid get such explosive power? Both he and I have cultivated to the 1st level, but I am 2 realms higher than him. Why am I inferior to him in explosive power? And Xiao Hui said, That brat's talent is very interesting. Perhaps he is a heavenly grade 3 meridian. Bullshit, that's impossible. Xinliang said angrily. I can't hold on any longer. Someone else will help me. No way. And Xiao Hui hesitated for a moment. The bridge deck is too narrow to fight him side by side. As he spoke, the stone bridge suddenly began to sink. Not good. Xinliang and Xiangnan hurriedly retreated back to their cliffs. When the stone bridge fell into the sea of fire, the stone doors on both sides of the cliff opened again with a rumble. This time, one appeared on both sides at the same time. It was even more powerful than the ancient viper, the ancient barbaric bull. The golden body can't break through the second level. The power of an ancient barbaric bull. Xiangnan took a deep breath and hurriedly stood in front of the stone bowl, afraid that the bull would knock the dream butterfly away. Quick, kill this cow. On the other side, and Xiao Hui and the others fell into a bitter battle. The arrangement of this cave was very reasonable. After the martial artists killed the upper valley viper, they would be able to cultivate into the first layer of the golden body that could not be broken. With the increase in physical strength, they would be able to fight against an even more powerful ancient barbaric bull. However, this rule was effective for Xiao Hui and the others, but ineffective for Xiangnan. In this place, there was nothing that could not be solved by a single tribulation-free finger. If not, then 2 fingers. Phaseless tribulation finger. A black finger force struck the bull. Xiangnan rushed forward and raised his saber. The bull's head soared into the sky, and blood sprayed out. And Xiao Hui and the others watched this scene with envy and hatred in their hearts. Fresh blood landed on the stone bowl. Xiangnan quickly picked up the dream butterfly and collected the medicinal liquid to fill the stone bowl with blood. Success. Xiangnan turned around and jumped into the stone bowl, beginning to cultivate the golden body unbreakable second layer. This golden body could not break through the second level of the incantation, and the number of words was double that of the first level. When Xiangnan started cultivating, he began to feel a bit of strain. And Xiao Hui and the others had lost a killer as a helper. This time, killing a bull was truly a waste of 9 bulls and 2 tigers of strength. Only then could they be killed. Ha! That brat has already started cultivating. And Xiao Hui was overjoyed and said, Xinliang, quickly jump over and snatch that woman over. That brat's phaseless tribulation finger is very powerful. We have to find a way to force it out. Xinliang was about to take off with the sword in his hand, but Xiangnan smiled coldly and pointed his fingers at Xinliang. Xinliang's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly retreated. No, that brat can release the tribulation-free finger at any time. I won't do such a thing. And Xiao Hui was so angry that he really wanted to curse trash, but he dared to curse others. But he didn't dare to curse Xinliang. Forget it, cultivate. And Xiao Hui rolled over and jumped into the stone bowl. Xiangnan had spent about half an hour cultivating the first layer of Viper Force, while he had spent an hour cultivating the second layer of Barbarian Bullfinger Force. When he jumped out of the stone bowl and tried to use the power of a barbaric bull, he found that his physical strength had tripled. The power in my body is even stronger. Xiangnan clenched his fists, his joints crackling, and Xiao Hui and the others were still cultivating. How could this be? In the stone bowl on Xiao Hui's side, a strong man shouted angrily, Why can't I practice it? Damn it, this second-level incantation is so difficult. Cultivate in peace. And Xiao Hui said indifferently without opening his eyes. The strong man gritted his teeth and continued to sit down to cultivate. However, 10 minutes later, he stood up angrily and said, No way! This incantation has been circulating for a long time, yet there is not a single movement. What the hell is going on? Quickly tell me. And Xiao Hui sneered, Don't you understand? Your talent isn't strong enough to reach the second level. Impossible. I am a genius. I am a genius from 1 in 10,000. How can there be a martial skill that I cannot cultivate? The strong man said angrily, Genius. And Xiao Hui laughed out loud. Which one of you here is not a genius? Geniuses are just relative. You are a genius outside, but in front of many geniuses, you are just a mediocre person. Nonsense. The flood current martial artist was furious and punched Xiao Hui down. He was really anxious and lost control. And Xiao Hui raised his right hand and grabbed the flood-strong man's wrist. With the strength in his hand, the flood-strong man's wrist was actually snapped. The torrent of strong men screamed, "You're courting death." And Xiao Hui casually tossed the burly man into the crack ditch and was burned to ashes by the flames. Although Xiao Hui hadn't reached the second level, he was starting to get closer. At least, he was much more powerful than the golden body unbreakable first level. Moreover, Xiao Hui was originally one of the top experts in their team. When the other martial artists saw this scene, their hearts went cold. "Is anyone else going crazy?" And Xiao Hui said coldly, "If there is anything else, I don't mind sending you to your deaths." No one dares to speak anymore. 4 hours later, Xiao Hui and Xin Liang finished their training. It took them 5 hours to reach the second stage. Rumble. At this time, a stone bridge rose up again, and this time, there were actually 2 stone bridges standing side by side. The width has reached 10 meters. "Blast off the stone bridge," Meng Dai hurriedly said. Xianxia slashed down with his saber, and a fierce saber light flew out, hacking heavily onto the bridge deck. However, the hardness of the stone bridge was unbelievably high. It was actually Xianxia's saber light that shot out. The saber light was bounced off and directly hit the top of the cave, hacking down a large piece of debris from the top, causing the entire cave to shake. "Stop, you idiot!" And Xiao Hui cursed angrily. "Do you want to destroy this place?" "Xin Liang, come with me. Kill him. Don't worry, he brought a woman without a realm with him. He doesn't dare to destroy the cave and die with us." The 10-meter-wide bridge was enough for the 2 of them to fight side by side. And Xiao Hui and Xin Liang rushed over. These 2 annoying flies. Xianxia also rushed towards the stone bridge and fought with Xiao Hui. The 3 of them clashed fiercely with each other's fists and feet, and all of them used the golden body unbreakable second layer. However, as they fought, Xiao Hui and Xin Liang were actually suppressed by Xianxia. "What's going on?" And Xiao Hui and Xin Liang were forced back by Xianxia's saber strike. Both of them exchanged glances and found it inconceivable. "Use your full strength," Xin Liang roared, and the 2 of them rushed forward again. Xianxia jumped up with a whip leg and fiercely swept it down. When Xiao Hui and Xin Liang worked together, they simultaneously raised their right hands and held Xianxia's whip leg. But this time, the 2 of them were smashed to the ground at the same time. The 3 of them fought for 10 minutes, but they still couldn't take down Xianxia and were suppressed by Xianxia. Xianxia was also unable to kill the 2 of them. This small advantage was not enough to crush them. 10 minutes later, the 2 stone bridges began to sink, and the 3 of them retreated back to their cliffs at the same time. "How strange." Dream Butterfly watched the entire battle and said, "You all can't break through the second layer with your golden bodies. You have to fight for your physical strength. But why can you suppress the 2 of them by yourself?" Xianxia himself felt strange and said, "When I fought at the stone bridge for the first time, I thought that my Yuan Qi was at work. But this time they and I didn't use Yuan Qi, so the dragon blood saber won't be able to increase my Yuan Qi." Xianxia pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his mind. He clapped his hands and said, "I know the reason." "What's wrong?" Meng Dai hurriedly asked. Xianxia smiled and said, "Great freedom scripture. This kind of scripture can allow me to display my Buddhist profound arts even more formidably. You should be right to say that." Meng Dai was happy and said, "This scripture is really amazing. According to Elder Tunkong, the Great Freedom Scripture could double the power of the Buddhist mysterious technique. However, the golden body did not break the rules. The second level was 3 times the strength of the body. Therefore, the Great Freedom Scripture was unable to exert twice its power and began to shrink. But shrinking still meant that it was effective. Hehe. The heavens are really helping me." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to fear the other side. Although the stone bridge had fallen, not all of the people cultivating on the other side had succeeded. There were still quite a few people who were working hard. Xianxia waited for another 3 hours before the people on the other side jumped out of the stone bowl. There was already a person on the other side who had failed to complete the second stage. Xianxia looked at the third level and discovered that the number of words in the third level was twice as large as the second level. It's getting harder and harder. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "The number of words in the third level is 4 times that in the first level. It looks even more complicated." At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out, and the stone doors on both sides opened. This time, behind the cliff stone doors on both sides, a white elephant walked out. "The third level, the power of the ancient mammoth," Xianxia said. This golden body didn't break through the third layer, allowing Xianxia to cultivate for 2 hours before he succeeded. However, it wasn't so easy for them to face each other. This time, 3 of them were unable to keep up with their talent, and their cultivation had failed. Xianxia had been waiting for a long time here. He had to wait until all of the opponents left the stone bowl before he could welcome the chance to cultivate at the 4th level. He thought about it and said, "I originally wanted to bring back the golden body unbreakable art and use it to suppress the heavenly profound sex half-demon body. But first, we can't find the blood of an ancient demonic beast in the martial origin calendar. Second, this golden body is not something that ordinary people can cultivate." "Yes," Dream Butterfly said, "the profound sky sect has mastered the ability to transform into demons. They will definitely use this ability to win over warriors from all continents and make all sects submit to the profound sky sect. If you can really bring the golden body back, then you will be able to resolve this desperate situation. It must be a great achievement. But look at the other side." Meng Dai pointed at the other side and said, "Those martial artists are not weak in talent, but even they are difficult to cultivate into a golden body that cannot be broken. Let me give you a suggestion. Hurry up and tell me." Xianxia was worried about this matter, and when he heard that Dream Butterfly had an idea, he couldn't wait to know. Dream Butterfly said, "Reduce your grade. Unbreakable golden body is a heaven-grade beginner martial skill. Why don't you simplify this martial skill? That way, other people will be able to learn it as well. What you're talking about is also a helpless method." Xianxia nodded and took out a pen and paper. He first copied down the complete incantation of the golden body. Then, he fell into deep thought towards those incantations. Now, the importance of martial arts theoretical knowledge was reflected. And, this way, Xianxia wrote down a pen. He felt that something was wrong after writing it halfway. He crushed the paper and threw it into the sea of fire. Then, he continued to rewrite it. Time slowly passed. After 8 hours, and Xiao Hui and Xinliang barely managed to learn the third layer and jumped out of the stone bowl. The paper beside Xianxia was already scattered all over the ground, and all of them were rewriting failed incantations. Seeing that Xianxia was so anxious that his head was covered in sweat, Meng Dai pinched his shoulder and said gently, "Don't worry. This golden body is unfathomable. How can it be successfully rewritten in a short period of time? Take your time." Hearing Meng Dai's voice, Xianxia's heart sank again. "Ha! Isn't that kid crazy?" Xinliang sneered. "He actually wants to simplify the golden body unbreakable formula? With him, playing ugly and acting obedient, overestimating oneself." And Xiao Hui smiled and commented on Xianxia. Regardless of what they said, Xianxia only devoted himself to finding a way to simplify the incantation. Another 4 to 5 hours passed. Xianxia let out a long breath, stood up, stretched his waist and said, "It's done." "What?" Xinliang and Xiao Hui exchanged glances. Then Xinliang said, "Are you kidding? Did he really succeed?" And Xiao Hui frowned. "Don't listen to his nonsense. He must be deliberately messing with our minds, making us unable to learn the 4th level. Don't believe him." "That's right." Xinliang nodded. "Are you done?" Meng Dai also stretched. "Yes." Xianxia nodded excitedly. He picked up the corrected chant paper and said, "In this way, the simplified scroll with an indestructible golden body will be completed. The grade of the scroll may have fallen to a high-grade earth grade, or even an intermediate-grade earth grade. Furthermore, the simplified scroll's incantation is only at the 7th level. Even so, it can already be learned by more people. It can also be cultivated with the blood of a martial origin calendar demonic beast. Meng Dai smiled and said, although there are a few of them at the 2nd level, which is not ideal, it is still enough. Not everyone in the profound sect has the ability to transform into an ancient demon. There are also many of them who can only transform into an ordinary demon beast. At this time, 3 more people failed, and the rest barely succeeded. Originally, there were 15 of them, but now there were 12 of them, and 6 of them were unable to cultivate the strength of the 3rd level of the giant elephant. At this time, with a rumbling sound, 3 stone bridges rose side by side, their widths reaching 15 meters. Let's go and try again. Xinliang took out his sword and said, let's send out 3 people this time. I don't believe that with the strength of 3 people we can't kill him. Xinliang and Xiao Hui and a heavenly desolation calendar martial artist walked onto the stone bridge. Xiang Nan had to force them to stop on the bridge. If the 3 of them came over, the remaining 3 would have a chance to charge over. Wait! Xiang Nan patted Meng Dai on the shoulder and said, I'll go meet them. The 4 of them met on the stone bridge. And Xiao Hui and the others exchanged glances and immediately opened their distance. At the same time, they unleashed the power of the ancient mammoth that could not break through the 3rd layer of the golden body. Xiang Nan also unleashed the power of the giant elephant and fought against the 3 of them. Xinliang was the first to charge forward and slash Xiang Nan's head with his sword, and Xiao Hui surrounded him from the left, while another desolate heaven calendar martial artist surrounded him from the right. Xiang Nan's saber strike sent Xinliang flying. Immediately after, he raised his leg and kicked Xiao Hui to the ground on one knee. With the aid of this kick, he soared into the air, and his right leg landed on the shoulder of the desolate calendar martial artist. Xinliang was bounced away, and Xiao Hui and the heavenly desolation calendar martial artists were both knocked to their knees. The faces of the 3 changed drastically. Together, beat him. Don't scatter any further. And Xiao Hui shouted. The 3 of them immediately stood together and simultaneously chopped down the weapons in their hands towards Xiang Nan with all their might. Xiang Nan frowned. He wielded the dragon blood saber with both of his hands and swept it horizontally, forcefully welcoming the attacks of the 3 of them. Clang! 3 weapons struck the dragon blood saber at the same time, and 3 loud sounds converged into one. However, what happened on the bridge dumbfounded everyone. Xiang Nan actually resisted. With 1 man and 1 saber, they were able to resist the combined attack of the 3 of them. And Xiao Hui and the others desperately suppressed the dragon blood saber. They exerted so much force that even the veins on the back of their hands were jumping wildly. Sweat oozed from Xiang Nan's forehead as he clenched his teeth and resisted. My God! On the other side, a heavenly desolation calendar martial artist cried out in shock. What kind of ghost power is this? They were all at the 3rd level of the golden body realm, and their cultivation bases were even higher than Xiang Nan's. Under such a premise, he was still unable to defeat Xiang Nan. This brat's strength has increased even more. He's even more powerful than last time. Xinliang's eyes were red with anger. Why, exactly why? What's wrong with us? Why do we have different physical strengths in the same martial skill? Ah! Xiang Nan exploded with his strength. He suddenly raised his hand and threw the 3 of them away. Then, he took a step forward and kicked in Xiao Hui's stomach heavily, and Xiao Hui was directly ejected by Xiang Nan's kick. His body heavily smashed into the opposite stone wall, bouncing back and landing on the ground. He lay on the ground, opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. 3 of his ribs were actually broken by Xiang Nan's kick. Although the 3 of them were able to superimpose their strength together, they could not merge into one. The 3 of them represented the unity of their actions, and it was difficult to maintain absolute consistency all the time. Retreat! Seeing Xiao Hui defeated, Xinliang did not dare to fight against Xiang Nan again. The 2 of them ran back like crazy. Xiang Nan did not dare to take advantage of the victory to chase after them. After all, there were 6 people on the other side who had trained to the 3rd level. Next, the stone door rumbled and a huge ancient demonic beast walked out. When everyone saw the demonic beast's appearance, they subconsciously took several steps back. What a joke! Liang shouted angrily. That's actually Xianxia took a deep breath and looked at the colossus in front of him. It's actually a flood dragon. The golden body cannot break through the 4th level. The power of an ancient flood dragon. It was really a young black flood dragon. His body was like a dragon, but it did not have dragon scale or horns. Even though it was young, its body was very large for humans. The entire cliff was almost filled with this flood dragon, and there wasn't even a path for martial artists to retreat. This thing, how could it be defeated? Xianxia felt a burst of despair. That was a flood dragon. Not to mention the fact that his golden body couldn't break through the 3rd layer, even if he was a Heaven Origin Realm martial artist or even a Heaven Scryer Realm martial artist. When facing a flood dragon, he could only surrender and obediently wait to be slaughtered. No, look! Meng Dai's eyes were sharp. She pointed at the flood dragon's head and said, "There's a silver sword stuck in its head." Xianxia hurriedly looked over and found that this flood dragon was different from the others. The demonic beast in front of him had nothing else on its head, but there was really a silver sword hilt above the heads of these 2 young flood dragons. The silver sword's body pierced through the flood dragon's head. After Xianxia carefully comprehended it, he felt relieved. The strength of the flood dragon had already been suppressed by the silver sword. The martial artists on the other side also heard Dream Butterfly's voice. After discovering the silver sword above the flood dragon's head, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Kill it and pull out the silver sword from its head. That must be a powerful weapon. Liang was delighted. He immediately joined forces with the other 4 martial artists and rushed towards the flood dragon. On the other hand, Xianxia's side was very simple. With a single finger, he easily dealt with the flood dragon. Not only did he cut off the dragon's head, he also peeled off the dragon's skin. The only regret was that not only was the strength of this young flood dragon suppressed, but even the hardness of its body was suppressed. After the flood dragon's skin left its body, it still hadn't returned the toughness it deserved. Not bad, right? Xianxia weighed the flood dragon's skin and said, "At the very least, it can be made into mid-grade earth-grade armor." Afterwards, he pulled out the silver sword from the dragon's head, only to discover that once the silver sword came into contact with the air, it would quickly rot into pieces of silver on the ground. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. Xianxia shook his head and threw the hilt aside. On the other side, Liang and the others were still fighting with the flood dragon, and Xiao Hui was already seriously injured by Xianxia and was unable to participate in the battle. Liang and the others fought the flood dragon with all their might. As a result, both sides suffered heavy casualties. 5 experts, with their golden bodies unable to break through the 3rd layer of strength, had actually killed the flood dragon at the cost of 2 experts' deaths. As a result, the number of people who had learned the golden body unbreakable 3rd layer had shrunk to only 4. At this time, and Xiao Hui's jealousy towards the tribulation-free finger had already reached its peak. "I'm not busy cultivating yet." Xianxia looked at the bowl filled with the blood of a flood dragon and said, "I'll make you a set of protective gear first." As he spoke, he took out a forging furnace on the spot, cut off a large piece of the skin of a flood dragon, threw it into the furnace, and began to use his powerful forging skills to refine it. The smelting furnace was brought up by him from the underground world in the interlocked spacetime zone. It was of sufficient grade. While refining weapons in Xianxia, Meng Dai curiously took out a small bottle and poured it into the flood dragon's blood, wanting to see if she could take it away. The result was that the flood dragon's blood could not leave the stone bowl. Once taken out, the blood would dry up. Meng Dai shook her head regretfully, but she suddenly discovered that there was a small thing standing on the stone bowl in the corner of her eyes. "Aya! Xianxia, your little bird is drinking the blood of a flood dragon." Xianxia hurriedly turned around and saw that, as expected, Little Sparrow had already run over and was standing on the edge of the bowl drinking dragon blood. "Hurry up and stop it." Meng Dai hurriedly pushed the bird with both hands. However, no matter how weak the little bird was, it was still a second-level origin returning demonic beast. How could she be able to push it? Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, "Forget it. Let it drink. This little fellow's physique is very strange. There shouldn't be any problem." The little bird drank so hard that its stomach bulged until it stopped. Immediately after, the little bird tilted its body and fell to the ground without any movement. This time, Xianxia was truly frightened. While controlling the flames in the pill furnace with his yuan qi, he rushed forward and pinched the little bird up. The little bird was hanging upside down in Xianxia's hand, but there was not a single movement as it swayed back and forth. Holy shit! Xianxia's eyes were wide open. This little thing shouldn't have drunk him to death, right? Look at you! Dream Butterfly smashed a pink fist at Xianxia's chest and said angrily, "I told you to stop you from refusing to listen. This time, I killed the little bird." As she spoke, Meng Dai's eyes turned red. Normally, Little Sparrow would always play with Dream Butterfly when there was nothing to worry about. During this period of time, she had also nurtured deep feelings for Dream Butterfly. Xianxia was also extremely regretful. He wanted to pinch the little bird's stomach and squeeze out the dragon blood, but he didn't know if this would work. At this moment, the stiff little bird suddenly burped. Meng Dai and Xianxia exchanged a glance and said happily, "Still alive!" The little bird suddenly trembled and jumped down from Xianxia's hand. It raised its head and opened its mouth. With a cooing sound, a small bubble appeared in its mouth. Xianxia curiously poked the bubble with his finger. The bubble burst and exploded. Xianxia was shocked and immediately stopped Meng Dai behind him. After the small bubble exploded, it unexpectedly set off a surging wave of fire. Xianxia crossed his arms in front of him and condensed a yuan qi shield to wrap around himself and Dream Butterfly. The temperature of the fire wave was incomparably high, and it actually knocked Xianxia backwards. After the flames disappeared, Xianxia was shocked and said, "So powerful! The explosion of this bubble is probably enough to instantly kill an ordinary 5th-level origin returning martial artist. Is that a coincidence? Or can it be freely released?" Xianxia hurriedly said, "Little Sparrow, spit out another one." The little bird flapped its wings happily and spat out another bubble at Xianxia. Before Xianxia could say anything, the little bird was already having a good time, chuckled at Xianxia and spat out a series of bubbles. There were 30 to 40 bubbles floating gently in the air, surrounding Xianxia and the Dream Butterfly. Don't move, Dream Butterfly grabbed Xianxia's arm. "Don't pop any bubbles, or else this place might explode." Xianxia was so angry that he scolded Little Sparrow. "I made you vomit one, yet you vomited so much for me. Do you think this is a fucking game? Someone will die, okay?" The little bird scratched its head with the tip of its wings, looking like, "What did you say? I don't understand." "Stop pretending," Xianxia cursed angrily. On the other side, and Xiao Hui and the others were also so scared that their faces turned pale. A bubble explosion probably wouldn't kill experts like them, but what if the flames in the crack ditch were to explode out as well? Meng Dai rolled her eyes and said, "Use yuan qi to wrap up the bubbles and prick them one by one. Take your time. Don't be anxious." Xianxia carefully wrapped his yuan qi around a bubble. Then, he let a small thorn form inside the yuan qi and gently pierced through the bubble. Pooh! A muffled sound came from within the yuan qi. The flames produced by the explosion of the bubble enlarged the yuan qi balloon a little before gradually disappearing. Who succeeded? Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. All right. At this time, the little bird burped and spat out another bubble. "Little bastard." Xianxia pointed at the bird's nose and scolded. The little bird hurriedly covered its mouth with its wings and shook its head repeatedly. "Bullshit, you did it. Other than you, who else can spit bubbles?" Xianxia flicked her head on the little bird's forehead. After a while, Xianxia finally finished all the bubbles. He said, "Dream Butterfly, look at this little bastard. If he spits more bubbles, we'll eat the roasted bird today." After saying that, Xianxia jumped into the stone bowl and continued to refine his body. This time, he had spent 8 hours cultivating the ancient flood dragon's strength. When he jumped out of the stone bowl, he discovered that only Xiaohui and Xinliang were still cultivating. Everyone else stood outside the stone bowl and waited silently. If they hadn't failed in their cultivation, they wouldn't have been qualified to cultivate at the 4th level. Xianxia stretched his muscles and bones. He felt that the strength in his body was inexhaustible. He felt even more proud that he could carry a mountain. Xianxia smiled confidently. If I meet that two-headed giant again this time, if not for my offensive power, I should at least be able to contend against it in terms of strength. He picked up a piece of broken stone from the ground, and with a gentle pinch of his hand, the stone was crushed into pieces. Dream Butterfly said, "You have practiced the 4th level of the ancient flood dragon's strength, and you already have 5 times the strength of your physical body. This strength is still extremely terrifying. Just how strong do you think those disciples of the heavenly profound sect outside possess?" Xianxia muttered, "Their physical strengths are not quite the same. The previous half-bear disciple's physical strength is probably almost 5 times stronger than that of the half-bug disciple, while the half-bug disciple's physical strength is probably 4 times stronger. Before that, the Xianglong I encountered in the 12-sect joint examination should have 3 times the strength of my fleshly body. And it's only twice as much. It's really much worse. It's like a bronze sword can never cut an iron sword." Meng Dai nodded. Xianxia said, "We can't let the people of the Profound Sky sect continue to develop. Once we leave this cave, we will immediately destroy their plans. But do you think there will be any great realm experts among the people sent by the Profound Sky sect to the Devil Sea this time?" "Don't worry, I won't." Dream Butterfly shook her head and said, "At the very least, there won't be any experts above the Heaven Scryer realm coming over, because there are 2 reasons. Firstly, to be honest, refining a half-demon body above the Heaven Scryer realm is not of much help. If a martial artist like him comes here, his demonic beast realm will increase. He may not even be able to defeat the ancient demonic beasts here. Second, if a few Origin Realm martial artists from the Profound Sky sect die, it's nothing. If a few Heaven Scryer realm experts die, then they will really lose money." "What you said makes sense." Xianxia nodded. 20 hours later, Xunliang barely managed to cultivate the power of a flood dragon and jumped out of the stone bowl. After 23 hours, and Xiaohui had also trained together. The 2 of them were now the 2 strongest existences on the opposite cliff. "Those 2 people's martial arts talent is really good," Meng Dai said. Then, she changed the topic and laughed again. "But compared to you, it's still too far away. All right, now that both sides have been completed, I wonder what kind of demonic beast will emerge if the golden body doesn't break through to the next level." Xianxia took a few steps back, trying to stay as far away from the stone gate as possible, and was ready for battle. This was because the 5th level of the golden body was called the Vermilion Bird Force. Azure Dragon White Tiger, Vermilion Bird Black Vermilion Bird was one of the 4 legendary divine beasts. Xianxia did not believe that there would really be a vermilion bird here. After all, the value of a vermilion bird was far more than 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times the value of a martial skill like the Golden Body Unbreakable. However, he wasn't afraid of 10,000. He was just afraid that if the seniors who had set up traps in the Devil Sea were all madmen, who knew what they would come up with? The people on both sides were nervously preparing, especially in Xiaohui and Xinliang, who were the only experts on their side who could participate in the battle. However, after waiting for a long time, the stone door did not open again. "What's going on? Are you not coming out? Is that it?" Xianxia was curious. He looked around and found no other abnormalities. Dream Butterfly said, "The stone wall says that when the golden body does not break through to the middle and late stages, it does not need the blood of ancient demonic beasts. Instead, it needs to be refined with spirit flames or even divine lightning. The meaning should be to convey that the blood of the ancient demonic beasts is no longer sufficient to support a higher physical strength. We must find something even more powerful than the blood of an ancient demonic beast. I think," as she spoke, Meng Dai looked at the crack ditch and said, "The 5th level is the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird is the fire. Look at how powerful the flames in the crack ditch are. They can instantly burn an Origin Realm martial artist to death." "You mean?" Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. "Let me use the flames in the crack ditch to refine my body." Meng Dai said, "I don't dare to guarantee it, but it's most likely like this. This crack ditch won't appear here for no reason, let alone burn such a powerful flame for no reason. This kind of flame is definitely not an ordinary flame, so it must have been brought in by someone." "What a joke!" On the other side, Shun Liang shouted, "Using this flame to refine your body? Isn't that courting death?" "I believe you." Xianxia didn't care what the people opposite him thought, but he felt that Meng Dai's words made sense. "You retreat." As he spoke, Xianxia stood at the edge of the Rift Valley. "Crazy. That brat is crazy." Shun Liang was so frightened that he began to speak incoherently. "Damn. This is courting death." And Xiao Hui pulled Shun Liang and said, "What do you care if you're confused? If he trains himself to death, wouldn't we get revenge? If he really succeeds, we can also start cultivating. This is the best of both worlds." Right, let him be cannon fodder. Let's give it a try first." Shun Liang hurriedly nodded. At this moment, Xianxia took a deep breath to stabilize his mentality, and then he really started to make his move. He released a strand of Yuan Qi, sweeping a ball of flame up from the crack ditch, and threw the flame into the stone bowl. When the stone bowl encountered such intense flames, it was immediately burned red. Everyone looked at the burning stone bowl and felt their hearts tremble, let alone jump into the flames. It shouldn't be immediately burned to death. Xianxia's heart sank as he said, "I already have 5 times the strength of my body. I can give it a try." With that, he gritted his teeth and forcefully jumped into the stone bowl. I really went in. This time, even Xiao Hui was surprised. Although this kid is very annoying, there is no denying that he really has a desperate spirit. It seems that his strength is not easy to obtain. Every expert's success has paid several times the efforts of ordinary people. Amidst the flames, Xianxia tightly closed his eyes. What he felt was an indescribable burning pain. However, all along, Xianxia had a conviction in his heart that only by suffering bitterly would he be able to become a master. Only by daring not to be dared by ordinary people would one be able to jump out of the ranks of mediocrity. "How is it? Can you withstand it?" Meng Dai stood far away and asked loudly. She did not dare to approach the stone bowl at all. The temperature was simply too high. "Not bad." Xianxia gritted his teeth in pain. The burning of that kind of flame was really not a joke. "I wonder how the flames here came about. I'm afraid the temperature of the flames is much higher than that of low-level spirit flames." Under the burning of this flame, Xianxia felt that he was about to lose his perception of his body. He felt that his entire body was burning hot, like a piece of red iron. However, he wasn't immersed in pain. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued to circulate the golden body unbreakable 5th layer incantation. It was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to do. That required a willpower that was different from that of ordinary people. Gradually, it had been 5 hours since Xianxia threw himself into the flames, and at this time, some light gray impurities began to leak out of his body. Once those light-colored impurities encountered the burning of the flames, they were immediately burned into black smoke. "He's been in there for so long. He should be fine. Even if we find that the situation isn't good, we can still jump out at any time," Shun Liang said. He followed Xianxia's lead and led a ball of flame into the stone bowl. He took the lead and jumped in, and Xiao Hui hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Shun Liang was not burned to death on the spot, he could only forcefully jump in. As time passed, Xianxia's days were like years when he was burned by the flames. But 7 hours later, he felt that his pain had begun to lessen. Effective! Xianxia's heart was overjoyed. The pain had lessened, indicating that his physical strength was increasing. Ah! On the other side, the screams of Shun Liang and Xiao Hui could be heard. Xianxia nodded silently. He thought to himself, those two did not know the 9 purities cosmos skill, nor did they know the true sutra of freedom. Perhaps the pain they suffered was even more intense than his own. When a person's pain reaches a certain limit, it is difficult to concentrate on cultivating any incantation. Judging from their screams, Xianxia could tell that the two of them were destined to be unable to cultivate vermilion bird's strength. No matter what, Xianxia did not stop himself. 8 hours passed, and the pain continued to lessen. 9 hours passed, and Xianxia even began to feel comfortable. 10 hours later, the flames in the stone bowl suddenly extinguished. A figure jumped out of the stone bowl. It's Xianxia. Dream Butterfly hurriedly rushed forward, but she was forced to retreat by the terrifying heat. She looked around and saw that Xianxia's entire body had been burned to a translucent red by the flames. He stood there like a piece of iron that had just been taken out of a smelting furnace. Ah! Xianxia roared angrily as he was stimulated by the surging and magnificent power in his body. With this voice, the entire cave began to shake. Large patches of fine gravel fell off the roof of the cave. When the martial artists saw this scene, their mouths widened in shock. Strength! This feeling of strength. The veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged. He bent his back, bent his waist, and clenched his fists tightly. 6 times his physical strength. This formidable physical strength gave Xianxia the urge to destroy everything. He bent over and stood there, clenching all the strength in his body onto his fists. Even the tiny soil particles beside him slowly floated into the air. His Dream Butterfly sucked in a breath of cold air. She had never seen such a scene before. When a martial artist's yuan qi was highly condensed, before it erupted, it would indeed cause the surrounding things to float in mid-air. But that was yuan qi. She had never seen anyone who could accomplish such a bizarre scene with just strength. Roar! Xianxia finally couldn't help but roar at the crack ditch with rage. The flames inside the crack ditch were shaken to the point of soaring into the sky. All the martial artists were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated until they reached the edge of the cave wall. And then they hurriedly condensed their yuan qi to block the temperature. Fortunately, the flames did not spread to either side. After being blasted out, they quickly fell back into the crack ditch. After Xianxia's emotions gradually subsided, he glanced at the martial artists on the cliff. The martial artists were all trembling with fear. Xianxia roared angrily and jumped towards the opposite side of the cliff. Hurry up and shoot him down! The martial artists were shocked and hurriedly released pieces of yuan qi. Vermilion bird force! Xianxia roared and stomped on the air with his right foot. With the step, a fierce air cannon stepped out of the air. The saber light from the opposing martial artist struck Xianxia, causing him to pause in the air for a moment. Xianxia stomped heavily in the air again. With the help of the rebound force of the second air cannon, he forcefully carried the saber light and the sword light and landed on the other side. Heavens, all of the martial artists were in despair, their eyes turning ashen. You bastards! Today is also the day. Xianxia pulled out a huge saber. Don't kill us. Those martial artists hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. We were all threatened by Xiao. Furthermore, we have never done anything wrong to you. From the beginning, only Xiao and Xinliang attacked you. We're just watching the fire from the other side. Yes, someone begged. We didn't kill Du Xuan and the others. They were killed by the people from the Profound Sky sect. It has nothing to do with us. There's still a reason for you to do this. Xianxia rushed forward, one kick at a time, blasting all the martial artists' spiritual Cs on the spot. You people have repeatedly made things difficult for me. Although you have not succeeded, your sins are still unforgivable. The death penalty can be avoided, and there is no escape for living sins. Those martial artists were all lying on the ground and vomiting blood, but their spiritual Cs had already been kicked out, and their martial arts strength had been completely lost. Run! In the stone bowl, Xinliang let out an explosive shout and jumped up with Xiao. The two of them hadn't succeeded in body refinement yet, but they didn't dare to stay any longer. They directly jumped several hundred meters high like an explosion, instantly pierced through the cave roof, and frantically escaped. Xianxia frowned and said, "These two scum reacted quite quickly. Good brother, don't worry about those two minions. Quickly go take a look inside the crack ditch. There must be something good inside." Meng Dai happily clapped her hands and shouted. Xianxia nodded and jumped into the sea of flames. The rift was very deep, and it took Xianxia about 20 seconds to land. At this moment, he possessed the power of a golden body that could not break through the fifth layer, and he could actually walk freely in this flame. Xianxia was located at the lowest end of the boundless flames. He followed the source of heat and used his lightning vision to discover that there was a sparkling light at the core of the source of heat. He continued to walk along the cracks in the ground, and when he arrived at the hottest place, he discovered that the flames here had actually drilled out from below the surface of the ground. Right next to the crack in the ground, there was a fiery red crystal stone. The temperature of the Jingshi was so high that Xianxia felt a little hot on his face. He picked up the crystal stone and looked at it in front of him. He couldn't help but say happily, "Fire-burning red crystal. This is the second main ingredient required by the lightning-resistant mixture formula. We're almost there." Xianxia put the fire-burning red crystal into his storage ring. With the addition of the mica amethyst he had collected earlier, he had already gathered 2 main ingredients, leaving behind the last one. The last piece of material should be wood attributed, and there are several kinds of materials on the lightning-resistant mixture formula. Xianxia swam around for a while and found that there was no more treasure worth looking for. He jumped onto the mountain wall and then borrowed his strength to jump again. After about 10 times, he returned to the cave above. "I don't think this place is worth nostalgia for." The dream butterfly circled around in large numbers. Apart from its golden body, there was nothing else that needed to stay here. "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "The body-refining flames after the golden body does not break through the 5th level need to be searched for by myself. This place is no longer available." Xianxia pondered for a moment. The 6th and 7th levels required spiritual fire, while the 8th and 9th levels required divine lightning. Spiritual fire was not easy to find. Murong Wanqing had one, but Xianxia thought back. The level of spiritual fire Murong Wanqing absorbed was too low. Her spiritual fire was not as powerful as the flames in the crack ditch, so she could only look for another one. "Let's go." Xianxia tidied up and prepared to leave. "What about them?" Dream Butterfly pointed at the cultivators whose cultivation had been crippled on the other side of the cliff. Xianxia said, "These people are sinful. Their hands are stained with the blood of innocent people. Let them die here on their own." "What about Xiao Hui and Xin Liang? Do you want to chase after them?" Meng Dai asked. Xianxia thought for a moment and sighed. "Forget it. I'm tired. I don't want to chase after them anymore. Although the 2 of them tried to kill me a few times, I killed their younger brother first. If they don't bother me anymore, I don't want to pester them anymore." "You're just too soft-hearted," Meng Dai said. "Hold on." Xianxia hugged Dream Butterfly's waist and jumped straight through the mountain. Outside, it was still the myriad beast plain that was plunged into a bloody storm. The people of the Profound Sky sect are here to hunt down ancient demonic beasts. I have to think of a way to stop them. Xianxia used his lightning vision to look into the distance. The disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect were constantly battling demonic beasts on this myriad beast plain. Could be said that there were strong yuan qi fluctuations everywhere, so it wasn't difficult to find them. Meng Dai reminded, "If you want to calculate the time properly, you must make a quick decision. Don't drag it until Dong Wuxiang and the others catch up." "I understand." Xianxia nodded. A flash of lightning flashed through his eyes, and he discovered that there was a place in the nearest eastern region where there was a faint yuan qi fluctuation. He pointed in that direction and said, "There are residual yuan qi fluctuations there. Judging from the intensity and dilution of the fluctuations, there should have been a great battle 7 hours ago. They haven't gone far yet." With that, Xianxia carried the dream butterfly and sprinted off. "Ha ha ha! Senior apprentice brother. Look, we found an ancient red elephant. Damn, this kind of demonic beast's power is extremely terrifying." we can be considered to have developed this time. Two heavenly profound sect disciples surrounded an ancient red elephant. The ancient red elephant was a ruthless character known for its strength and defense amongst demonic beasts. Its rank was only inferior to the white elephant that Xianxia had defeated in the cave. Yes, a tall and skinny disciple of the profound sky sect said happily, "Ancient red elephants are very rare. If we kill this one, we must keep it for our own use." Yes. On the other side of the red elephant, the round-faced disciple said, "This red elephant was discovered by senior brother. You can use it first and replace the silver wolf beast soul in your body." "Alright, old rules. I'll kill the demonic beast. Use the soul-refining ropes to extract its beast soul," the tall and thin disciple shouted. He bent his back and large patches of silver hair suddenly began to grow on his body. His height also increased from 1.8 meters to 3.2 meters. The beast soul he fused with was called the Ancient Silver Wolf, and it was an extremely brutal demonic beast. After his transformation, the skinny disciple's overall outline was still human. He stood on both legs, but half of his body had the characteristics of a wolf. His pair of eyes were also bright silver. "Coming!" The half-wolf disciple bent his legs, then stomped on the ground, releasing Peng's explosion. His entire body turned into a silver afterimage, and he quickly charged towards the red elephant. As for the round-faced disciple, he took out a black whip from his storage ring. Black chi wrapped around the whip, and it possessed the ability to seize souls. The red elephant had already discovered the danger. It quickly turned around and used its huge elephant trunk to whip towards the half-wolf disciple. The elephant trunk pierced through the sky, producing an ear-piercing sound of air tearing apart. Its demonic aura was pervasive, clearly possessing extremely shocking strength. However, the half-wolf disciple only sneered. His body suddenly accelerated halfway, and he grabbed the red elephant's nose faster. Then, he twisted his waist forcefully and threw both of his hands abruptly. The terrifying red elephant that was 50 meters tall was actually thrown away by this disciple. "It's a small matter." The half-wolf disciple jumped out violently. His speed was so fast that he surpassed the red elephant that was thrown away. Then, he gathered all of his strength on his right foot and kicked the red elephant's forehead. Boom! The red elephant let out a miserable scream. Its enormous body was kicked like a cannonball and instantly fell to the ground. It bounced back high again. This time, the power was so great that the ground trembled violently. "This attack will kill you, you bastard." The half-wolf disciple landed in the air and stretched out his right hand. His 5 fingernails suddenly grew and were half a foot long. They were also bright silver and emitted a dense cold light. The round-faced disciple was already prepared and said, "Senior brother, directly pierce through that beast's head." "I'll whip it." "No problem." The half-wolf disciple's hands gathered above his head, and his 2 palms merged to form a cone. With a whoosh, he shot towards the elephant's head. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed over. Pong! The half-wolf disciple was about to pierce through the elephant head when he discovered that his wrist had been grabbed by someone. The person who grabbed his wrist was incredibly strong. He struggled twice in a row, but he was unable to break free. The half-wolf disciple was shocked. He hurriedly looked up and saw Xianxia's cold face. "The profound sky sect?" Xianxia asked. The half-wolf disciple was stunned for a moment, and then angrily said, "Where did this wild brat come from? He actually dared to ruin your grandfather's good fortune." Xianxia did not give him a chance to finish his sentence. Instead, he grabbed the half-wolf disciple's arm with his right hand. Following that, his wrist trembled and the half-wolf disciple's arm snapped. "Ah! You!" The half-wolf disciple screamed miserably. Xianxia stepped forward and kicked the half-wolf disciple's knee with his left foot. His right hand went straight into the half-wolf disciple's mouth and pulled out his tongue. The half-wolf disciple opened his mouth wide, blood spurting out from his mouth. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Xianxia followed with his left hand and grabbed the half-wolf disciple's chin. With a chi, he directly ripped off the half-wolf disciple's entire chin. The half-wolf disciple spasmed for a moment and fell to the ground to die. Not far away, the round-faced disciple was stunned. Seeing that Xianxia was wearing a martial origin calendar costume, he said in fear, "You? Who exactly are you?" "We are disciples of the heavenly profound sect of the Nine Firmaments continent. Aren't you afraid that our heavenly profound sect will retaliate against you if you dare to attack us?" Xianxia raised his head slightly and said indifferently, "The heavenly profound sect? The one who killed you is your heavenly profound sect." "Ah!" The round-faced disciple was furious. "You actually sneak-attacked my senior brother, yet you still boast. Now, I'll let you know how powerful our half-demon body is." As he spoke, the round-faced disciple quickly transformed into a demon. His body began to grow, and red hair crazily grew on his body. Whoosh! An afterimage flashed by. Xianxia raised his saber and threw away the blood from the saber. Then, he carried the huge saber behind him and said, "Dream Butterfly, let's go." As he spoke, Xianxia walked towards the south without turning back to pick up Dream Butterfly. Behind Xianxia, the round-faced disciple who had yet to complete his transformation was stunned and frozen on the spot. Slowly, a bloody line appeared on his stomach, and then his upper body began to slowly move horizontally, sliding down from his lower body onto the ground. How strong are their bodies? Dream Butterfly lay on Xianxia's back and asked curiously. Xianxia said, "That heavenly profound sect disciple who transformed into a silver wolf has about 4 times the strength of his physical body. The other one is unclear, because the other one had not even had time to transform before he was slaughtered." Meng Dai muttered to herself, "I found that you were very decisive when you attacked the disciples of the profound sky sect. Do you have other grudges against them?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment and changed the topic. "We can't let them bring back more ancient demonic beast souls to the martial origin calendar. I'm afraid we won't be able to intercept them all." Meng Dai said, "The first heavenly profound sect disciple we killed was the one with over 1,000 beast souls in his storage ring. Furthermore, he appeared at the edge of the ancient plane. He was obviously preparing to leave the demon sea with his beast soul. Perhaps before this, there were already other disciples who brought a portion of their beast souls back to the profound sky sect." Xianxia said, "Then as many as you can, kill as many as you can. If you can intercept 1 point, then 1 point." Facing these people, Xianxia would never be soft-hearted, because he knew how many innocent people a martial artist would have to sacrifice in order to fuse with a beast soul. He still remembered the scene in the Xianxia forest. Perhaps the heavenly profound sect's current demonic transformation technique was already very mature. If it wasn't enough to demonic a person, it would have to kill 100,000 people. However, killing 10,000 to 20,000 people was probably still necessary. Each beast soul represented tens of thousands of humans who were about to be slaughtered. East Central Ancient Plains. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar resounded throughout the plains. "Quick! Catch this animal. Don't let it escape." "Ha-ha! We actually found an ancient Vajra gorilla. We're rich. We've been on this floor for 2 months. And this is the first time we've discovered such a high-grade demonic beast." 11 heavenly profound sect martial practitioners were running rapidly on the plains. They had all kinds of semi-demonic forms. They were surrounded by a giant gorilla that was 40 meters tall. The gorilla was called the Diamond Gorilla. It was one of the fiercest demonic beasts in the ranks. Just like this, it was like a joke to flip through 17 or 18 red elephants alone. There were also different types of demonic beasts. Sky Profound Sect martial artists would also choose more aggressive demonic beasts as the best choice to assimilate with them. A wolf was a very ferocious demonic beast, but it mainly relied on its mouth to bite its prey. Therefore, it was not the best choice for the physical characteristics of humans. A Vajra gorilla like this was simply a demonic beast tailored for the demonic transformation of humans. It was the best choice. At this time, the Diamond Gorilla was already riddled with wounds, and there were as many as 200 lacerations on its sturdy fur. At this moment, Even the diamond gorilla's running posture had become very awkward. It could only limp and risk its life to escape from these humans' encirclement. There was a trace of sadness in the gorilla's eyes. Its left arm was always on its chest, and there was actually a young gorilla in its embrace. Whoosh! A half-bear disciple launched a fierce charge, and his body quickly pierced towards the diamond gorilla. The Vajra gorilla let out a futile roar and slapped towards the half-bear disciple with its enormous right hand. After all, the half-bear disciple knew martial skills. His body suddenly twisted in the air, bypassing the chimpanzee's palm and tearing open a huge wound on the chimpanzee's right arm that the chimpanzee refused to let go. "Hey!" The half-bear disciple brushed past the gorilla and sneered. "There's a cub in this animal's arms. I say, why hasn't he used his left hand to fight back? If he used his left hand, we wouldn't have played him half to death so quickly. Junior brothers, let's play with it properly. Don't kill it first. Escape the cub in its arms and peel off its skin and bones in front of it. Good, good, good. Senior brother's suggestion is too interesting. I'll go first." A short and fat martial artist ran at full speed. Halfway through, his body began to expand explosively, and he finally turned into a wild boar-like demon. This fellow rushed forward. He lowered his head and smashed his head into the gorilla's left foot. The diamond gorilla was attacked so forcefully that it was actually hit. Pung landed on the ground with a loud sound. Half-demon body is indeed very powerful. Even ancient demonic beasts are no match for me. The wild boar disciple roared and laughed. "It's my turn." Another disciple jumped up high and roared. "Wild lion lightning roar. Roar." The disciple suddenly transformed into a half-lion and roared at the gorilla below. The roar turned into a ring of sound waves that enveloped the Vajra gorilla, causing the Vajra gorilla lying on the ground to suddenly spasm. Immediately after, the half-lion disciple landed on the chest of the gorilla and bit the gorilla's throat. The diamond gorilla struggled crazily, trying to shake off the half-lion disciple. However, at this time, even more heavenly profound sect disciples rushed forward. Each of them transformed into half-demons. Some of them bit through the fur of the gorilla with their sharp teeth and swung their bodies onto the gorilla. Others used sharp claws to tear apart the fur of the orangutan and hung on its body. The Vajra gorilla struggled to stand up and waved its right arm, trying to shake off the dozen or so half-demon martial practitioners on its body. However, those half-demon disciples were incomparably powerful. How could it be able to escape from this half-dead state? "Cut off its left arm and snatch the baby gorilla," a martial artist shouted. "Coming." Another disciple quickly climbed to the gorilla's left arm and wrist. He turned into a half-tiger with a 5-meter-long heavy saber in his hand. "If I use a weapon, you big bastard will be even more miserable." The half-tiger disciple laughed loudly and slashed his heavy saber fiercely at the gorilla's left wrist. The diamond gorilla let go of its left hand, and the little gorilla in its arms fell off with a squeak. It was caught by a sparkling, heavenly profound sect disciple. The Vajra gorilla let out a tragic cry with tears in its eyes. "Io! This is still a female gorilla." The disciple holding the chimpanzee cried out. "Everyone, look! This cub is still lactating. It means that the adult Vajra chimpanzee is a female. Haha! This is great." Although the chimpanzee was still lactating, it was still 3 to 4 meters tall. However, it was easily lifted into the air by the disciple. Beside him, a disciple quickly ran over and said, "Junior brother, let the baby gorilla bleed. We can definitely lure the male gorilla over." "All right, let's do this." The disciple who grabbed the chimpanzee immediately used his claws to tear open the chimpanzee's back, causing fresh blood to spill out. Seeing this, the female gorilla's wailing became even more miserable, making people's hearts tremble when they heard it. It was hard for anyone not to be moved when they heard this kind of mother's sorrowful cry. However, when faced with the people from the profound sky sect, its sorrowful cries only brought about even more unrestrained laughter. Let it scream. Let it scream as hard as it can. The louder it screams, the greater the chances that the male gorilla will hear it. The disciples of the heavenly profound sect all laughed out loud, their faces twisted into smiles that almost didn't belong to humans. One of the side effects of demonic transformation was to make people cold-blooded, ruthless, and bloodthirsty. The profound sky sect is indeed worthy of its reputation. Suddenly, amidst everyone's wild laughter, an ice-cold voice floated over. Who? The disciples of the heavenly profound sect immediately stopped laughing and looked in the direction of the sound. One of them was wearing a black robe and carrying a dark red saber as he slowly walked over. The blade of the saber was dragged onto the ground, making rustling sounds. Oh, so he's a 5th-level origin returning trash. Seeing Xianxia's talent, everyone sneered again. We are at the 6th level of the origin realm. Even if we don't transform, we will still be able to kill you. Another disciple walked towards Xianxia and said, The outer disciples are too lazy to let him in. All right. I'll use you to open the meat if I'm impatient with the male gorilla. As he spoke, this disciple bowed and turned into a half-tiger. He was 5 meters tall with 2 pectoral muscles bulging high. His upper body was perfectly inverted triangular, and all the muscles in his body were filled with explosive power. Half-man, half-tiger, looks majestic. The half-tiger disciple walked over to Xianxia and said, Struggle. The more you struggle, the more excited I will be. As he said that, he swung his thick and frighteningly large arm fiercely towards Xianxia. Vermilion bird force. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and his physical strength suddenly increased by 6 times. As soon as he raised his hand, Peng Yi grabbed the half-tiger disciple's right wrist in his hand. Ah! The half-tiger disciple was suddenly shocked. You actually managed to grab my hand? Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and the strength in his hand began to increase. As for the half-tiger disciple's wrist, it was actually squeezed by Xianxia and began to shrink. Ah! Following the screams of the half-tiger disciple, his right wrist was actually crushed to shreds by Xianxia with pure strength. A gigantic right hand weakly hung down. You! Who exactly are you? The half-tiger disciple broke out in cold sweat from the pain. Xianxia grabbed his wrist and went back, knocking the half-tiger disciple towards him. Immediately after, Xianxia lightly jumped up and slammed his knee into the half-tiger disciple's face. Pong! Half of the half-tiger disciple's face had collapsed into his brain cavity. With such physical strength, I don't know where confidence comes from. Xianxia lightly landed on the ground and casually waved his hand. The corpse of the half-tiger disciple flew hundreds of meters away with a whoosh. All the other disciples of the heavenly profound sect were shocked by this scene. A disciple of the heavenly profound sect shouted, This brat's body is strange. Let's go together. After saying that, more than a dozen disciples of the heavenly profound sect pounced towards Xianxia at the same time. Xianxia stabbed the huge saber into the ground, and then he directly took a horse step and steadily pushed his arms forward. A divine weapon descended from the heavens. The dragon blood saber entered Xianxia's body with a buzzing sound. The vermilion bird's power, coupled with the descent of the divine weapon, allowed Xianxia's defensive power to reach a range beyond common sense. A dozen disciples of the heavenly profound sect who had blind confidence in their physical strength surrounded Xianxia in an instant. They rushed forward, gnawing, biting, scratching at Xianxia. Normally, their abnormal physical strength would even allow them to easily tear apart the ancient demonic beast's defenses. But this time they failed. Xianxia didn't even resist, just stabbing his horse and allowing them to attack at will. However, those heavenly profound sect disciples, not to mention their strength to suck milk, had probably used all their strength in their previous lives, and were actually unable to do anything to Xianxia in the slightest. I'll stand here and let you fight. What can you do to me? This? How is this possible? My God. He definitely isn't a human. He must be some kind of ancient demonic beast that has transformed into a form. Those disciples were extremely shocked by what had happened in front of them. Get out of my way. Let me do it. A Sky Profound sect disciple at the 7th level of Origin Return retreated more than 10 meters, and then he transformed into a wild boar half-demon that reached an astonishing height of 6 meters. Tai Shan. The wild boar half-demon frantically scratched its limbs and launched a fierce attack towards Xiang Nan. It even used martial skills, and its high-strength yuan qi wrapped around his body, causing him to launch a short-range charge towards Xiang Nan like an invincible land war chariot. As he ran, the ground rumbled and shook. All the disciples of the heavenly profound sect dispersed, clearing the way for the wild boar and half-demon. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes. He hugged his right shoulder and took a step forward. His right foot stepped on the ground, leaving a footprint half a foot deep. He used his right shoulder to greet the wild boar and half-demon. Xiang Nan's move could only be regarded as Tai Shan's starting stance. He welcomed the other party's fierce charge with a motionless posture, and this posture itself suffered a great loss. "Brat, I'm driving you crazy." The wild boar and half-demon suddenly jumped 5 meters away from Xiang Nan. A huge wild boar rammed into Xiang Nan violently. At that moment, the wild boar collided with Xiang Nan's right shoulder in an astonishing posture. Boom! In an instant, Xiang Nan's body slipped backwards by an inch. As for the wild boar, it was instantly stopped by the crazy charging speed. The impact force was so shocking that it knocked the wild boar head down, feet up, and the entire boar flipped into the air. Whoosh! The giant head of the wild boar was actually shattered. He took the initiative to smash into Xiang Nan's body, and it was actually a direct blow to his head. The shattered skull and brain slurry shot into the air like a blowout. Xiang Nan rubbed his shoulders and said, "Pfft, this dead pig actually has 5 times the strength of its body." However, at this moment, the entire arena fell silent, except for the female gorilla who was lying on the ground wailing. "What kind of monster are you?" A heavenly profound sect disciple spirit finally collapsed. He forcefully pulled his hair and let out a hysterical scream. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and said coldly, "Even if the scum of the profound sky sect were to be killed 100 times, they are not worth sympathizing with. Everyone, use your weapons. Stop fighting with your bare hands. All of you, pull out your weapons and kill him." A dozen or so disciples of the heavenly profound sect drew out their weapons and charged towards Xiang Nan. The corner of Xiang Nan's mouth rose slightly as he raised his right hand high up. Chong! The giant saber left his body and flew into Xiang Nan's hand with a buzzing sound. The hilt of the saber turned into a dragon claw and circled around Xiang Nan's arm twice. Xiang Nan held a huge saber in his hand and walked towards the 10 or so disciples of the heavenly profound sect in the face of the strong wind. A disciple arrived first and used a 3-meter-tall axe to smash towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan blocked with a huge saber. Clang! The axe struck a huge blow, and with a tremendous rebound, it was bounced off its hands and flew into the air, buzzing and spinning rapidly. Xiang Nan grabbed the disciple's shoulder with his left hand and moved to his side. Then, he used his forehead to smash the disciple's face, smashing half of the disciple's face into pieces. For heavenly profound sect disciples surrounded Xiang Nan, releasing saber and sword lights at him. Xiang Nan jumped high and dodged all attacks. He landed behind a disciple. His left hand grabbed the disciple's neck from behind, his right leg bent, and his knee fiercely smashed into the disciple's kacha. The disciple's spine broke on the spot, and the broken bone sprayed out from his stomach. Xiang Nan waved his hand again and grabbed the hilt of another heavenly profound sect disciple's saber. He twisted his hand forcefully and the disciple's wrist fractured on the spot. Xiang Nan raised his leg and kicked the disciple's leg bone with a loud kick. He swooped down and slammed his shoulder into the disciple's heart. This collision caused a tremendous penetrating force to engulf the disciple's heart, causing the entire heart to explode in an instant. Xiang Nan tossed the disciple's corpse away and used his strength to soar into the air. He turned around and kicked him sideways. Coincidentally, a disciple behind him was already holding a long sword and hacking at Xiang Nan's back. However, Xiang Nan kicked him on the right hand holding the hilt of the sword. The bones of his right hand were broken inch by inch. Xiang Nan held a huge saber in his hand and slashed it down, splitting the disciple in half. The rest of the heavenly profound sect disciples paled in shock. They had already been frightened out of their wits. They didn't even have the courage to fight anymore. All of them frantically fled towards the west. You want to escape? Xianxia frowned slightly, but before he could start chasing, Shifeng let out an angry roar. Roar! Immediately after, the earth in the distance was actually blasted by some kind of power, causing it to roll over like a wave. The ground was lifted up, and 6 disciples of the heavenly profound sect were sent flying back by the shocking power. In the west, a 70-meter-tall male Vajra gorilla was angrily hammering his chest. He that does evil shall find evil. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He condensed his yuan qi beneath his feet. The yuan qi beneath his feet exploded, pushing Xianxia's entire body like an arrow from the bowstring, quickly welcoming the disciples flying back. Ray! The raptor waved its tail. Xianxia was in midair, and horizontal blade immediately. The giant azure dragon's tail shadow behind him seemed to shake the heavens in the plains. Hoo! A shocking bolt of lightning swept out and slashed the 4 disciples in the waist. The other 2 disciples hadn't landed yet, but they had already been caught by Xianxia. I'll give you one. I'll kill one. Xianxia tossed a disciple towards the male gorilla that was rushing over. The male chimpanzee waved his fist and smashed the disciples of the heavenly profound sect to pieces with a single punch. Xianxia raised his saber and sliced the last disciple of the profound sky sect into 2 halves. Tisk! Xianxia landed on the ground and looked at the male gorilla in disbelief. This male Vajra gorilla's strength is probably 3 to 4 times that of the female gorilla. However, the male gorilla continued to run wildly and was about to pounce towards Xianxia. Xianxia felt an incomparable headache. This male gorilla was very difficult to deal with. Even a disciple of the profound sky sect could smash it with a single punch. If he fought it head-on, he would at most be able to fight it head-on. If he used a martial skill to kill it, that would be fine, but Xianxia couldn't bear it. At this moment, the little gorilla happened to be right beside Xianxia. Climbed a few meters in pain and hugged Xianxia with both of its hands. When the male gorilla saw this, he suddenly stopped. The little orangutan squeaked at the male orangutan. The male orangutan raised his fist high and slowly put it down. So good. Xianxia smiled and rubbed the little gorilla's head. Then, he used the 9 Purities Cosmos skill to enter its body and slowly heal the wound on its back. Seeing this, the male chimpanzee walked over and helped the female chimpanzee up. Then, he extended his right hand towards Xianxia. The little gorilla climbed up the back of the male gorilla and cheerfully shouted at Xianxia. Children are always innocent. A gentle look flashed in Xianxia's eyes. It was almost tortured to death by humans just now, but now it has shown a good impression of me as a human without any hatred. Humans? Xianxia let out a long sigh as he carried the huge saber and turned around to leave. Under the setting sun, the 3 chimpanzees left with their backs facing the sun. What happened just now greatly touched Xianxia's heart. Sometimes Xianxia really hated his status as a human. He always felt that humans were inferior to a beast. The heart is sinister. This sentence is absolutely correct. However, there were also people who were not like this. Xianxia nodded. Even if there was only one good person left in the world, he was still worthy of fighting for that good person. Because evil was so painful to the heart, goodness was precious and worthy of being defended. Meng Dai gently hugged Xianxia's arm, but she didn't say anything. During the time she spent with Xianxia, Meng Dai herself did not notice that she was being subtly changed by Xianxia. Everyone said that it was hard to change one's nature, but this sentence did not apply to everyone. These are the storage rings of heavenly profound sect disciples. Xianxia threw it to Dream Butterfly. Dream Butterfly opened all the storage rings and poured them out. In some storage rings, there were only 13 or 14 small bottles, while in others, there were more than 100 bottles. Looks like once they gather 1,000 beast souls, they will send a disciple out of the Devil Sea and send him back to the profound sky sect. Xianxia waved his saber and shattered all the small bottles. Pieces of beast souls rose into the air. Looking at the beast souls, Xianxia sighed emotionally. If only I had learned a scripture to transcend the souls of the dead in Feiyun Temple. Dust to dust, earth to earth. I only hope that you can return to this land where you were born and raised. I hope you can reincarnate as soon as possible. Xianxia cupped his fists at the beast spirits and said, I'm sorry. After saying that, he carried the dream butterfly on his back and continued on his journey into the distance. A wisp of lightning flashed through his pupils. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Xianxia transformed into a flash of light and flew across the plains. For the next 2 days and nights, Xianxia continued to fight south and north, constantly killing the disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect on the myriad beast plains. Xianxia didn't have the slightest bit of pity for the Profound Sky sect. He swore to seek revenge on Xian Qingzhu and to turn into a nightmare that the Profound Sky sect could not erase. In fact, in the 10,000 Beast Plane, he had really accomplished this. Over the past 2 days, more than 100 disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect had died at Xianxia's hands. For a time, the disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect who were still breathing on the myriad beast planes all regarded Xianxia as a bloodthirsty mad devil. As long as there was a place where Xianxia appeared, the first thing they would do was to run for their lives. Flee in all directions. There will always be people who will die, and there will always be disciples who will escape in other directions and survive. These people even gave Xianxia a nickname, Saber Demon, because no one knew where Xianxia came from. They only knew that he was carrying a huge saber on his back, and that his physical strength was even more terrifying than a half-demon body. The word Saber Demon was formed from the fear in the hearts of the disciples of the Profound Sky sect. It was a shadow that would scare them awake in their dreams. On the 3rd day at dawn, Xianxia was leaning against a tree to rest. The interception battles of the past few days had exhausted his body and mind. He had to seize any precious time to recover his strength and spirit. It seems that the golden body is indestructible. It is indeed the great nemesis of the half-demon body. Meng Dai was cooking a pot of porridge with a campfire. Xianxia stretched his waist and said, But I also discovered that although the disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect here are talented, they are definitely not the geniuses of the first echelon or even the second echelon in the Heavenly Profound sect. Yes, that's for sure. Meng Dai said, Experts can be cultivated, but martial Dao geniuses are born. Every one of them is very precious. Even if they are as strong as the Heavenly Profound sect, it is impossible for them to be so stupid as to send precious martial arts geniuses into the Devil's Sea to take risks. Those people will be the backbone of the Heavenly Profound sect in the future. I think. Xianxia pondered for a moment. The half-demon body has something to do with the innate talent of a martial artist. I have killed many half-demon disciples of the same type, such as half-tiger, these past 2 days. Some half-tigers are only 4 times stronger than others, but some half-tigers are around 5 times stronger. The difference is not small. It's hard to imagine what kind of astonishing effect the souls of ancient demonic beasts would have if they fell into the hands of those geniuses of the second or even first echelon. Perhaps at that time, my vermilion bird's strength wasn't enough. Dream Butterfly thought for a moment and hurriedly said, Isn't there a famous mighty fire pool in the Haotian Empire? Ha! Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, Where is it? Meng Dai smiled and said, You are a member of the Haotian Empire. You actually don't know as much as I do. When it comes to the Howran Fire Lake, it has something to do with your Howran sect. Only after Dream Butterfly introduced Xianxia did he know. The Howran Fire Lake was a body-refining sacred land belonging to the Haotian imperial clan. Back then, when Emperor Haotian wanted to create an extremely powerful body-refining fire lake for his descendants, he invited the Howran sect master, the Heavenly Dao Old Man, to assist him. I heard that the Howran Fire Lake is incomparably precious. Only the Haotian imperial clan is qualified to enter to refine their bodies. Furthermore, they are not allowed to casually enter. Every member of the imperial clan is only allowed to enter once a year. Other than the royal family, other people could also enter to refine their bodies, but they had to be people who had made great contributions to the Haotian Empire or their descendants. Tisk. Xianxia shook his head. I am not a descendant of the royal family. How can I enter the Nature Fire Lake? Then so is it. Dream Butterfly pondered for a moment and said, "Unless you have contributed to the Haotian Emperor, but the last time you defeated a disciple of the Profound Sky sect in the 12-sect joint examination, it should be considered a great achievement, right? Perhaps, if I can return to the Nature Reserve sect alive, I'll ask my master to see if I can obtain the qualifications to enter the Nature Reserve Fire Lake to cultivate once." That's what he said. But Xianxia knew in his heart that this possibility was extremely slim. If the Haotian Imperial clan really wanted to reward him, then they should have expressed it after the joint examination. However, in reality, there was no such thing. "Do you think Dong Wuxiang and the others have entered the myriad beast plains?" Xianxia asked. Meng Dai thought for a moment and said, "I don't think so. If it was just Mo Ru herself, she would have come a long time ago. But the hell on the upper level is very dangerous. I think Mo Ru might stay and wait for Dong Wuxiang. Only her magic can protect Dong Wuxiang from that level. Right? I almost forgot." Xianxia took out a large piece of flood dragon skin from his storage ring and said, "When you were in the cave, I refined a set of earth-grade medium-grade armor for you. The skin of the flood dragon was very thick, but after refining it by artifact forging, it was as thin as silk and black as a whole. However, although the skin of the flood dragon did not have dragon scale, it already had a faint pattern of dragon scale. The patterns were slightly lighter, translucent, and, at first glance, very sexy. However, Xianxia grabbed the refined flood dragon skin and said awkwardly, "Well, I don't know your size yet. This flood dragon skin must be made close to your body. If there is a gap, it won't be perfect. It was best to be tight. If the gap was too big, once they encountered a flame, it was still possible for the flame to enter through the gap." Meng Dai chuckled. She took off her coat and spread out her arms. "You just need to measure it with your hands." Xianxia felt his face burning. He hurriedly turned his gaze away and said awkwardly, "Don't you know? Just tell me." "I don't know." Meng Dai tilted her head and looked at Xianxia craftily. Xianxia hurriedly tilted her head to dodge, and the dream butterfly tilted her head even more fiercely, chasing after Xianxia's gaze. She deliberately teased Xianxia and found it interesting. This righteous, saber-beheaded man was always like an uncivilized teenager in the face of a man and a woman. When Xianxia killed his enemies, it was a huge contrast to his current blush, making Meng Dai feel even more interesting. "Come on, help me measure it." Meng Dai covered her mouth and secretly smiled. "How many times have we experienced life and death tribulations together, yet you don't even dare to look at my body? Then, how can that be the same?" Xianxia coughed dryly twice. "It's different. It's completely different." Meng Dai smiled and said, "Kiki, I don't think it matters. What are you afraid of, let alone?" "Ah, behind you." Xianxia's reaction was extremely fast. When Dream Butterfly suddenly cried out, he was already holding a huge saber in his hand and turned around to slash it. The giant tree behind him was neatly cut into two, but there were no enemies Xianxia had expected. No, it's a page." Dream Butterfly anxiously waved her hand. "Top of the tree. There. The pages of the book are flying." Xianxia hurriedly looked up and saw a page flapping its wings and fleeing into the distance. "Little sparrow, chase after me." Xianxia was overjoyed. With a whoosh, the little bird transformed into a dotted line and flew out. A few seconds later, it already flew back with the page in its mouth. "So powerful." Meng Dai was pleasantly surprised. Ever since Little Sparrow drank the blood of the flood dragon, his speed has even increased a lot. "Give it to me." Xianxia was also very happy as he extended his right hand towards the little bird. The little bird tilted its head and pointed at itself with the tip of its wings. "Hurry up and give it to me," Xianxia said. The little bird didn't listen and continued to point at itself. "All right, I'll give it to you." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're amazing. You're the #1 bird in the world. Without you, I wouldn't be able to do anything on my own." The little bird was overjoyed when she heard this, so she put the page in Xianxia's hand. In the end, he welcomed a brain collapse from Xianxia. "This is the 7th page." Xianxia held the page in his hand and looked at it. But strangely, I still can't understand the incantation on it. This kind of situation rarely happened to Xianxia. Even if there were 10 of those mysterious martial skills, it was right to think so. However, now that he had gathered all 7 of them, he could see some clues no matter what. However, Xianxia couldn't understand it. He always felt that although the incantations on these pages were coherent, they didn't match the words spoken in front of him. If he read the incantations together, he wouldn't be able to understand them at all. Dream Butterfly also came over to look at it for a while and asked curiously, "Aya, the words on it will move." "What?" Xianxia was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Really?" Xianxia only swept his eyes roughly, because he hadn't gathered all of them, so he hadn't studied them word by word. Now that Meng Dai said this, Xianxia felt that it was very strange. Meng Dai nodded her head forcefully. "Really? I have read the incantations on these pages many times. They are absolutely correct. Look at the text on the first page. There are 3 paragraphs in it. I wonder when they came to the 2nd and 5th pages. As for the words on the other pages, they also flew around randomly, crossing each other." So that's the case, Xianxia suddenly realized. It seems that if I don't gather all 10 of them, I'm afraid I won't be able to understand them at all. Hurry up and report your body size. After I've made your personal protective clothing, we'll hurry to the next floor. There probably won't be many heavenly profound sect disciples left on this floor that have escaped death. After several days of pursuing and killing, those disciples who had luckily escaped from the Saber Demon massacre had all fled the Devil's Sea in a sorry state. Few people dared to stay behind. Xianxia searched the next day for an entire night, but he didn't find a trace of another disciple of the heavenly profound sect. Meng Dai knew that her business was important, so she no longer stuck around with Xianxia and directly reported her size. It's quite great." After Xianxia heard the data, he lowered his head and began to sew the protective clothing. He said this intentionally or unintentionally. Dream Butterfly did not understand at first, but she lowered her head to look at her chest and her face immediately blushed. "Good! You've learned badly." Xianxia smiled and finally found an opportunity to take revenge on her. He enjoyed this rare moment of joy. After Xianxia had prepared her personal protective clothing, the 2 of them hurried towards the 8th floor. The 10,000 beast plane had already become less terrifying due to the rampage of the heavenly profound sect disciples. Could even be said to be extremely messy. The 2 of them didn't waste much time and immediately found the westernmost passageway of space and time and smoothly entered it. The 8th floor surprised Xianxia the most, because this floor was actually a barren ruin. It looked like an ancient battlefield. There were ruins everywhere, but they were uninhabited. There weren't any ghosts or demonic beasts at all. The 2 of them walked all the way to the entrance of the space-time passageway on the next floor without encountering any danger. "I didn't expect that. But this way," Dream Butterfly frowned. "I don't think I can find the page on this floor. I don't know if it was taken away by someone else or something. Try your best to find it. Little Sparrow, go to the south. We'll go to the north. We'll meet up here later." Xianxia was also a little unwilling. He had already gathered 7 pages. As long as he could not get one, the 7 pages would be equivalent to snatching them for nothing. Xianxia released the bird, while he carried the Dream Butterfly and swiftly swam north, but he still couldn't find it. This floor was a ruin, and there was no obstruction to sight. If he could not find it like this, then it meant that the pages on this floor had really been taken by someone. Meng Dai said, "Has there been a great battle here before? Perhaps that page was accidentally buried underground. Use your lightning vision to take a look." "Yes." Xianxia nodded. This kind of situation had happened before. There was an underground world hidden on the interlocking floor. It didn't matter if Xianxia didn't look. He looked down and his expression changed drastically. "What's the matter?" Meng Dai noticed Xianxia's expression and hurriedly asked. "There's a heavenly array here." Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. He pointed at the ground and said, "That formation actually occupies the entire 8th floor." "Ah!" Dream Butterfly was also stunned. "Such a large formation?" I have never even heard of it, but why didn't we trigger it after we entered? Xianxia frowned and said, I have to jump a little high to see more formations. With that, he jumped up from the ground and jumped 500 to 600 meters above the ground. From this height, he could see that the formation had an even larger area in his eyes. Xianxia observed for a moment before his body landed freely on the ground again. He said, This is not a trap, but a sealing formation. Dream Butterfly's forehead broke out in cold sweat. What is it that needs to be sealed with such a grand formation? That's truly amazing. One more thing is better than one less thing. It's better for us to leave this place as soon as possible, Xianxia said. However, Meng Dai grabbed Xianxia's arm and said, Aren't you willing to find out? Xianxia said, But this formation is clearly sealing some kind of vicious object. If we destroy the formation, we might release the thing sealed by the formation. Meng Dai said, Aya, you were too careful. This is the 8th floor. It was 240,000 years ago. Who cares what that formation seals? After so many years, I'm afraid it has weakened to the point where it doesn't look like it. What's there to be afraid of? What you said is reasonable. Xianxia thought for a moment. Not to mention some vicious creature, even if this place was sealed with a dragon, it would probably have already died of old age. How about this? I think the attributes of this formation are similar to those of the heavenly Dipper demon subduing array. The things sealed here are all evil spirits. I should be able to use the jade balance finger to complete the formation. I'll break a hole in the formation first and send you down. Then I'll complete the formation as soon as possible. As he spoke, Xianxia found a formation eye on the formation and quickly broke it. The moment the array eye was broken, the entire ground suddenly turned into a large mirror. Another world? Xianxia was stunned. He hurriedly put the dream butterfly into the mirror and said, Wait for me. After saying that, he also jumped into the mirror and pointed back. He used Yu Heng's finger to repair the array hole that had just been broken in an instant. The moment the two entered the mirror, the large mirror on the ground disappeared. However, in the world inside the mirror, Xianxia and Dream Butterfly could still see the ruins outside, but they could not be seen from the ruins outside. So miraculous! Dream Butterfly looked back and said, This place is exactly the same as the ruins outside. I wonder what the purpose of the formation was. It's different. Xianxia's face turned slightly pale. He blocked Dream Butterfly behind him and said, This world of ruins in the mirror is probably the real 8th floor. What do you mean? Dream Butterfly asked. Xianxia took a deep breath and took another 2 steps back, saying, When we look in the mirror, we are in the real world, and in the mirror is a reflective world. On this 8th floor, a senior expert used a grand formation to change the direction of the real world and the inverse movie and TV realm. I see, Dream Butterfly said. The empty ruins we passed just now are the reflection of the 8th floor, so we didn't encounter anything. But the 2 worlds outside the endoscope look exactly the same. How do you judge who is real and who is fake? Xianxia grasped the huge saber and said, Because there is something on this floor. What did you see? Meng Dai hurriedly asked. Lightning flashed through Xianxia's eyes as he described what he had seen to Dream Butterfly. Underneath this ground, there is a lot of death aura. This death aura is the exact opposite of the aura of life force, so I made this judgment. And in the center of the 8th floor, there is a huge death core belt. The death aura emitted there is the densest. Could it be some unknown evil creature or weapon? Let me prove it to you. Xianxia walked more than 10 meters forward. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to shake. Then, with a pew sound, a dead soldier came out from the ground. The soldier was still wearing his armor, but there was no flesh or blood on his body, leaving behind a skeleton. The skeletal soldier held a heavy saber in his hand and without saying a word, chopped towards Xianxia. Of course, he did not have any organs to speak to. Ah, how did you do it? Meng Dai covered her mouth in shock and said, A dead person can actually be revived? This is really against common sense. Clang. Xianxia clashed with the skeletal soldier and sent him flying. As the skeletal soldier withstood Xiang Nan's intense counterattack, his body immediately collapsed into chaotic bones in midair. These dead soldiers were resurrected by the evil creatures in this core region. I wonder what kind of evil creature it is. Let's go take a look and talk about it, Xiang Nan said, grasping the giant saber. Follow me. Don't walk in front of me. The two of them probed their way forward and walked more than 10 meters away. Skeletal soldiers emerged from the ground, and this time, 3 of them emerged. How deadly! Even the dead can be revived. It's hard to imagine what kind of power is controlling them. Xiang Nan rushed forward and killed the 3 skeletal soldiers one by one. Fortunately, these skeletal soldiers are not powerful either. Dream Butterfly patted her chest. The two of them continued to move forward. On their way, they encountered skeletal soldiers that had drilled out of the ground. Every time they encountered them, Xiang Nan would easily kill them with his giant saber. Xiang Nan estimated that it was about 500 kilometers from here to the core area where the evil creature was located, but they had only traveled 10 kilometers now. We have to run. Since these skeletal soldiers are not strong, we should lure them together and kill them together. Xiang Nan picked up the dream butterfly and ran towards the core of the 8th floor. Pooh! 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 A large number of skeletal soldiers emerged from the ground and quickly chased after him. The closer they got to the core region, the more skeletal soldiers they could drill out of the ground. By the time Xiang Nan ran 200 kilometers, the skeletal soldiers behind him had already followed a large black patch, numbering at least tens of thousands. Why don't we just ignore them and run straight to the core? If we can suppress that evil creature, these skeletal soldiers will naturally disintegrate. Meng Dai said. Yes, it's also a method. Xiang Nan turned around and saw that although the skeletal soldiers chasing after him were running fast, they were still much weaker than his own speed. Xiang Nan carried the dream butterfly and ran another 100 li. When he was about 200 li away from the core area, the ground in front of him suddenly shook drastically. Immediately after, a colossus that covered the sky and covered the sun soared into the sky from the ground. My God, what is that? Xiang Nan quickly stopped and shouted in shock. It was a giant skeletal bat that had a wingspan of more than 1,000 meters. This skeletal bat's wings were exactly the same as a living bat's, but its torso and head were pure skeletons. It doesn't seem too powerful, but it's just too huge. Xiang Nan took 2 deep breaths in a row. Even Xiang Nan was not mentally prepared for the sudden appearance of such a gigantic fellow. However, the giant bat did not attack Xiang Nan. Instead, it flew towards the rear of Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan and Dream Butterfly turned their heads and looked back. They saw that the bat that covered the sky suddenly descended and flew close to the ground. Tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers jumped onto the back of the bat. Holy shit! Run! Xiang Nan felt a thunderclap explode in his head. He had just run 4 to 5 kilometers when huge skeletal bats flew up from the ground in front of him on the left, and in front of him on the right. These big bats should be some kind of war mount. They don't have a strong offensive power, but they can carry a lot of soldiers. At this time, 10 large bats had already loaded their soldiers behind them and were chasing after Xiang Nan. Each bat had 3,000 skeletal soldiers on its back. 10 bats was 30,000. I can't escape. I'm going to be caught up. Xiang Nan slashed a blade at a bat behind him. However, the 10-meter radiance of his saber had hit the bat, and it didn't hurt or itch at all. The bat had a wingspan of 1,000 meters, and there was an extra 10 meters of penetrating wound on its body. It was simply unable to cause any damage. The azure dragon went out to sea, or the raptor's tail-waving saber light was about 40 to 50 meters long. However, a saber light of this length would probably require a dozen or so blades to tear apart a bat's wings. Stop running. The further you go, the more undead there will be. When the time comes, you'll be in trouble for attracting even larger monsters. Let's deal with these skeletal soldiers first. Xiang Nan was very decisive. He placed the dream butterfly on the ground, then leapt into the air and quickly pointed at the ground with a jade scale finger. Heavenly Arch. Heavenly Dipper. Heavenly Secret. The bats had already returned to the ground, and the black skeleton soldiers descended like a shower. As for Xiangnan's Heavenly Dipper Demon Subduing Array, it happened to be completed. Buzz! The 36 Heavenly Dipper Array eyes emitted intense sunlight, forming a gigantic pattern of Heavenly Dipper Big Dipper. Xiangnan intentionally opened the array eye of this array formation. The shape of the array formation was 100 meters tall, and the power of the array formation enveloped an astonishing distance of 5 kilometers. Once those skeletal bats flew into the power range of the Heavenly Dipper Demon Subduing Array, they would quickly lose a large amount of their strength, lose their ability to fly, and fall down from the sky. Prepare to fight! Xiangnan quickly retreated to Dream Butterfly's side. Looking at the skeletal soldiers after landing in the west, they actually formed a neat formation and rumbled towards Xiangnan in unison. Don't rush to make a move yet, Dream Butterfly whispered in Xiangnan's ear. Killing them with a raptor's tail is the most effective method. However, although your raptor's tail can fly hundreds of meters away, the strongest distance is around 50 to 100 meters. Let's wait for them to get closer. Rumble! Rumble! The skeletal soldiers were getting closer and closer. When they were still 150 meters away from Xiangnan, the first few rows of skeletal soldiers suddenly knelt on one knee, while the last few rows of skeletal soldiers ran forward for a short distance and threw the long hair in their hands over. Ranged soldier! Xiangnan's heart sank as he hurriedly condensed his Yuan Qi shield to wrap around himself and Dream Butterfly. Large amounts of spears fell from the sky. Rumble, 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 rumble. 1,000 spears, carrying the power of death, struck the Yuan Qi shield. Although Xiangnan's Yuan Qi shield was powerful, if he was hit by a large number of weapons, his Yuan Qi consumption would be terrifying. The accuracy of this first round of spears was incomparably high, actually hitting all of them. Xiangnan's Yuan Qi shield was immediately consumed by 4/5. There was only a thin layer left that could barely hold on. Again! Cried Dream Butterfly. After the skeletal soldiers launched a round of spears, they instantly switched to new spears and continued launching a second round of spears. Xiangnan hurriedly injected more Yuan Qi into his Yuan Qi shield. Rumble, 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 rumble. Another round of indiscriminate bombardment. Xiangnan barely managed to hold on. But this third time, 2 rows of crossbow soldiers suddenly moved out from the skeletal army to the left and right. That was a heavy crossbow. It was impossible to complete the firing with just 2 hands. Only 3 skeletal soldiers could complete the firing. 2 of the skeletal soldiers stepped on heavy crossbows with their feet. The third skeletal soldier pulled the arrow back with all his strength. Holy shit! We can't let them out. My shield will definitely not be able to block so many spears and heavy crossbows. Xiangnan flagged his horse and put on the posture of a fierce dragon wagging its tail. Thunder! Fierce dragon wagging its tail! He shouted. A gigantic azure dragon phantom appeared behind him. The moment the raptor was about to release its tail, Xiangnan swiftly executed the flash shadow step. His flash steps sent him flying 500 meters away and directly appeared in the army of the skeleton soldiers. Immediately after, a huge bolt of lightning saber light shot out. Countless skeletal soldiers were sliced at the waist and pieces of broken bones flew into the sky. However, in this round of killing, only 200 to 300 skeletal soldiers had been killed. According to this method of fighting, even if Xiangnan used up a few Yuan Qi, he might not be able to kill them all. They have been weakened by the Heavenly Dipper Demon Subduing Array. Use a more effective and energy-saving method to attack them. In the distance, Dream Butterfly shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Xiangnan immediately gave up on a martial skill that consumed even more Yuan Qi. Instead, he used ordinary Yuan Qi to chop down and kill the skeletal soldiers. The giant saber in his hand continuously slashed everywhere, and streaks of saber light crisscrossed each other as they flew out. However, those skeletal soldiers weren't living targets that could be slaughtered by others. They would definitely dodge. Although Xiangnan used a very short amount of time to chop out nearly 100 saber lights, the skeletal soldiers jumped up and down and were only struck by a dozen or so sabers. I told you to escape. Xiangnan quickly formed a seal and shouted, How lightning! Pooh! A mouthful of essence Qi sprayed out, and the essence Qi transformed into a ball of lightning that grew bigger and bigger. Xiang Nan originally planned to use the Thunderball to slow down the skeletal soldiers' movement speed and then kill them. Unexpectedly, that lightning actually crushed all the skeletal soldiers on the road into powder. Ha! Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the Heavenly Dipper Demon Subduing Array would be able to suppress these undead creatures to the point that they would be weakened to the point that they would even be killed by How Lightning. Exactly! Xiang Nan smiled and quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. He shouted, "Thunder King! Thunder Array!" The lightning array he had set up had a radius of 50 meters and a diameter of 100 meters. Within this 100-meter circle, a dense amount of lightning descended frantically. All the skeletal soldiers located in the area of the group lightning array were blasted into powder by the falling lightning. Xiang Nan led the group lightning array and began to run quickly. He always let the group lightning array follow him and place him in the center of the circle of the group lightning array. Wherever he passed, countless pieces of skeletal soldiers were shattered, and at the same time, he continuously blew out bolts of lightning. The lightning bolt was small at first, but then it got bigger and bigger. The skeletal soldiers who were close to Xiang Nan could dodge the lightning bolt, but they were killed by the group lightning array. The ball of lightning facing the skeleton soldier behind him was already an astonishing 100 meters in diameter. Every single bolt of lightning crushed the skeleton soldier on a conical fan road. The number of skeletal soldiers was rapidly decreasing 100, 200, 500, 900, 1,000 when Xiang Nan killed 5,000 skeletal soldiers. He had completely exhausted his Yuan Qi because he continued to maintain the Thunder Group formation. However, he wasn't afraid. He actually sat down cross-legged, using the divine weapon Heavenly Descent first, and then attracting the heavenly lightning to replenish his Yuan Qi. The weakened skeletal soldiers chopped down their weapons on Xiang Nan's body, but they were unable to break through his defenses. After Xiang Nan finished replenishing his body, another round of killing occurred, and another 5,000 skeletal soldiers were killed. After going back and forth like this, he made 6 consecutive rounds and finally annihilated all of the 30,000 skeletal soldiers. Ha! The Heavenly Dipper Demon Subduing Array is really good. I didn't expect it to be useful here. Dream Butterfly trotted over. Although Xiang Nan had attracted most of the firepower just now, some of the spears and bows had still hit Dream Butterfly. However, she was wearing an Earth-grade intermediate rank personal protective garment, and those small amounts of attacks could not pose a threat to her. There are less than 200 li left. I want to see what it is that is pestering these dead soldiers. Xiang Nan picked up the Dream Butterfly and continued running. Soldiers were glorious, but now they would die a terrible death. After their death, they would still be controlled by some evil creature, preventing them from transcending reincarnation. Xiang Nan slaughtered them, which could be considered giving them a ride. After the two of them ran another 50 kilometers, giant skeletal soldiers began to appear on the ground. These skeletal soldiers were generally over 5 meters tall. They definitely weren't this tall when they were alive. It's changed. Dream Butterfly cried out. These giant skeletal soldiers are too close to evil creatures. They have been corroded by evil energy for many years and have undergone strange changes. These giant skeletal soldiers are more than 2 to 3 times more powerful than those skeletal soldiers from before. Xiang Nan took a step back and chopped down with a blade light. The giant skeletal soldier actually used a weapon to block it. Lure more, and then set up the Heavenly Dipper Demon Subduing Array. Dream Butterfly whispered in Xiang Nan's ear. Xiang Nan immediately sped up, bypassing the giant skeleton soldier and continuing to run forward. More and more gigantic skeletal soldiers emerged from the ground and chased after them. After Xiang Nan ran for more than 10 miles, cavalry actually appeared in front of him. At this point, Xiang Nan was already unable to shake off the cavalry. He followed the previous method and set up a Heavenly Dipper Demon Subduing Array. Then, he killed many gigantic skeletal soldiers. After killing them all, they moved forward. At this moment, they were already 100 kilometers away from the core region. They were very close. When they arrived about 100 miles away, the skeletal beast armament appeared. Large amounts of giant skeletal soldiers owed a skeletal ferocious beast a hand. The skeletal ferocious beasts looked like some kind of dog, but they were more than 10 times larger than ordinary dogs. Each of them was 5 to 6 meters tall and over 10 meters long. The giant skeletal soldiers released the ropes in their hands, and large amounts of skeletal ferocious beasts immediately turned into afterimages and ran towards Xianxia. These ferocious beasts are fast, and there are over 1,000 of them. It will take a long time to hunt them down. Do you have any martial skills that have a wider range of attacks? Meng Dai asked. The skeletal beasts were scattered, and they didn't have a neat formation like soldiers. There really is. Xianxia put Dream Butterfly down. There's a martial skill that hasn't been used for a long time. It's just right to put it here. Xianxia quickly chopped out a large amount of saber light, forcing the skeletal beasts to dodge, and took the opportunity to set up another heavenly astral demon subduing array. Then he took a deep breath and punched forward, shouting, "Lightning trembled!" The lightning trembled and instantly emptied Xianxia's Yuan Qi. With Xianxia's current Yuan Qi content and Yuan Qi strength, the lightning trembled caused were extremely terrifying. Thunderclap shot out with a huge fan. The farther the fan-shaped Yuan Qi flew, the wider the area at the top of the fan would be. With this punch, the widest part of the fan had already reached an astonishing 2,000 meters. That was a blow that exhausted all of Xianxia's Yuan Qi. All the skeletal beasts were enveloped in it, instantly shattered into powder, and even the soldiers holding the skeletal beasts were killed. This move is very effective. Meng Dai smiled and said, "If I had known this, I would have used it when I killed those small skeletal soldiers. If you were asking, I would have forgotten this move." After Xianxia recovered his Yuan Qi with the heavenly lightning, he picked up the Dream Butterfly and continued. Although the lightning trembled waves were powerful, their attack range was too wide, and they were unable to concentrate their strength. For a single powerful enemy, this move would become a very weak point. There are still 50 li left, Meng Dai said. Xianxia was also calculating the distance. He knew that he was getting closer and closer to the evil creatures on this level. At this moment, a few skeletal soldiers with large axes suddenly emerged from the ground. These skeletal soldiers were already 10 meters tall, and they wore armor that covered an even wider area of their bodies. Skeletal General, Meng Dai said, "This is an elite soldier of the army. That big axe is specially used to kill the enemy heavy cavalry. These things are even stronger, but we are already very close to the evil creatures. There is no need to kill them. Let's expel them directly." "Yes." Xianxia raised his hand and released his heavenly pivot finger towards the skeletal generals. A Big Dipper phantom appeared behind him, and the first star lit up. Heavenly pivot fingers shot out one after another, causing the skeletal generals to disappear without a trace. "Once we destroy the evil creature, all the souls on this level will be freed," Meng Dai said. Xianxia carried her on his back and continued forward. When they were about 10 miles away from the evil creature, the ground started to shake again. Those were actually skeletal demonic beasts. Moreover, they were of the ancient era's rank. These things are not easy to fight. Xianxia pointed his heavenly pivot finger at a skeletal demonic beast, but he only bounced it 10 kilometers away. However, those demonic beasts were huge and soon ran back. "Lock!" Meng Dai said. The skeletal demonic beasts had already rushed over. Xianxia jumped high with the Dream Butterfly on his back and set up a gigantic heavenly astral demon subduing array on the ground to weaken the demonic beasts first. Afterwards, he used his heavenly jade finger to lock the skeletal demonic beasts in place. It would take a lot of effort to kill them, but locking them would be much easier. "Let's go." Xianxia no longer looked at the skeletal demonic beasts and directly carried the Dream Butterfly through the crowd of demonic beasts. "Once the Heavenly Dipper Demon Subduing Array is activated with my Yuan Qi strength, I can probably maintain it for more than an hour. That's enough." Xianxia analyzed it and came to this conclusion. "There are still 30 li left," Meng Dai said. At this point, more skeletal demonic beasts appeared, numbering in the hundreds. This time, I have to use a martial skill that consumes even more Yuan Qi to suppress them. Xianxia quickly retreated. As he retreated, he set up another Heavenly Dipper Demon Subduing Array. when the hundreds of skeletal demonic beasts entered the array range and were weakened. Xianxia condensed his yuan qi into his right hand and shouted, "Emoka pointed, Emoka finger." Thumb force shot out. An intense beam of flames swept through the army of demonic beasts whose defenses and speed were all weakened. These skeletal demonic beasts were unable to withstand the finger power of Emoka pointed, and were all cut off at the same time. However, this kind of finger power consumed too much yuan qi. When Xianxia finished shooting all the demonic beasts, his yuan qi had also reached its bottom. Fortunately, there are only a few hundred of them. If there are more than 1,000 of them, my yuan qi is really insufficient. Xianxia continued to activate the heavenly thunder to replenish his essence. The two of them moved forward again, getting closer and closer to the evil creature. There were still 20, 10, 5, and 3 li left. When the two of them were only 2 miles away from the evil creature, Xianxia finally found a stone tablet with the words, "Land of the Dead," written on it. "Look, there's something emitting black gas." Dream Butterfly pointed forward. Xianxia looked around and saw that there was something floating in the sky 2 miles away, and black gas continuously emitted from it. He used the lightning photoelectric eye to further increase the scope of his vision. With this glance, he could clearly see the evil creature. "It's a sword." Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. "It's actually a profound grade." Xian Bing. Dream Butterfly was also shocked. Such a high level? Weapons were divided into worldly spirit earth, heavenly profound Tao gods. Heavenly grade weapons were already relatively rare. I didn't expect to see an even rarer profound grade weapon here. "Look, there's an introduction to this sword on the stone stele," Meng Dai said. Indeed, on the stone tablet, there were still some small words below the 4 words, "Land of the Dead." This was once an ancient battlefield. When the two armies fought, an exceptionally talented expert from an evil sect appeared in one of the armies. The corrupt expert used a dead sword to continuously revive his soldiers, thus engaging in endless battles, causing the enemy soldiers to fall into endless bitter battles. There was also a righteous profound Tao expert in the enemy's army. After killing the evil sect profound Tao expert, he was unable to suppress the death sword. Even though the evil sect's mysterious Tao experts had died, the dead sword was still playing its role. The righteous mysterious Tao expert had tried to put away the death sword, but in the end, he discovered that the aura of death on this sword could corrode a person's will. Although the death sword was only a profound grade weapon, the aura of death on it was something that a living person would find difficult to endure. It wasn't difficult to take this sword away, but after the righteous expert of the profound Tao obtained his death, he discovered that his temperament had greatly changed and became increasingly brutal. Not only had he not been able to stop this horrible war, he had even gone berserk and started to massacre soldiers on both sides. There was no distinction between the enemy and us anymore. However, at this moment, the profound Tao expert still maintained a trace of his remaining rationality. He burned his own blood essence to keep himself awake for a moment. He also set up a huge demon sealing formation here, sealing all the soldiers, including the death sword, inside. At the very bottom of the text, there was a sentence left behind by the expert of the profound Tao. The qi of death could corrode all living beings, causing them to lose control and go crazy. Those who are not above the heavenly spirit 4 meridians must not easily retrieve their swords. If they see this, they should quickly retreat. Heavenly grade 4 meridians and above, that is to say, a heavenly grade 4 meridian and above talent can touch the death sword. Dream Butterfly moved her heart and said, "Although this sword is very strange, it is still a profound grade weapon. It's a pity that I gave up just like that." Xianxia had the same idea. First, he could take away the dead sword and free the souls that had been trapped here for countless years. In terms of selfishness, he came to the Devil Sea to search for treasures. If he didn't take any treasures, wouldn't he be too stupid? "Good brother, what is your innate talent and how many meridians do you have?" Meng Dai asked curiously. She really didn't care about these things before, so she didn't ask. "Heavenly grade lightning veins." Xianxia did not reveal the secret of his divine grade. He knew that he was still unable to let go of Xianxia's actions. That's a pity. Dream Butterfly shook her head. Xianxia said, not necessarily. The death sword contains the aura of death, but my lightning meridians is one of the attributes of light. It should have a considerable restraining effect on the aura of death. That's right. Sunshine, lightning, nature energy, Buddhist light, and so on are all attributes of light, and you can try it. Dream Butterfly became interested again. Let's go. Take a closer look. If it really doesn't work, there will be no regrets. Xianxia picked up the Dream Butterfly and started running towards the dead sword. However, when they were still a mile away from the death sword, Dream Butterfly suddenly began to vomit. What's wrong? The green flame poison has broken out again. Xianxia hurriedly put down the Dream Butterfly, but when he saw it, he discovered that it was not blood that the Dream Butterfly vomited, but a black viscous liquid. Not good. The aura of death is too close to you. It has already started to corrode creatures. Xianxia immediately thought of this and hurriedly brought Dream Butterfly back. When she retreated a mile away, Dream Butterfly's vomiting situation immediately improved. Indeed, Xianxia frowned. The Dream Butterfly gasped and said, the sword of the dead has not been subdued yet. At this moment, it is attacking all creatures that approach it as enemies. Only by subduing it will I be able to approach it. I just didn't expect that the aura of death to be so powerful that it could threaten even the living. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, it should be safer here. Wait for me. As he spoke, Xianxia put down the Dream Butterfly and walked forward alone. When he entered another mile, he did not feel any discomfort. He continued to walk more than 100 meters, and a huge creature suddenly climbed out from the ground. It was a mutated skeletal general. This general was already more than 10 meters tall. Xianxia raised his head to look and felt that the general had brought him tremendous visual pressure. Good brother, don't set up the formation, Dream Butterfly shouted from behind. Attack him with your normal attacks first, and then set up an array to attack him. Let's see how effective the Heavenly Dipper Demon subduing array can be. All right. Xianxia sensed that this skeletal general's realm was roughly above the good fortune realm. With Xianxia's realm, it was very difficult to make accurate judgments. But now, the skeletal general's strength was only at the 8th or 9th level of the origin realm. This was not because the Devil Sea was suppressing it, but because 240,000 years had passed. It had not undergone any cultivation, and its strength had already declined greatly. Xianxia rushed forward with the huge saber in his hand. He did not use the golden body that could not be broken, nor did he set up the Heavenly Dipper Demon subduing array. He condensed his Yuan Qi into the giant saber and jumped up towards the skeletal general, slashing down with his saber. The skeletal general held a saber in his hand, but his saber was only 5 meters long, while his height was 10 meters. This was because the weapon would not change and would grow. Clang! The 3-meter-tall saber collided with the 5-meter-tall saber, and Xianxia was instantly sent flying by the terrifying power. His men flipped more than a dozen times in the air. After landing, their feet still slid back 30 to 40 meters. They even felt a sweet throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What a powerful strength! Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The skeletal general held the horse knife in his hand and rushed towards Xianxia. Try this again. Xianxia roared and immediately released the vermilion bird's power, causing his physical strength to increase by 6 times. Clang! As the saber fell, Xianxia raised his saber to face it. The two broadsabers collided, but this time, Xianxia did not retreat a single step. He jumped up and kicked the skeletal general's chest. The power of this kick was extremely violent. However, the skeletal general was only kicked back 2 steps. Then, he came forward and swept 1,000 troops towards Xianxia. Raptors swing their tails. Xianxia also used a move, a martial skill that was very similar to sweeping through 1,000 troops. The two of them collided with each other again. This time, both Xianxia and the skeletal general took a few steps back at the same time, their bodies slightly unstable. Seeing this scene, Meng Dai's eyes widened in surprise. She thought to herself that Xiangnan's vermilion bird strength was already heaven-defying, could even crush half a demon's body across the border. Who would have thought that the battle with this skeletal general would be even? Yao Guang finger. When the skeletal general rushed up again, Xiangnan raised his hand and used his finger to pierce through the skeletal general's skeleton. Sure enough, the attribute of innate restraint is the best. Xiangnan nodded and said, I already know the strength of this skeletal general. Now, use the heavenly dipper demon subduing array to weaken him. As he spoke, Xiangnan jumped on the spot and quickly placed a heavenly dipper demon subduing array on the ground with Yu Heng's finger. When he landed, he simply withdrew his golden body and used his ordinary strength to fight against the skeletal general. However, at this moment, Xiangnan could still fight the skeletal general equally. So strong! Xiangnan's eyes flashed. The heavenly dipper demon subduing array can actually weaken dark creatures to such an extent. Alright, the experiment is over. Kill him directly. Meng Dai shouted. Yes. Xiangnan nodded and raised his hand. After hitting the skeletal general with that finger force, an explosion occurred on the spot, blasting the skeletal general to pieces. Xiangnan nodded and said, It seems that the priority of opposing attributes is higher than the suppression of power. Fortunately, I learned. Before Xiangnan could finish his words, the skeletal general's broken bones instantly reassembled and turned into a skeletal general. Resurrected! Xiangnan took half a step back and narrowed his eyes. Indeed, as the stone tablet said, the dead controlled by the death sword would have endless resurrection privileges. Yao Guang finger. Xiangnan shattered the skeletal general with another jade finger. Then, he rushed forward and stood at the center of the broken bones. On the spot, there was a quenching of the sun. The fierce sunlight descended and directly smashed into the broken bones, shattering them into powder. However, as soon as this action was completed, the powder instantly healed and turned into a skeletal general without even a second's use. Not dying like this? Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air. I know! Dream Butterfly shouted. The closer you get to the dead sword, the stronger the resurrection ability of the undead will be. That's why those skeletal soldiers hundreds of kilometers away from the death sword can be killed. The scope of the death sword's ability is still limited. Xiangnan took 2 steps back. Seeing the skeletal general rush up again, he released a heavenly jade finger at him. The heavenly jade finger turned into a light cord and locked the skeletal general to the ground, preventing him from breaking free. Xiangnan circled around the skeletal general and walked forward. Then 3 more skeletal generals climbed out from the ground. There was nothing to say. Xiangnan directly locked them up with his heavenly jade finger and continued forward. By the time Xiangnan was only 100 meters away from the Sword of the Dead, he had already locked down 33 skeletal generals. At this point, even Xiangnan himself began to be infected by the aura of the dead sword. Xiangnan suddenly had a very negative mood. That kind of mood made him feel the urge to commit suicide at any time. He only felt that at this moment. He remembered the suffering and sorrow of his previous life and his current life, and it was infinitely magnified. It was precisely this thought that filled Xiangnan with disappointment towards life, and he impulsively wanted to cut off his own life. Xiangnan immediately circulated the 9 Purities Cosmos skill and suppressed the suicidal thoughts in his heart. Be careful, Dream Butterfly shouted from behind. Although the stone steel says that you can resist the erosion of the aura of death by possessing a very high innate attribute, your realm is still too low. Yes. Xiangnan took a deep breath and took a few more steps forward. He discovered that with each step he took, the negative emotions brought about by the aura of death became more obvious. The senior who left the words on the stone steel probably didn't think that there would be a low-level martial artist who would have the chance to approach the dead sword. Therefore, the senior only mentioned talent, but didn't mention realm. Xiangnan was indeed an exception. If he didn't have the golden body unbreakable and heavenly dipper demon subduing array, he definitely wouldn't have been able to reach this place. There are still 80 meters left. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and continued forward. His heart was beating slower and slower, and his mood continued to fall. He circulated the 9 purities cosmos art at a faster speed to resist the aura of death. But when he reached 70 meters, he discovered that the 9 purities cosmos art was no longer able to hold on. Sun quenching. Xianxia raised his right hand and used the sun god technique to protect his mind. When the sun fell, Xianxia's negative emotions were greatly reduced. He heaved a sigh of relief and felt much better. Why don't I just stop wasting my energy with it? I'll just take it down in one fell swoop. Xianxia gritted his teeth and rushed over with a flash step, grabbing the hilt of the sword of the dead with his hand. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly felt that his life force was rapidly withering away at the speed of a dragon absorbing water. In less than 5 seconds, I'm afraid I'm going to die. Xianxia was shocked. He hurriedly jumped back and retreated 80 meters. However, he felt that his body was in a terrible state. He glanced at his hands and found that his hands were like withered bark, tightly clinging to his bones. He hurriedly pointed the blade of the giant saber at him. He took a look at himself and discovered that he had already turned into an old man of 70 or 80 years old. His head of black hair was already gray. Ah! Meng Dai covered her mouth in fright and cried, "No, let's not. Come back quickly." "No!" Xianxia gritted his teeth and shouted, "You must snatch back my lost years." No one could accept it. He was originally a 17-year-old boy, but in an instant he became an old man. If Xianxia gave up, the lost vitality would be wasted. "Damn it, Jade Light Finger!" Xianxia said angrily, "Follow me, right? I'll follow you to the end today." A gigantic Big Dipper phantom appeared behind Xianxia, and all 7 stars on it shone. A jade finger based on the power of the sun struck the sword of the dead. Buzz! The dead sword shook violently. On the pitch-black sword, white ripples were pointed out by the finger force, but the ripples immediately disappeared after they spread out. "One more finger!" Xianxia threw 7 or 8 fingers at the sword of the dead. When the sword of the dead was struck by the 8th finger, more black gas began to spread out. "Ja!" The black gas on the sword turned into a black undead and whistled towards Xianxia. The undead looked like a skeleton, but it didn't have a lower body. It only had a tail formed from black gas. Black gas filled the skeleton's entire body. As it flew over, the air it passed through left behind a black mark. "You actually know how to resist." Xianxia released a heavenly pivot finger and sent the undead flying. "Heavenly jade finger," Xianxia pointed out again. The finger power transformed into a light cord, binding the dead sword together. However, the dead sword only shook slightly, and the light cord immediately shattered into specks of light. "Quickly use the power of the vermilion bird," Meng Dai shouted in panic. Xianxia shook his head. "It's useless. Physical strength is meaningless to the aura of death." Meng Dai was too worried about Xianxia's safety, so much so that she forgot even the most basic common sense. "Ja!" The dead sword suddenly shook violently. In an instant, black gas covered the sky and covered the sun. The black gas transformed into thousands of phantom undead in the sky. Many undead circled in the sky, making this place look like a purgatory. "Too many, too many." Xianxia panted violently. After seeing the thousands of undead circling around for more than a dozen times, they rushed towards him. Xianxia no longer cared about anything. He only retreated quickly and pointed his heavenly jade finger at the undead, regardless of consumption. The finger power of the heavenly jade finger shot randomly, tightly locking down every undead that was hit by the finger power, and then Peng's voice was fixed to the ground. However, this heavenly finger was not as fast as Moka's index finger. Xianxia was already desperately releasing it, but it was still pierced through by the 2 undead. The 2 undead charged into Xianxia's chest and flew out from behind him, taking away a large amount of Xianxia's vitality. Spots of gray spots appeared on Xianxia's face as his gray hair withered and even began to fall. Xianxia knew that he was really careless this time. Since the sword of the dead was imprisoned on the 8th floor, it meant that it was truly extraordinary. However, relying on his divine talent, he conceded that he could subdue it, so much so that he had fallen to such a state. It was truly his own fault. However, at this moment, no matter how regretful Xiang Nan was, there was no turning back. He was already so old that even if he could escape, it would be much better than dying. Xiang Nan was truly on the verge of arrogance now, so he had no choice but to make cough. Xiang Nan bowed his body and coughed twice. Today, I will fight you to the death. Even if I die, I will be finished. Sun Sword Chi. Sun Sword Chi rushed out from between Xiang Nan's eyebrows, but the sword chi had only just appeared when it was forcefully suppressed by an invisible force. What's going on? Xiang Nan's heart sank. It was the magnificent formation on the 8th floor that suppressed the Sun Sword Chi. Why? Xiang Nan found it hard to believe and said, that formation can suppress the Sword of the Dead. But why is it that even my Sun Sword Chi can suppress it? Ah, could it be? Xiang Nan touched his face, and his heart was filled with emotions. It was definitely because he had been invaded by the Death Sword so badly that he had encountered 2 more undead piercing through his body, causing his body to also be stained with a large amount of death energy. Could it be that the formation had also judged him as a living being? Buzz, buzz. The Death Sword trembled again, still releasing a large amount of death energy. The black death energy floated into the sky, forming thousands of undead. I can't even release the Sun Sword Chi. What other means do I have to deal with it? Xiang Nan's heart sank. He knew that if he were to be pierced through by another undead, he would probably die of old age on the spot. Damn it! You're here to receive my tribulation as well. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and pointed at the dead man's sword with his unparalleled tribulation finger. To be honest, Xiang Nan didn't have any confidence that the tribulation-free finger could restrain the death sword. He was already desperate to do so. If he was unable to restrain the death sword and his cultivation realm was reduced, then he would truly be doomed to eternal calamity. Buzz! The black finger force instantly struck the death sword. Xiang Nan's heart rose to her throat, and Dream Butterfly also tightly grabbed onto the corner of her clothes. Large drops of cold sweat rolled down her forehead. In the first instant, the dead sword did not change at all, but in the second instant, the sword suddenly began to tremble at a high frequency. The moment the sword trembled, the undead condensed in the sky lost control. They all turned into deathly energy and floated towards the sky. Effective! Xiang Nan was delighted in his heart and shouted, "Is it good to be free from tribulation? You stinky and shameless!" Xiang Nan was also muddled with anger, and for some reason he began to curse at a weapon. Cultivating the tribulation-free finger was a kind of suicidal process. It was a state of wandering between life and death. In the dark, the phaseless tribulation finger and the dead sword had actually produced such a mysterious reaction. Xiang Nan took the opportunity to move forward and approach the sword of the dead. They didn't approach for real, but to test the power of the dead sword. Sure enough, Xiang Nan noticed that the power of the death sword had decreased by a portion. He walked 60 meters away from the death sword and felt the powerful aura of death resisting him again. Not honest? Give me another finger. Xiang Nan drew his fingers together and released another tribulation-free finger towards the dead sword. The frequency of the death sword trembling increased. Xiang Nan was at the 5th level of the Origin Return realm, and he could release the phaseless tribulation finger 9 times. In any case, he was going to fight to the death, so he didn't care about that much anymore. Keep going. When he reached 50 meters away, he was once again subjected to strong resistance. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck! You're still not honest. You can't see the coffin without shedding tears." The phaseless tribulation finger. Buzz! Another finger hit the dead sword. The frequency of the dead sword trembling had already begun to show afterimages. Xiang Nan walked 40 meters away and pointed again. When he reached 30 meters, he pointed again. 20 meters was still a finger. When he reached 10 meters, he continued pointing again. By the time he reached the death sword, the frequency of the death sword trembling was already frighteningly high, and it was shaking like a phantom. At this moment, Xiang Nan's phaseless tribulation finger had been used 8 times in a row, and his realm had also directly declined to the 1st level of Origin Return. If he used it again, he would directly fall to the mid-9th level of the Xiantian realm. In the end, The dead sword was no longer able to resist. The black gas on its body had completely disappeared, revealing a black sword. Xianxia grabbed the shoulders between the kings with one hand and closed his fingers. He used his fingertips to directly resist the blade of the sword of the dead and angrily said, "Do you want to try another finger? With this finger, the safekeeping will make you disappear into thin air." The sword of the dead let out a buzzing sound, causing it to tremble the most violently, and then it trembled again, returning to its previous frequency. "Give me back my lifespan," Xianxia said angrily. As the dead sword trembled, strands of green gas suddenly flew out. The green gas entered Xianxia's body, causing Xianxia's body to begin to rejuvenate. In just a few seconds, he returned to his 17-year-old appearance. "Ha ha!" Xianxia was overjoyed. He pulled out the dead sword and held it in his hand. He shouted, "Be honest or I will take your life at any time. Aren't you the sword of the dead? If you dare to resist again, I will really let you die." But then, Xianxia discovered something that made him unhappy. The dead sword was caught by him, but he did not have the feeling that he was connected to it. In other words, the sword of the dead was only defeated, but not subdued. "Makes you crazy." Xianxia took out the lightning talisman and stuck it on the sword. "I don't believe it. You're not afraid of divine lightning," he said. "Believe it or not, I'll blow you up right now." Actually, Xianxia did not possess this ability. He did not dare to unseal the white flame lightning. Otherwise, it would not be just the dead sword that would be shattered. However, it was clear that the dead sword did not know this. How could the sword of the dead have imagined that Xianxia had both the tribulation-free finger and the strongest divine lightning in the world? This time, it was completely convinced. "I feel it." Xianxia's eyes flashed with a bright light. He could feel the power of the dead sword. He could feel the endless aura of death inside the sword. That aura was the source of the power to revive the dead. Roar! Xianxia was infected by that boundless power. He roared with all his might and raised the sword of the dead high into the sky. At that moment, all the undead and skeletal generals that he had trapped earlier immediately quieted down. When Xianxia disbanded the heavenly jade finger, the skeletal generals and the phantom undead were even kneeling on the ground towards Xianxia, kneeling down to worship their new master. "Ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" Xianxia looked up and laughed. "The dead sword is mine. From now on, I can control the souls of the world." Meng Dai happily clapped her hands and said, "All right, all right, all right. Let's hurry back to the upper level and collect the 2 corpses of the flood dragons in the cave. Let them be your puppets." Xianxia shook the sword of the dead and used his will to control the sword. Sure enough, all the soldiers and undead trapped on the 8th floor were immediately freed. Undead souls flew out of the skeleton soldier's body and flew into the sky. Xianxia was happy in his heart. He strode to Dream Butterfly's side, hugged her fiercely in his arms, and kissed her fiercely. The Dream Butterfly's tongue had been sucked by Xianxia, but her eyes were filled with tears of joy as she desperately hugged Xianxia's thick arms. Boom! Xianxia and Dream Butterfly's mouths parted. He wiped the corners of his mouth and said, "Let's go. Go to the 7th floor to collect the remains of the flood dragon." The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled into an evil smile. He picked up the Dream Butterfly and ran wildly towards the mirror exit. Behind him were 2 crossed weapons, a 3-meter-long saber, and a 2-meter-long black sword. When they were about to approach the mirror exit, Dream Butterfly pointed to the sky and said, "Pages!" Xianxia looked around and smiled. "Get down!" Chong! The dead sword unsheathed flew out from behind Xianxia. He waved his sword and released the Chi of Death. The Chi of Death turned into a phantom undead and flew up to grab the page. Xianxia caught the page, but at the same time he found a bad place. The dead sword could manipulate dead creatures at will, and it didn't consume anything from Xianxia. However, if he used the Death Sword's aura to transform into an undead, then the Death Sword's aura would become vacant. In order to fill this vacancy, the Death Sword would backfire on the owner's vitality. Xianxia frowned. He thought to himself that this sword was truly evil. It actually dared to counterattack its master's vitality. This wasn't because the dead sword wanted to resist, but because it was one of its attributes. I've gathered 8 pages. I'm still 2 pages away. Dream Butterfly was very happy. Today's harvest was too great. Not only did he obtain the 8th page, he even obtained a rare profound weapon. Moreover, it was a very different type of profound weapon. Xianxia hugged the Dream Butterfly and jumped out of the mirror, arriving at the empty 8th floor. Then, he quickly returned to the space-time passageway and returned to the 7th floor. At this time, Xianxia's realm had already recovered. When he arrived at the 7th floor, he immediately comprehended all the ancient demonic beasts that had died on the 7th floor through the dead sword. This kind of power. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia raised his sword high and laughed wildly. Meng Dai looked at Xianxia curiously. There was something strange in her eyes, but she didn't say anything else. She just thought that Xianxia was too happy. On the 7th floor of the demonic sea, there were too many ancient demonic beasts that had died. Even the corpses of those demonic beasts were covered in mass graves, and there were at least 20 to 30 of them. The towering skeletons spread across the myriad beast plains, all of which were targets that Xianxia could resurrect. Ah, it's you, Xianxia. Suddenly, 2 panicked cries appeared in front of him. Xianxia looked around and saw that it was Xiaohui and Xinliang. These 2 fellows had yet to leave this floor. Run! And Xiaohui saw that something was wrong and immediately beckoned Xinliang to flee in the opposite direction. Flee? Where to? This entire floor is my territory. Xianxia raised the sword of the dead high up and shouted, "Resurrect the dead! Rumble, 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 rumble." The ground shook abruptly. Giant demonic beasts stood up from the ground. Some of the demonic beasts had just died, and their bodies were still covered in smelly minced meat. Some of the demonic beasts had died for many years, but they had also drilled out from dozens of meters underground. And Xiaohui and Xinliang were instantly paralyzed by what they saw. Hundreds of ancient skeletal demonic beasts surrounded the 2 of them. Such a spectacle was incomparably spectacular. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled into a wicked smile. He pointed at Xiaohui and said, "You, come here." And Xiaohui didn't dare to disobey and hurriedly walked to Xianxia with trembling eyes. Pa! Xianxia swung his hand and slapped Xiaohui, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Even the bridge of his nose was broken. Xianxia grabbed Xiaohui by the collar and shouted at his face, "Dream Butterfly is my woman. Previously, you tried to cause trouble for me 3 times, but you actually put my woman in danger. Die!" As he spoke, Xianxia threw Xiaohui away. 2 enormous ancient barbaric bull skeleton demonic beasts jumped at the same time. Boom! The heads of the 2 skeletal barbaric bulls collided, and it happened that Xiaohui was sandwiched between them. This time, Xiaohui didn't even have time to use his golden body before he was blown up on the spot. Ah! Seeing this, Xinliang screamed and ran away. Who? In the sky, a huge skeletal eagle flew towards Xinliang and grabbed him with its claws. The skeletal eagle flew close to the ground, throwing Xinliang directly in front of Xianxia. Scum! Xianxia condensed his golden body and stamped Xinliang's head to shreds on the spot. Come! Xianxia raised his right hand, and the skeletal eagle flew over, obediently prostrating beneath Xianxia's feet. Xianxia hugged the dream butterfly and jumped onto the back of the eagle. Let's go! Xianxia shook his finger at the mountain range. The skeletal eagle spread its wings and flew out with Xianxia and the other 2. On the back of the eagle, Dream Butterfly looked at Xianxia in confusion and said, "Xianxia, what's wrong with you?" "Me? I'm fine. I've never been better." Xianxia turned around and gently pinched Dream Butterfly's chin. He smiled and said, "Didn't you always call me good brothers before? Why are you calling me by my name now? Come, call me brother again." Meng Dai's expression changed slightly as she asked suspiciously, "Good brother? Ah, good girl, haha." Xianxia hugged Dream Butterfly and kissed her fiercely again. The skeletal eagle spread its wings over 100 meters long and flew at a frightening speed. It swept across the plains and cut through the sky. In less than 2 hours, he had returned to the top of the cave where his golden body was unbreakable. As soon as Xianxia retrieved the death sword, the skeletal eagle turned into bones and scattered down from the sky. The two of them landed back in the cave, and the corpses of the 2 flood dragons were still lying there. Xianxia shook the sword in his hand, and the corpses of the 2 flood dragons actually stood up. Even the heads that had been cut off had returned to their original positions. Not too good. Xianxia frowned and said, "These 2 flood dragons had to be at least at the Heaven Scryer realm or above before they died. Perhaps they were both at the 5th or 6th level of the Heaven Scryer realm. But they've been trapped here for too long, and they've been suppressed by that damned silver sword for too long. At this moment, they're only at the 7th or 8th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. However, it's better to have one than nothing. It's better than nothing." Xianxia thought for a moment. These 2 young flood dragons were more than 200 meters long, so it was impossible for them to fit into the storage ring. After pondering for a moment, he waved the dead sword. The flesh and blood of the 2 flood dragons immediately withered and turned into ashes. Immediately after, Xianxia jumped onto the head of a flood dragon and used his jade finger to bombard the flood dragon with indiscriminate bombardment, directly turning it into bone powder. "And this way you can put it into your storage ring." Xianxia nodded in satisfaction and blasted another skeletal flood dragon into powder. Afterwards, he put the bone powder of the 2 flood dragons into his storage ring. Dream Butterfly's eyes widened as she subconsciously took 2 steps back. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Don't worry," Xianxia smiled. "Even if they are blasted into powder, they can still be recovered by me at any time. I'm not referring to this matter." A strange look flashed through Meng Dai's eyes. "With your character, you wouldn't do such a brutal thing. Even if these 2 flood dragons are already dead, it's impossible for you to crush their bones into ashes." If Xianxia's killing and Xiao Hui and Xinliang could be interpreted as hatred, then his current style of shattering the skeletons of the 2 flood dragons was very different from his previous style. Dream Butterfly finally realized that the situation seemed to be a little off track. "Is that so?" Xianxia waved his hand. "People aren't ruthless. They can't stand. I was just too concerned about moral integrity, so I was constantly being bullied. Now, I'll see who dares to say no in front of me. Let's go." Xianxia picked up the Dream Butterfly and jumped out of the cave. The scattered skeletal eagle outside recovered and brought Xianxia back to the west. "Xianxia, your eyes. What happened to my eyes?" Xianxia suddenly turned around and said fiercely to Dream Butterfly. His eyes were already filled with obvious hostility. Dream Butterfly was so frightened that she took a few steps back and said, "Quickly stop using this sword. It's no problem for you to carry it, but the more you use it, the more you will be affected by it. Your current realm is too low. It's not enough to control its power perfectly. Don't let it take advantage of you." Once a weapon reached a certain level of strength, it was really possible for it to control its master. This had happened more than once in history. If a person's sword was too strong and his master did not possess sufficient strength, then his master would instead be driven by the sword and become a living human puppet called a sword slave. "Huh." Xianxia frowned slightly and said, "You sound like that's." Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, he saw 2 people running at top speed. "Dong Wuxiang, Mo Ru Shi, ha 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 ha." Xianxia held the sword in his hand and jumped down from the sky. Boom! Xianxia landed heavily in front of Dong Wuxiang and the other 2. This time, he didn't even care about Dream Butterfly. He only let Dream Butterfly sit on the back of the skeletal eagle and cross it in the air. Xianxia, Dong Wuxiang and Mo Ru were stunned at the same time. Dong Wuxiang's face immediately became ferocious as he shouted, "You actually dare to show yourself?" Xianxia looked at the 2 of them with a faint smile and said, "I've appeared. What can you do to me?" "Xianxia, return my son's life. Today, I will devour you alive." Dong Wuxiang roared hysterically. Xianxia spat. The old bastard raised a little bastard and the bitch raised a bitch man. What a pair of bastards. They all deserve to die. Little bastard, you still dare to say anything when you're about to die. Mo Rushi immediately waved his hands and began to use a strange technique. Xianxia leapt into the air and a large amount of ashes flew out of his storage ring. In less than a third of a second, the ashes condensed into two skeletal flood dragons. Xianxia stood on top of a flood dragon's head and looked proudly at Dong Wuxiang and the other two. My God! What the hell is this? Dong Wuxiang's face turned pale from fear. Damn it! Flood dragon! It's a flood dragon! Brother Dong, run! Mo Rushi's face had already turned pale from fear. She grabbed onto the absent-minded Dong Wuxiang and sprinted at full speed. You want to escape? With a finger from Xianxia's right hand, the two flood dragons immediately soared into the air and flew into the air. Xianxia looked up and smiled. Mo Rushi, I'm going to fry you, harmoniously, and then kill you today, so that you can die in happiness. Roar! A skeletal flood dragon opened its mouth and spat out a 10-meter diameter fireball. Dong Wuxiang had already reacted. He hugged Mo Rushi and threw himself to the left. The fireball spat out by the flood dragon exploded in front of the two of them. A terrifying wave of fire instantly sent Dong Wuxiang and the other two flying. Mo Ru was bloodshot from her 7 orifices and fainted on the spot. She was only at the 4th level of the heavenly Yuan realm and was suppressed by the skeletal flood dragon at the 7th to 8th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Dong Wuxiang was slightly better. He was at the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, so he didn't care about awakening Mo Rushi at this moment. He just hugged Mo Rushi and fled crazily. Can you escape? Xianxia raised his sword high. Rumble! Hundreds of ancient demonic beasts were resurrected from all directions. Those ancient demonic beasts either ran wildly or jumped towards Dong Wuxiang. Dong Wuxiang's pupils contracted. He felt his brain explode. He really couldn't understand the terrifying scenes that were happening in front of him. In Dong Wuxiang's eyes, it was as if the world had changed beyond his comprehension and had become the apocalypse in his heart. Ha 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 ha! Xianxia raised his head to the sky and laughed. His black hair fluttered in the air, emitting a blurry black gas. His face had already darkened, and his eyes were filled with black gas. His entire body emitted the scent of death, as if he had transformed into a death messenger. Heaven and earth! Only I am supreme! Xianxia raised the sword of the dead high up and let out a domineering roar. At that moment, the dead sword began to vibrate wildly. At that moment, within a radius of several hundred kilometers, all the ancient demonic beasts that had died had all climbed up. The entire myriad beast plains had become a land of death. Countless trees, flowers, and plants were withering away. The living ancient demonic beasts fled everywhere as if they had lost their lives. Roar! Roar! From every corner of the myriad beast plains, the undead army let out a heaven-shaking roar. Ah! This scene made Dong Wuxiang's mind almost collapse. He hugged his head with one hand and let out a desperate howl. Dong Wuxiang! Xianxia pointed his sword at his enemy and said, Today, I will toy with you to death. I will let you experience what it means to be unable to survive, to beg for death. Dong Wuxiang's eyes turned red and he angrily said, Xianxia, I will not stop with you until we die. That's what he said. But Dong Wuxiang took out a strange netherworld orchid pill and swallowed it. Immediately after, Dong Wuxiang's entire body burned with strange blue flames. Swift fire escape. Dong Wuxiang hugged Mo Rushi and turned into a blue flame. With a whoosh, it shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. In the air, there was a blue flame mark that was rapidly dissipating. Humph! Xianxia sneered. Search for me. Search the myriad beast plains for me, and search for Dong Wuxiang. This old dog chased me all the way. It's time to taste the taste of being chased. As he spoke, he commanded the flood dragon beneath his feet to fly up into the sky, maintaining a level with the skeletal eagle, and used his yuan qi to sweep the dream butterfly over. Little beauty! Xianxia's eyes flashed with greed. He pinched dream butterfly's chin and said, Didn't you always want me? Today I will do as you wish right here. on the head of this skeletal flood dragon. I want to take your body. As he spoke, Xianxia fiercely tore at Meng Dai's clothes. Let go of me. You bastard, you're not Xianxia. Let go of me. The dream butterfly shouted as she desperately resisted. Struggle. Ha ha ha. The more you struggle, the more excited I am. Xianxia's eyes were filled with black gas, and he was about to lose his mind. Meng Dai suddenly rolled her eyes and said, Good brother. My green flame poison is about to break out again. You don't want me to vomit all of us when we're having sex, do you? Quickly use the 9 Purities Cosmos skill to suppress the poison for me. After that, we'll be able to reunite in time. Xianxia frowned. There are many things. As he spoke, he subconsciously circulated the 9 Purities Cosmos skill. As a result, Xianxia's eyes suddenly brightened as he circulated the technique. He was completely stunned. Dream Butterfly rushed up and slapped him, shouting, Wake up! Ah! My hand! In Xianxia's eyes, there was a hint of clarity as he fought against the black gas. Quickly quench the sun! Dream Butterfly screamed. What? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. I'll let you temper the sun. Hurry up! Meng Dai cried out. Think of me. Think of your master Su Kaiwe. Think of you and your family. Ah! As if struck by lightning, Xianxia hurriedly raised his right hand and shouted, Divine Sun Technique! A fierce sunlight descended. This time, the sunlight actually knocked Xianxia on the head of the flood dragon. Xianxia let out a miserable scream, and half of the black gas in his body instantly evaporated. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he hurriedly got up and sat down cross-legged. He began to quickly circulate the 9 Purities universe art. Slowly, his consciousness became clearer and clearer, and the clarity in his eyes began to prevail. At this moment, the dead sword suddenly trembled. A sword soul suddenly rushed into Xianxia's forehead, wanting to forcefully take over Xianxia. In Xianxia's body, the divine grade lightning meridian's innate talent was instantly activated. Boom! The divine talent directly crushed the sword soul of the dead sword to the ground. The sword soul was so frightened that it was scared out of its wits, that it could not even be considered an ant in front of a divine talent. For the first time in its life, the death sword felt the fear of being crushed. It had never seen this rare talent before. Xianxia frowned and said, Get out! The sword soul immediately fled and returned to the body of the dead sword. Whoosh! Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and finally came to his senses. Dream Butterfly was so frightened that she repeatedly patted her chest. It was so close, so close. Xianxia looked at Dream Butterfly apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I was too complacent. I was almost dominated by the death sword. Fortunately, you were resourceful enough to deceive me into using the 9 Purities Cosmos skill. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dream Butterfly hurriedly grabbed Xianxia's wrist and said, Although this dead sword is powerful and willing to be used by you, your realm is really not enough. It's a bit too much for Origin Realm martial artists to use profound weapons. Yes, I know. Xianxia looked at the black sword in his hand and said, It actually wanted to dominate me just now. Do you want to destroy it? The dead sword began to tremble in fear. However, Xianxia shook his head again. He found that he could not do this. He did not have the ability to destroy a profound weapon. To be honest, he was somewhat reluctant to part with it. Take it. Meng Dai said, As long as you don't use it too much like today, it shouldn't be a problem if you use it a little. Yes. Xianxia nodded. This time it was really too much. After resurrecting so many demonic beasts, the more ruthless they were, the more they would be dominated. Xianxia directly stuffed the dead sword into his storage ring. This time, all the skeletal demonic beasts were disbanded, and the 2 of them also fell from the air. Xianxia put away the bone powder of the 2 flood dragons and said, I almost forgot about the little bird. Hurry up and go back to find it. The 2 of them hurriedly returned to the 8th floor. Pa! The little bird stood on Xianxia's shoulder and slapped Xianxia's face with the tip of its wings. It pointed at itself indignantly and then pointed at the sky. That means that I went to look for the page for you. But you left me here and didn't care. Slap you to death. You're shameless. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Sorry, little sparrow. There won't be another time. I promise. The little bird narrowed its eyes and a sinister cold light flashed. Then, it turned around and directly jumped onto Meng Dai's shoulder. Meng Dai smiled and hugged the little bird in her arms, comforting her gently. This little fellow is holding a grudge against me. Forget it. Let's go to the 9th floor. Dong Wuxiang didn't know where he had escaped to, let alone whether he would be able to find him again. Xianxia didn't want to waste too much time here, so he carried the dream butterfly all the way to the entrance of the space-time passageway and entered the 9th floor of the Devil's Sea. However, as soon as he entered the 9th floor, Xianxia felt his body sink. With a whoosh, the dragon blood saber sank into the ground, leaving only the hilt of the saber exposed. Xianxia, on the other hand, lost all of his yuan qi and was immediately brought to the ground by the dragon blood saber. What's the matter? Meng Dai was shocked. Why did you fall all of a sudden? My strength is gone. Xianxia curiously clenched his fists and discovered that his entire body was weak, no different from an ordinary person. Ah? Why is this happening? Is it a side effect of the dead sword? Meng Dai hurriedly asked. Xianxia shook his head. No, it's the problem with this floor. Look, there's a tall tower ahead. There's a stone tablet here. Let's take a look at the stone tablet first. There were 4 words written on the stone stele. The initial heart of martial arts. The two of them looked at the tower and discovered that there were 12 floors of the tower, and there was a space-time passage floating above the tower. Looks like you have to pedal the tower to enter the next floor. I wonder what the rules of this floor are. Let's go take a look first. Xianxia was puzzled. He subconsciously wanted to carry the dream butterfly. Meng Dai smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, You are an ordinary person like me. You don't need to carry it on your back. I'll walk on my own. Xianxia was helpless. He tried to pick up the dragon blood saber, but the result was that the dragon blood saber was extremely heavy. He pulled it out a few times, but the blade was still motionless. I can't even move a weapon. Xianxia sighed. He could only use the storage ring to block the hilt of the saber and directly suck the dragon blood saber into the storage ring. This world had a beautiful scenery, blue sky and white clouds. After passing through the oppressive space-time zone S in the first few floors, the two of them felt very depressed. Now that they had arrived at this floor, their moods were much broader. The two of them walked curiously, chatting about the situation here, and unknowingly arrived in front of the tower. On the first floor of the 12-story tower, there was the main entrance to the tower. On top of the tower, there was a huge plaque with a large word Wu written on it in gold. Xianxia and Dream Butterfly exchanged a glance before they stepped into the tower. The pagoda wasn't very tall, and each floor was only about 10 meters tall. However, it occupied a very large area. The space inside the pagoda was about 1,000 meters in diameter, and it was incomparably open. On the first floor of the tower, there was actually a middle-aged man dressed in a simple training uniform. Seeing this person, Xianxia and Meng Dai subconsciously stopped. Xianxia looked at the middle-aged man curiously and found that he was kind-eyed, had a wide nose and mouth, and had a face with Chinese characters. Although that person had a faint smile on his face, Xianxia could feel a sense of respect from this person. It was an unfathomable martial arts background. You are Xianxia asked doubtfully. Are you a passerby or the owner of this tower? The middle-aged man smiled and said, I, Bai Wuya, am the guardian of this martial tower. Bai Wuya! Xianxia and Dream Butterfly cried out at the same time, and their faces revealed the most shocked expression they had ever seen. Are you really Senior Bai Wuya? Xianxia looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief. Are you a living person or a dead person? Meng Dai opened her mouth wide and asked for a long time. The name Bai Wuya was too resounding. Almost everyone in the martial arts world knew about it. In the history of martial arts, Bai Wuya was considered to be the ancestor of martial arts and the pioneer of the entire martial arts world. Martial arts are all-encompassing and complex, with countless schools and styles. As for the exact time when martial Dao appeared, because it was too long ago, there was no way to verify it. However, from many ancient documents, Bai Wuya had the highest frequency of occurrence. It was said that there was already a martial Dao before Bai Wuya, but the martial Dao world before Bai Wuya was chaotic and did not form a complete system. It was recorded in the literature that there were heaven-shaking martial artists who reorganized the martial Dao in the world before they gave birth to a relatively complete martial Dao system for their descendants. The realms of martial artists were clearly divided, and those who had just entered the martial path had to comprehend the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, first temper their bodies, then enter the Xiantian realm, and so on. It was this Bai Wuya who discovered that after the weather, he could still condense Yuan Qi, and after Yuan Qi he could also condense the power of the heavens. It could be said that without this person, there would be no martial Dao today, so it was not too much to say that he was the founder of martial Dao. However, in the modern world of martial arts, there was still some controversy about who the founder of martial arts was. Some said that it was Bai Wuya, while others said that it was someone else. However, most martial arts scholars believed that Bai Wuya and a group of like-minded people had created a complete martial arts system together. But no matter what, Bai Wuya would definitely be involved. Therefore, any martial artist, even the most vicious, would worship Bai Wuya from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, Xianxia and Dream Butterfly discovered that they were fortunate enough to meet this martial ancestor. At that moment, Xianxia and Dream Butterfly were touched from the bottom of their hearts. This kind of touching had nothing to do with emotions, but was warmth towards the word martial. However, Meng Dai still had her doubts in her heart. This 9th floor should be a space-time zone from 270,000 years ago. However, according to the records, Bai Wuya seemed to be someone from 300,000 to 350,000 years old. Why would he appear here? As for Dream Butterfly's last question, Bai Wuya smiled and answered, I am not Bai Wuya's true self, but a remnant of my true self. I am here to welcome those who have passed through. Hearing this, Xianxia's heart relaxed a little. No wonder, how could someone live for hundreds of thousands of years without dying? Not everyone can petrify themselves like the queen of the desert. However, even so, Xianxia still admired it in his heart. Being able to condense a strand of discarnate consciousness into an adult form and speak was truly not simple. Then may I ask, what should we do here? Xianxia asked. Bai Wuya smiled and said, How do you understand the word martial? Apart from throwing away the dazzling Yuan Qi attacks, throwing away the steel-like body hardness, throwing away the medicinal pills, weapons, and other auxiliary factors, how many words are left in your hearts? Bai Wuya's words touched Xianxia deeply, and he fell into deep thought. Bai Wuya pointed to the 2 stairs behind him and said, You can choose not to enter this martial tower. There are 2 stairs on each floor. The stairs on the left lead directly to the top of the tower and into the space-time zone on the next floor. The stairs on the right lead to the 2nd floor of the martial tower. If you choose to enter the right staircase, you must defeat me. The martial tower has 12 floors. Every time you pass through one floor, you can obtain a corresponding level of martial skill. They are Mortal Grade 3, Spirit Grade 3, Earth Grade 3, and Heaven Grade 3. Heavenly Grade Xiang then took a deep breath and said, But this junior's aptitude is stupid. How dare you fight with this senior? Bai Wuya smiled faintly and said in a very modest tone, The difficulty of each floor of the martial tower has increased. I will not use my full strength. All right, I'll give it a try. Xianxia really wanted a higher grade martial skill, so it was naturally impossible for him to go to the left staircase. He walked in front of Bai Wuya, clasped his fists, bowed deeply, and respectfully said, Thanking my ancestor for his gift, I can obtain a brilliant path of martial arts in my future generations. Junior Xianxia, you dare to ask for a few moves from your ancestor today. I hope your ancestor can atone for your sins. Bai Wuya gently flicked his sleeves and said humbly, Today, you and I will only discuss martial arts, regardless of seniority or junior students. Let's do it. Facing Bai Wuya's attitude, Xianxia felt embarrassed and could only rush forward. Bai Wuya took a step forward and turned his right hand into a fist, attacking Xianxia's chest. Xiang Nan also took a step forward, but he was slightly behind. Instead, he inserted his upper body into Bai Wuya's right leg and tilted his upper body slightly to the right. He used his left arm to open Bai Wuya's arm, while his right elbow smashed into Bai Wuya's chest. Bai Wuya was knocked back 2 steps and said, "Good reaction. Please go to the second floor." "Ah? So simple?" Xiang Nan's eyes widened. He was originally prepared for a bitter battle, but he didn't expect that he would win in one move. "What about me?" Meng Dai obediently pointed at her nose and said, "Ancestor, I'm not going to pass. I'll just follow Xiang Nan. Okay?" Bai Wuya smiled gently and said, "Of course, but if that's the case, you will lose the qualifications to pass. Please go up, both of you." "Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy." Xiang Nan bowed to Bai Wuya again, then pulled Dream Butterfly to the right staircase. When they arrived at the second floor, they discovered that there was actually an identical Bai Wuya on the second floor. "Senior, I have offended you." Xiang Nan quickly walked towards Bai Wuya. On this level, there wouldn't be any unnecessary problems. After meeting, they would just fight directly. Bai Wuya smiled as he charged towards Xiang Nan and punched at him, his posture exactly the same as the first floor. Xiang Nan still used the same technique, opening Bai Wuya's left arm and using his right elbow to hit him. However, this time, Bai Wuya's left hand suddenly retracted to his chest and used his palm to support Xiang Nan's elbow. Then, his right fist turned into a tiger claw and grabbed towards Xiang Nan's neck. Xiang Nan dodged the tiger's claws with a short body. Then, he squatted down and charged forward. He used his shoulder to crash into Bai Wuya's embrace, knocking him back a few steps. "Good skill, please go to the third floor." Bai Wuya stopped and smiled. "The difficulty is increasing," Xiang Nan said as he walked up to the third floor with Dream Butterfly. Even now, Xiang Nan was still able to pass the test easily. The battle on the third floor was slightly more complicated than the battle on the second floor by 1.5 moves, but Xiang Nan still won easily and stepped onto the fourth floor. Next, Xiang Nan passed through the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors one by one. Each floor was more complicated than the one below. By the time he reached the 8th floor, the reward Xiang Nan had accumulated had already reached the Heaven rank elementary martial skill. It was on this floor that Xiang Nan discovered a large number of passers, all resting on the 8th floor. The arrival of Xiang Nan and the other two caused all those who had passed to look sideways. "So many people are trapped here." Dream Butterfly stuck out her tongue and said, "Looks like this floor is not easy to break through." Xiang Nan swept his gaze and discovered that there were about 30 to 40 people who had passed through the 8th floor. Some of these people had swollen noses and swollen faces, while others were sitting on the ground and resting in a dispirited manner. "Io, what a handsome woman!" Those who broke through stood up one after another and focused all their attention on Dream Butterfly. Seeing the malicious gazes of those people, Meng Dai quietly hid behind Xiang Nan. "After this daddy entered this damn devil sea, he suffered a lot all the way. I finally saw some beauty today." A sturdy man stood up and strode towards Xiang Nan. The strong man was 2 meters tall, a head taller than Xiang Nan. He stood in front of Xiang Nan, his stomach almost pressed against Xiang Nan's chest, and stared down at Xiang Nan's face with a provocative look. "Ha ha ha ha. Not only are there rewards for martial skills in this martial pagoda, are there also rewards for beauties?" Someone beside him teased him, causing him to roar with laughter. Indeed, this floor was filled with rude martial artists. Only Meng Dai was a woman, not to mention her outstanding beauty. "You old brat still behaves like this. The moment you see a beautiful girl, you can't help but feel your heart skip a beat. Haha, that's right. However, after you play with that girl, we brothers will also join in the fun and play together." Everyone burst into laughter again. The sturdy man shook his thick arm and said to Meng Dai, "Beauty, play with my brother." As he spoke, the burly man stretched out his right hand and reached out from the side of Xiang Nan's face to grab the Dream Butterfly. This action was extremely provocative. He clearly did this on purpose. He put on a posture to embarrass Xiang Nan and make him retreat. There was no shortage of scum anywhere, especially in the martial world, where scum was abundant. These people usually relied on themselves as martial artists. They were already used to being tyrannical and never did anything reasonable. Dream Butterfly hurriedly took 2 steps back to dodge the strong man's hand. At the same time, Xianxia grabbed the strong man's arm. The two of them happened to be very close, so he raised his leg and knocked his knee, hitting the strong man's lower abdomen. Xianxia's attack was extremely fierce and flowing without any delay. The sturdy man didn't react for a moment and was knocked down to his waist. Xianxia's hands protected the back of the burly man's head, and another knee collided with him, fiercely smashing into the burly man's face. Everyone had lost their martial Dao realm, and they were compared to a fighting spirit. In this aspect, Xianxia happened to be the most skilled. Xianxia's offensive movements were very coherent, and he quickly completed them in a short period of time. The sturdy man didn't even have time to react. His enormous body landed on the ground with a loud boom. Many martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air and felt their teeth turning sour. I was just messing with you? But you actually took it seriously? The 3 martial artists frowned as they stood up and approached Xianxia. Noisy? Haha. Xianxia walked up to the 3 martial artists and said, "If I didn't make a move, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as making a fuss." Fuck him. The 3 martial artists put on airs and were about to make a move. Xianxia took a step forward with his right leg and was ready to fight. At this moment, 2 shockingly thick arms suddenly poked out from behind the 3 martial artists. 2 palms the size of a washbasin grabbed the 2 martial artists respectively, and then one hand tossed the 2 martial artists away. Its strength was so great that it actually threw 2 sturdy adults on the wall 5 meters away with its bare hands. It fiercely smashed into the wall and fell to the ground again. At this moment, they did not have any cultivation realm. With this fall, they immediately rolled back and forth on the ground. They had difficulty breathing and their faces turned purple-red. The last martial artist hastily dodged to the right and quickly turned around. However, a thigh as thick as a pillar also swept over, sweeping across the last martial artist. With a muffled sound from Pong, it forcefully swept the martial artist away. The martial artist's spine was broken in midair, and after landing on the ground, he kept rolling his eyes. Damn! This daddy doesn't like these dogs. They bully the weak one by one, making people disdain them. The strong man who attacked appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia raised his head and saw that only by looking up could he see that person's face. So tall. It was actually a man who was 4 meters tall. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was astonishingly tall, and was definitely the only person Xianxia had ever seen in his life. Even when Xianglong was alive, he was not as strong or tall as this person. "Little brother, you have backbone." The astonishingly tall man gave Xianxia a thumbs up and said, "These bastards deserve to die." Xianxia looked up at the strong man in shock and said, "Demon race." The sturdy man laughed in a low voice. "I am a pure human. I was only whipped and tempered by my old master when I was young, and I was soaked 3 times a day in the potion mixed with the blood of demonic beasts. This is a bit taller than an ordinary person." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. "You're not just a little taller than ordinary people. Other than the demons, I've never seen such a sturdy man like you." Wu Yuanli Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out his right hand. "Oh? You are Xianxia." The sturdy man was shocked and said, "My name is Yuan Meng. I'm from the martial origin calendar ocean continent, the Star Sea sect." Yuan Meng also shook hands with Xianxia, but his palm was too big. Under this grip, he actually lost Xianxia's entire right hand. "So it's senior brother Yuan Meng." Xianxia was overjoyed. The Star Sea sect was the 3rd-ranked sect among the 8 great sects, and its power was only inferior to the Profound Sky sect and the Flying Cloud sect. More importantly, the Star Sea sect was the only sect in the top 4 that dared to challenge the Profound Sky sect. Their sect relationship was very close to the Howran sect. Yuan Meng was also very happy. He said in a low voice, "I heard of Xianxia's name long ago, but I didn't expect to meet him here. It seems that we have a lot of destiny." Yuan Meng patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, "Junior brother Xianxia, don't worry. With me here, No one dares to bully you. If anyone dares to say no, this daddy will tear him apart today. As he spoke, Yuan Meng turned his head and swept his sharp eyes across the crowd. The martial artists were all so frightened that they shrank their necks. Regardless of everyone's realm outside, a 4-meter-tall giant was definitely an invincible existence here. No one dared to provoke such a person. Senior brother Yuan Meng, are you also here to explore the Devil Sea? Xianxia asked an idiot question. Yuan Meng roared and laughed loudly. The profound sky sect is so arrogant, actually challenging the 6 great sections. This time I came out specifically to train. In a year I will go to the profound sky sect to defeat them. What? Xianxia was confused when he heard this. The profound sky sect challenged the 6 great sects? Yuan Mengqi said, didn't you know that there used to be a martial arts ranking competition between the 8 great sects? But this year, the profound sky sect invited the other 6 great sects to fight in the profound sky sect in a year's time. However, this time, it is not a chaotic battle between the 8 sects. Instead, the profound sky sect is challenging the 6 sections. So arrogant? Xianxia was stunned. This kind of thing was unprecedented. The profound sky sect is about to show its might. Meng Dai nodded thoughtfully and said, last time, they interfered in the joint examination of the 12 sects of the Haoran sect and failed. It was obvious that they had come, directly challenging the 6 great sects. If the heavenly profound sect wins this battle, then all the martial artists in the world will truly have nothing to say. Yes, the heavenly profound sect is truly mad to the extreme, Yuan Meng said angrily. Even when Bai Mukin was still alive, they didn't dare to do this. I heard that this time, Xian Qingzhu's proud disciples will also participate in the battle. What's his name again? Oh yes, the disciple of the black-green bamboo is called Yu Donghai. Xian Qingzhu threatened. Yu Donghai is a rare genius of the profound sky sect in 100 years. Furthermore, his potential in martial arts has surpassed Bai Mukin. Isn't Bai Mukin from the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians? Could there be someone with more talent than him? Meng Dieki said. Yuan Meng scratched his head and said, I'm not sure. I heard that Yu Donghai is a 7 extreme pulse. He has 3 heaven-grade meridians and 4 earth-grade meridians. As for the 7 extremes pulse and the heavenly spirit 5 meridians, I'm afraid the heavenly spirit 5 meridians are more powerful. However, the potential of martial arts can not only depend on talent, but also on individuals. Right? Yuan Meng looked at Xianxia and said, the profound sky sect is secretly looking for you. It is said that they have issued a death order and must capture you alive. You have to be careful. Last time you defeated the people from the profound sky sect. I'm afraid they won't let you participate in the challenge alive this time. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The reason why the profound sky sect wanted to find him wasn't because he had defeated Xianglong and the others, but because he had mastered the tribulation-free finger. Xianxia thought to himself, if the profound sky sect was going to challenge the 6 great sects a year later, would he still need to help the Azure Underworld sect? It had been 8 to 9 months since he had arrived in the western regions. In 3 months, the entrance exam for the Azure Underworld sect in the Red Earth continent was about to begin. By the way, senior brother Yuan Meng, when did the profound sky sect issue the challenge? Xianxia suddenly thought of a question of time. Yuan Meng thought for a moment and said, it was about 6 months ago before I came to Blue Tide Continent. Ah, that means the challenge will start in half a year. Xianxia patted his forehead and thought to himself, indeed, Yuan Meng was too careless. He only said that the Heavenly Profound Sex Challenge Tournament had agreed on a 1-year period. But he didn't say when it was agreed. Oh, right. There are still about 6 months left. Yuan Meng nodded repeatedly. Then I still have to go. Xianxia mumbled to himself. The entrance exam of the Azure Underworld sect would not be cancelled. It seemed that he had to go there again. Junior brother Xianxia, take a break. I'll go challenge Bai Wuya and see if he can reach the 9th floor. Yuan Meng greeted him and walked towards Bai Wuya. Taking advantage of this rare leisure time, Xianxia tried his best to adjust his mood and began to think about the words in his heart. Meng Dai stared at Xiang Nan curiously, as if he had something to say to her. Xiang Nan pondered for a long time before he said to Dream Butterfly, "Perhaps I have to say goodbye to you in advance." Ah! As if struck by lightning, Meng Dai hurriedly grabbed Xiang Nan's arm and said anxiously, I'll go wherever you go. I'm reluctant to part ways with you. The days of parting were always approaching. In fact, Dream Butterfly had a premonition long ago. After crossing the Devil's Sea, everyone had to part ways. However, Meng Dai had always been unwilling to think about this matter. As long as she thought about it, she felt extremely distressed. Xiang Nan gently hugged Meng Dai in her arms and said, "Actually, I'm reluctant to part with you. I've been protecting you these days. I don't know if you'll be fine without me. Although you are at the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, you are always fond of all kinds of situations. The first time I saw you, you were lying in the snow and almost died." Meng Dai was already crying in Xiang Nan's arms. She choked up and said, "In this world, only you and Master are the best to me. I don't want to be separated from you." Xiang Nan rubbed Dream Butterfly's hair and said, "Be good. Don't cry. It's not like we'll never meet again. I'll go to the 9 Firmaments continent in 6 months. It won't be too late for us to see each other then. 6 months is very short. It's a long time for me. 6 months is very long. 6 days is very long. 6 hours is also very long. I don't want to part with you for a minute." Dream Butterfly clutched Xiang Nan's arm tightly. Xiang Nan smiled and said, "Silly girl. I can't get rid of the remaining green fire poison in your body. You have to go back and find your master to help you. Secondly, I also want to return to the nature sect. You can't follow me back to the sect. Trust me, I will definitely go to the 9 Firmaments continent in 6 months. Let's meet again then. Okay?" Dream Butterfly didn't know what to say, but at least this result was acceptable. Although it would take half a year to separate, it wasn't a farewell. She could only nod her head in grievance. "All right then, with me following you, it will always be a burden to you. Then you must be careful yourself." "Yes," Xiang Nan said. "After you leave the Devil's Sea, you will go directly to the people of your heavenly devil sect. I will immediately set off to return to the Haoyan Empire. I wonder what the 10th floor of the Devil's Sea is like. I wonder if I have the chance to say goodbye to you, so I can only say it first." At this time, Yuan Meng had already fought with Bai Wuya for dozens of rounds, and the two of them were still fighting. Meng Dai was reluctant to part with Xiang Nan in her heart, so she could only seize this final time together with all her might. She didn't care about anything, nor did she care how many floors others could reach, nor what martial skills she could obtain here. She only stared at Xiang Nan's face in a daze, wanting to imprint his appearance deeply into her heart. Looks like senior brother Yuan Meng won't be able to hold on any longer. Xiang Nan held Dream Butterfly in one hand and observed the battle between Yuan Meng and Bai Wuya. Yuan Meng was a typical strength-type martial artist. The strongest method he used to defeat the enemy was to suppress his strength. Even if the enemy and I did not have a martial arts realm, Yuan Meng's innate strength would give him a huge advantage. However, this advantage was negligible in front of Bai Wuya. "Who?" Yuan Meng swept his whip leg over, and Bai Wuya squatted slightly to dodge his leg. He then used his right hand to push Yuan Meng's leg. This time, Yuan Meng's strength was out of control. His body suddenly tilted, and he was swept down by Bai Wuya, causing him to fall to the ground. "Damn, what the hell?" Yuan Meng jumped up angrily and shouted, "I'm invincible outside. Today, I can't even break through this mere 8th floor." Seeing this, the rest of the martial artists were also Rabbit's Death and Fox's Sorrow. They were all afraid of Yuan Meng, but since even Yuan Meng could not defeat Bai Wuya on this level, didn't they say that they were even more hopeless? "Junior brother Xiang Nan, do you want to try? I'll take care of this little girl for you." Yuan Meng walked back angrily, still sulking at himself. Xiang Nan smiled and said, "Haha, senior brother Yuan Meng, don't worry too much. To you, this martial tower isn't fair at all. You have received strength training since you were young, but your strength is useless here. There is no way you can display your true strength." "Ha!" Yuan Meng was happy. He patted Xiang Nan's shoulder with his big hand and said, "Brother Xiang Nan, you are still a professional. I really appreciate your words." By this time, Yuan Meng had changed the name of Xiang Nan from junior brother to old brother. "I'm telling the truth. All right, I'll go meet Senior White." Xiang Nan handed the dream butterfly to Yuan Meng to take care of, while he walked towards Bai Wuya. "Senior Bai Wuya, I have offended you." Xiang Nan cupped his fists and cupped his hands towards Bai Wuya, then pressed his body closer to Bai Wuya. On this level, Bai Wuya's movements were ingenious, varied, and his reaction speed was astonishingly fast. Fighting was not something that could be won by simply copying the moves in a memorized manner. Whether it was a martial skill or a move, they needed to use it flexibly. They could even display it in different ways at different times. Bai Wuya shook his body. He pushed Xiang Nan's shoulder with his left hand, stepped on Xiang Nan's knee with his right foot, and leapt into the air. He wrapped his right hand around Xiang Nan's neck, and his body jumped over Xiang Nan's head, jumping behind Xiang Nan. He wanted to use the power of jumping and tumbling to throw Xiang Nan out. "Beautiful!" Xiang Nan couldn't help but shout hello. When Bai Wuya crossed over his head, he already knew what was going to happen next. He even performed a backflip on the spot. This time, Bai Wuya's power of jumping and swinging was neutralized. The two of them jumped up and down like this, and after landing on the ground, they actually turned into Xiang Nan standing behind Bai Wuya. Xiang Nan used his left elbow to hold Bai Wuya's back from behind, and his right hand to wrap around Bai Wuya's neck. "Senior, you've lost." All the martial artists present widened their eyes. Why do these two feel like they're dancing when they're fighting? A martial artist opened his mouth wide in shock. Yuan Meng clapped his hands in shock and cheered. "Flowing clouds, flowing water, success in one breath. I've practiced martial arts all year round, and I almost forgot to fight. It's also so beautiful." Meng Dai said proudly. Of course, this kind of battle is different from the indiscriminate bombardment of Yuan Qi martial skills. It is a kind of beauty of martial arts. My brother Xiang Nan is the best in any field of martial arts. And I'm convinced. Yuan Meng nodded. "I heard that Xiang Nan is powerful, but I thought that his Lei Mai talent is very strong. That's why he is invincible. It doesn't seem like so today. I admire you. I admire you." Bai Wuya cupped his hands at Xiang Nan and said, "Reaction is flexible. You know how to adapt. Your judgment is accurate. Very good. Please go up." Xiang Nan thanked her with a smile and waved to Dream Butterfly. "Let's go to the 9th floor." "Motherfucker, I want to go too." Yuan Meng waved his arm and said, "I can't beat Bai Wuya anyway. I'll follow you to the 9th floor to watch the battle." "Ah? Then we should go as well." When the other martial artists heard this, they also expressed their desire to follow. Bai Wuya smiled and nodded. Watching other people's battles can also enhance your understanding of martial arts. Everyone has already chosen to lose the qualifications to challenge them. "Please." Xiang Nan and Dream Butterfly both went upstairs. The remaining martial artists knew that they had no chance of winning, so they gave up their qualifications on their own. After receiving a mid-grade local-grade martial skill, one of them followed Xiang Nan to the 9th floor. Meng Dai whispered in Xiang Nan's ear, "We've won the 8th floor, and we've already secured a high-grade local-grade martial skill. Come on." Xiang Nan was the only challenger left on this floor, so there was nothing else to say. Xiang Nan walked directly towards Bai Wuya on the 9th floor. "Senior, I have offended you." Xiang Nan cupped his fists and cupped his hands, then quickly attacked Bai Wuya. Xiang Nan's move was very simple. It was an ordinary punch, but at the same time, it was also a one-handedly probing move, in order to explore Bai Wuya's path. Bai Wuya stood there quietly, smiling quietly. He didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. When Xiang Nan's fist attacked, he still stood there and smiled. Until Xiang Nan's fist whistled past. It was only 2 to 3 inches away from Bai Wuya's face and almost smashed into him. Only then did Bai Wuya suddenly move. His body moved at a rapid speed. He used his left hand to support his right wrist, and his right hand directly smashed into Xiang Nan's stomach. This time, he knocked Xiang Nan back 4 or 5 steps. "Ah!" Senior is cheating, Dream Butterfly hurriedly shouted. You used a speed that ordinary people do not possess. Is there? Bai Wuya smiled. No. Xiangnan clutched his stomach and took a deep breath. He felt that his stomach hurt badly, but he himself denied Meng Dai's statement. Bai Wuya smiled as he walked towards Xiangnan and said, an ordinary person's speed is limited, but there are actually many ways to surpass this limit and reach the limit. Bai Wuya threw a palm at Xiangnan. The speed of this palm was extremely slow. Xiangnan wrapped his left hand around Bai Wuya's arm, but the palm that Bai Wuya pushed out suddenly accelerated, hitting Xiangnan's chest in an instant. Xiangnan was knocked back a few steps, feeling stuffy in his chest. At this moment, everyone felt that Bai Wuya was cheating. His speed was too fast. He was simply like a body-tempering first-layer martial artist. How could an ordinary person be able to do such a speed? Do you understand? Bai Wuya smiled at Xiangnan. The two of them seemed to be competing in martial arts, but it was more like Bai Wuya was pointing at Xiangnan. Xiangnan suddenly came to a realization and said happily, Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Yes. Bai Wuya's face revealed a look of admiration. You've comprehended it very quickly. A martial artist's moves are varied, but that doesn't mean that every move must injure the enemy. Sometimes, the purpose of a single move is not to harm your enemy, but to gather momentum, in order to be able to use the next move better. It's like a high jump, Xiangnan said happily. The action of squatting is not to leave the ground, but to accumulate strength so that I can jump higher next. Bai Wuya kicked at Xiangnan and said, Nowadays, martial artists are too eager for quick success and instant benefits. They strive to defeat their enemies in every move, but in reality, occasionally relaxing it will have an unexpected effect. Xiangnan took half a step back and used his right hand to touch Bai Wuya's right leg. At this moment, Bai Wuya's body suddenly soared into the air. The leg he kicked over could only be considered half a move. Next, he jumped up and swung his right leg to drive the whip leg of his left leg. This was the complete move. With the first half of the attack, the left whip leg of the second half of the attack became as fast as a shadow. As for Xiangnan's right hand, it was also half a move. When Bai Wuya's whip leg came over, Xiangnan's extended right hand suddenly slashed downwards. This stroke pushed his body down, and it immediately produced a rapid shoulder collision. Pong! The whip leg hit Xiangnan's right shoulder, and Xiangnan's right shoulder hit Bai Wuya. The two of them took a few steps back at the same time. Again, Xiangnan greeted him excitedly. Hand feeling is very important to a battle. Once you find it, you will find the rhythm. Next, the two of them changed their moves and kept attacking each other. In their moves, there were real moves hidden within the virtual moves, and half of them were buried within the real moves. Everyone was dazzled. In that complicated battle, they were simply unable to distinguish between Xiangnan and Bai Wuya's moves. Which move was really to injure the enemy, and which move was only to draw out the next move faster. My God! Yuan Meng's eyes went straight. I just thought that fighting is when you hit me, I beat you, the more straight back and forth, the more effective. Who knew there would be so much attention? Really opened the horizons. Sometimes Bai Wuya's moves, 2 moves in a row, or even 3 moves in a row, were all to draw out Xiangnan's next move so that he could better decipher Xiangnan's moves. As for Xiangnan, he was also learning very quickly. He was constantly absorbing experience in battle, and he felt that his entire body's rhythm had been mobilized. After more than 30 moves, Xiangnan finally found an opportunity. When his right fist struck, Bai Wuya blocked it with his left arm. At this moment, Xiangnan suddenly changed his stance and hugged Bai Wuya's arm with both of his hands. He fell heavily over his shoulder and threw Bai Wuya far away. You win. Bai Wuya landed lightly on the ground and smiled. Please go up. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. This junior has benefited endlessly. Xiangnan was happy in his heart, partly because he had passed the test, but more because he had learned better combat skills. Bai Wuya smiled and said, Ordinary people can use this principle in battles. The same goes for martial artists. You need to master it yourself and make good use of it. Yes. Xianxia bowed and took Dream Butterfly to the 10th floor. The rest of the martial artists didn't react for a long time. By the time they woke up, Xianxia, Mengdai, and Yuan Meng had already walked halfway up the stairs. Let's go, let's go. Let's see what the next floor looks like. Several martial artists hurriedly chased after him. Just as Bai Wuya said, it doesn't matter if you lose. You can also watch and learn if you lose. Most of the time, watching from the sidelines may not necessarily allow you to learn other people's fighting skills, but it can increase your knowledge. When you encounter such an opponent the next time, you will at least be mentally prepared. Even if you lose, you will know where you have lost. The thing a martial artist feared the most was not the so-called bottleneck, but the fact that he didn't know where he should go and how many shortcomings he still had. Good brother, we have already secured a heaven rank elementary martial skill. Meng Dai happily held Xianxia's arm and said, even if you lose the next 10th floor, we won't be in vain. Yeah, brother, you've earned it this time. Yuan Meng was also very happy, but was sincerely happy for Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, when I get the martial skill, I'll copy a copy for big brother Yuan Meng. Let's learn it together. Yuan Meng laughed loudly. Good boy. He is a straightforward man. I have always liked people like you who are honest and have no selfish intentions. I really like you more and more. What kind of concept was a heaven rank elementary martial skill? Xianxia was actually willing to share it with others. Just this bosom alone won Yuan Meng unlimited favorable impression. The 10th floor. Meng Dai, big brother Yuan Meng, please wait a moment. I'll go challenge you. Xianxia put down a sentence and walked towards Bai Wuya on this floor. Senior, please. Xianxia cupped his fists. Bai Wuya nodded and smiled. Please. Just as the two finished speaking, Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned cold as he took half a step back. However, Bai Wuya didn't move at all. He just stood there and smiled. This scene confused the spectators. They didn't know what Xianxia was doing. Xianxia took a deep breath and stepped forward to continue confronting Bai Wuya. However, cold sweat broke out on Xianxia's forehead. Without warning, Xianxia suddenly threw a punch to the left, but this punch was in the air, and Bai Wuya didn't move at all. Brother Xianxia, what are you doing? Could it be that Bai Wuya used some kind of bewitching technique? Yuan Meng scratched his head and said in a muffled voice, why does it feel like he's been fooled by an illusion? Meng Dai thoughtfully stroked her chin, unable to say why. Then, Xianxia and Bai Wuya confronted each other, but neither of them made a move. They watched quietly like this. After a full minute of stalemate, Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air and took 3 steps back. This Xianxia's expression paled in shock. This is called momentum, Bai Wuya smiled. You guys should also feel it. Bai Wuya said, in order to expand the scope of power, I must raise my martial arts realm and envelop you as well. As he spoke, Bai Wuya raised his martial arts realm to the Tianyuan realm. Immediately after, Bai Wuya's gaze suddenly turned sharp. As for the martial artists present, they all felt that they were being enveloped by a threat of death, and they all took a few steps back in panic. Some of the weaker martial artists even fell to the ground in fear. What is this? Everyone was shocked. Bai Wuya clearly didn't make a move. Bai Wuya withdrew his cultivation and explained with a smile. When a fierce tiger stands in front of you and makes a pouncing motion, you know it might pounce at any moment. At this time, with just a little wind and grass around you, you will react like a frightened bird, panicking and making subconscious reactions. This is the simplest way to understand momentum, and also the most basic form of expression. However, what can a martial artist do to rise to a higher level? As he spoke, Bai Wuya took a step closer to Xianxia, while Xianxia felt the muscles in his body contract. His body continuously retreated a few steps. This action of his was completely subconscious. Bai Wuya said, when a well-trained killer stands near you, he doesn't even need to look at you. You can feel a great calamity coming. Potential can penetrate into your subconscious and force out your movements fundamentally, disrupting your actions and judgments and disrupting your battle rhythm. In other words, it gives you the illusion of your body, the illusion of your muscles' memories, and makes the wrong judgment. Physical illusions are easy to understand, but only martial artists can understand muscle memory. Muscle memory is neither memory nor skill. For example, a martial artist often fights with people and forms habits. One day, when a person makes an offensive move towards him, his brain does not need to go through complicated judgments and give orders, and his body will automatically counterattack, defend, and dodge. Potential is useless against ordinary people, but it is very useful to martial artists like you. Bai Wuya smiled and approached Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan kept retreating. He wanted to make a move 3 or 4 times, but he felt that the timing was wrong. If the timing wasn't right, then it would be better not to make a move. But at this moment, Xiang Nan kept retreating. He was already on the verge of retreating to the wall. He could only clench his teeth and quickly attack Bai Wuya. Wrong timing, no judgment at all. Bai Wuya shook his body and slammed his shoulder heavily into Xiang Nan's chest, knocking Xiang Nan against the wall. Bai Wuya turned around and walked towards the center of the arena. If you don't even know what you want to accomplish with this move, why do you believe that you can defeat your enemy with this blind move? He said. It's better not to punch than to punch for the sake of punching. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and returned to the center with Bai Wuya. Again, Bai Wuya extended his right hand to Xiang Nan and made a please gesture. Xiang Nan took 3 deep breaths in a row, then stretched out a hand towards Bai Wuya, wanting to grab Bai Wuya's shoulder. But in an instant, he felt that Bai Wuya was going to block his arm and even grab onto his wrist. This time, Xiang Nan quickly retaliated, changing the movement of his hand to an elbow-to-elbow collision. He wanted to break Bai Wuya apart to grab his right hand. But in reality, Bai Wuya didn't do anything. When Xiang Nan made this series of ridiculous movements, Bai Wuya only gently pushed Xiang Nan's shoulder and pushed Xiang Nan back a few steps. Don't trust your muscular memory, Bai Wuya said. It will bring you unexpected results in the early stages of martial arts. But when you encounter stronger enemies, it will become a burden to you. What you need to do now is to see through my momentum. You need to calm down and not disturb your heart for all things. Xiang Nan was enlightened. He immediately sat down cross-legged and entered into a long meditation. 3 or 4 hours later, Xiang Nan finally stood up. At the same time, an unprecedented determination appeared in his eyes. This time, Xiang Nan and Bai Wuya finally exchanged blows. The two of them were the same as the previous floor, fighting in different styles. 30 to 40 rounds later, Xiang Nan used a sidekick to kick Bai Wuya away. You win. Bai Wuya smiled and walked back to his original position. This works? Then I can do it too. An unconvinced martial artist walked towards Bai Wuya and said, This junior also wants to learn 2 moves. Didn't you just ignore everything and start fighting? If you hit me, I'll fight back. If you don't hit me, I won't make wild guesses. Please. Bai Wuya smiled at the martial artist and extended his right hand. If you don't move, don't even try to trick me into moving. The martial artist stared at Bai Wuya. Bai Wuya smiled. If you don't move, I'll move. As he spoke, Bai Wuya threw a punch at the martial artist. The martial artist was overjoyed and said, If you punch me, I'll punch you. As he spoke, the martial artist directly kicked out, attempting to kick Bai Wuya's arm away with his foot. But in reality, Bai Wuya didn't punch at all. He only shook his shoulder, allowing the martial artist to judge that Bai Wuya was about to punch. The truth was that Bai Wuya used his right hand to grab the kicking wrist of the martial artist and casually tossed it. The martial artist was thrown half a meter away, and Peng Yi fell backwards. Ah! The martial artist jumped up and shouted, How could that be? Didn't you hit me with your fist just now? That's what you think. Bai Wuya smiled. Potential is not deceiving people with fake actions. Take your time to comprehend it. Bai Wuya looked at Xiang Nan and said, You can already see through the disturbance of the momentum and make more accurate judgments. However, learning the momentum is not a one-day and one-night thing. After you leave, you need to practice more. Understanding, seeing through, and learning are 2 different things, and learning is also different from learning essence. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Xiang Nan felt that he had benefited greatly. He bowed to Bai Wuya and stepped onto the 11th floor. Brother, can you also use momentum to influence us now? This technique is too frightening. It can make people judge wrongly. Yuan Meng thought of what had happened just now, and he still felt that it was unbelievable. Xiangnan shook his head. I know how to release the momentum, but it's only the beginning. I still need a lot of practical combat skills to strengthen it. As he spoke, Xiangnan extended his right hand to Yuan Meng and said, Big brother Yuan Meng. Ha! Yuan Meng felt strange in his heart. He didn't know why Xiangnan suddenly shook hands with him, but he also handed over his right hand. In the end, Xiangnan and Meng Dai both laughed. Looking at themselves again, they could only stretch out their hands. Xiangnan did not move at all. Cough, ha! This Yuan Meng suddenly felt embarrassed. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and pretended to scratch his head. His head is itchy. Just scratching. I'm still very basic. I can only deceive people with simple actions. I can't make the enemy feel like they're facing a great enemy. Xiangnan said. On the 11th floor there was also Bai Wuya, but the situation here was a little different. There was a small wooden table in the middle of the arena, and Bai Wuya was sitting behind the wooden table, calmly writing. The walls around this floor were filled with calligraphy posters. Some of those words were dragon flying and phoenix dancing, and some of them were full-blown, soft and rigid. The style of the words on the wall was different. Good word. Xiangnan admired the calligraphy and couldn't help but praise. Senior White's writing has already had the style of a great family. Haha. When you're bored, play with it. You can't go up on the stage. Bai Wuya put down his brush and stood up with a smile. Senior, please, Xiangnan said. Please. Bai Wuya walked out of the wooden table and faced Xiangnan. After the two saluted each other, they quickly clashed. At the beginning, Xiangnan felt confident and fought back and forth with Bai Wuya. But after 3 or 4 moves, Xiangnan began to feel that something was wrong. The more he fought, the more awkward he felt. He always felt that in front of Bai Wuya, his moves were like a child living in a family, very childish and too vulgar. Pong! Bai Wuya kicked Xiangnan back and smiled. Again, Xiangnan gritted his teeth and rushed forward to continue fighting. However, after 2 or 3 moves, Xiangnan became increasingly unconfident. No matter how he fought, he felt that his opponent's moves were 1,000 times more exquisite than his own. However, in reality, Bai Wuya's moves were ordinary, and there weren't any profound changes in them. This feeling made Xiangnan feel extremely awkward. He felt that his punch was wrong, and his kick was wrong. Pong! Bai Wuya punched Xiangnan back a few steps, causing his shoulders to turn sour. How could this be? Xiangnan's eyes revealed an inexplicable shock. This shock was not because he was afraid of Bai Wuya, but because he felt that everything he had learned in his life was in vain. How do you feel? Bai Wuya asked with a smile. Xiangnan said, I feel like a child who has just learned how to write, showing off in front of a calligraphy master. This is called rhyme. Bai Wuya put his hands behind his back and said, Calligraphy is an action. Battle is also an action. Calligraphy can be concealed in it, and battle moves can be used in the same way. As he spoke, Bai Wuya walked towards the wall. There were 2 long white papers hanging there. Bai Wuya waved his ink pen and drew a descending tiger on the first piece of white paper. This tiger flower was vivid and even looked like it was real. It seems. Everyone clapped their hands and applauded. Bai Wuya smiled. Then, he drew on the second piece of white paper. He also drew a fierce tiger descending the mountain. However, the tiger's strokes were very simple, and its lines were much more concise. The amount of ink used was only 1/3 of that of the first painting at most. However, after this brief tiger appeared, everyone's expressions changed. This simple fierce tiger actually carried a kind of tiger's might. It was as if the ferocious tiger was about to pounce down and bite everyone at any moment. Compared to the first painting, which looked more like a ferocious tiger, everyone felt that this first painting was too boring. Bai Wuya turned to Xiangnan and smiled. Which painting do you think is better? Xiangnan pointed at the second painting and said, This. Bai Wuya smiled and asked, Why? The first painting was obviously more serious and more similar. Xianxia said thoughtfully, although the first painting is similar, it has no spirituality. Although the second painting is simpler, it already outlines the charm of a fierce tiger. Ah, I understand. Understood? Come, let's fight again. Wuxia waved his hand. Xianxia's face turned red with excitement. He only felt that his trip to the martial tower had yielded quite a lot, allowing his understanding of the word martial to rise to a new level. In this way, Xianxia and Wuxia only fought for a dozen moves before losing the battle. Senior, what should I do to make my moves have charm? Xianxia humbly asked for advice. Then Wuxia said, why is it that even if a person imitates the brush and ink of a calligraphy master, even if they imitate exactly the same brush and ink, they are not as precious as the real original works? Wuxia waved his hand and wrote down 2 words. The words on these 2 words were identical not only in their structural style, but also in their strokes. Dragons coiling around tigers. The 2 words were all these 4 words. Which one is good? Wuxia raised the 2 words at the same time. The one on the right is good. Xianxia pointed to the handwriting on the right and said, I don't know why, but I just feel that the word on the right is alive, and the word on the left is dead. Wuxia nodded and said, because of the words on the left, I write tigers for tigers, dragons for dragons. The word on the right, I'm writing to write dragon crouching tiger crouching. It's like a martial skill move. Wuxia made 3 consecutive strikes and said, whether it's active offense or passive defense, it's all like writing. It's written in strokes. The only thing you want to accomplish is this word. You used a stroke to stack up a word. Only when you have a complete picture scroll hidden in your heart, when you write, will you not be heading towards one word, but towards the whole word. Wuxia threw 3 more strikes at the air and said, what is the purpose of these 3 strikes? Just to make a move. When you are fighting, if you only use your moves based on your own reaction and the enemy's attacks, then your moves will be stiff and boring. The words are flat and the martial arts are 3-dimensional. The words have a rhyme, and the martial arts also have a martial arts charm. A battle without charm is dead. A battle with charm is alive. Come. Xianxia was humbly taught and walked forward to fight with Wuxia. As the 2 of them fought, Wuxia pointed at Xianxia. Wuxia said, I'll give you a target. Within 5 moves, force me to jump up. Xianxia nodded excitedly. He immediately attacked Wuxia 3 times, but he didn't reach his goal. In the last 2 moves, Xianxia tried his best to force Wuxia to jump, but he failed in the end. Now, I will force you to jump up in 3 moves. Wuxia faintly smiled and abruptly collided with Xianxia. Facing this attack, Xianxia only had 2 ways to crack it. The first was to directly collide with each other head-on, and the second was to dodge. Or he could dodge first and then push Wuxia's shoulder. However, no matter how hard they fought, there were only 2 prerequisites. One was to clash head-on and the other was to dodge. Xianxia noticed that Wuxia had collided with him first. If he did, he wouldn't have time to complete the collision posture, so he could only dodge horizontally. But when Xianxia moved his leg horizontally, one of his legs had already left the ground, and Wuxia suddenly lowered his body and swept down the road towards Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked and naturally jumped up. Ah! After Xianxia landed on the ground, his heart skipped a beat, and he said, I lost. Wuxia smiled and said, calligraphy has charm. Chess also has flag charm. He waved his hand and used his yuan qi to set up a chessboard in the air, which was covered with black and white pieces. Wuxia used both of his fingers to pick up a black spot and said, every black spot I have landed on is not purely for this step, but for the entire chess game, because I am laying out. Perhaps this move doesn't seem meaningful now, and it is easy to crack. But what if you take a few more steps? You will find that you have unknowingly fallen into my trap, and even your own thoughts have become a chess piece of mine. Ah, I understand. Xianxia suddenly woke up from his shock. Originally, calligraphy, chess, and fighting seemed to be different, but the truth was the same. In a martial artist's battle, moves were compared. A skilled move was greater than an unfamiliar move, while a skill was greater than a skilled move. Exquisiteness was greater than skill, and charm was greater than subtlety. Come on. Bai Wuya waved his hand and made a pleased gesture. Xiang Nan immediately rushed forward and fought with Bai Wuya. From this time onwards, Xiang Nan's battle was not just for one move, but for one of his big goals. This big goal can't be foolishly characterized as defeating the other party, but rather more accurately, such as a punch to the temple of the other party. Directly hitting the temples was easy to crack. After all, people only had their hands and feet. No matter how nimble their moves were, they couldn't jump out of the frame of their hands and feet. But what if every move was prepared for the next move, and the next move was to hit the enemy's temples? All right, the more Bai Wuya fought, the brighter his eyes became. Although your charm is still shallow, you already understand. Ha! Senior. My move is alive. I really feel it. Xiang Nan was overjoyed. Bai Wuya smiled and took 2 steps back, saying, "Please go up." Xiang Nan was stunned and said, But I haven't defeated Senior yet." Bai Wuya smiled and said, "The purpose of the martial tower is to impart knowledge, not to stop it. Martial charm needs to be precipitated. Could it be that I really want to trap you here for decades? Wait for your martial charm to surpass mine? Why don't you explore the vast world? That's your bigger picture scroll." Xiang Nan was moved and bowed deeply to Bai Wuya. This time he bowed to the ground. "What do you mean a martial grandmaster?" "Fuck." Yuan Meng gave a thumbs up and said, "Today, I finally understand. This is the real martial grandmaster. That's what you said, but you should be a little more careful with your words. Okay?" Meng Dai glared at Yuan Meng. Oh. Yuan Meng scratched his head and laughed. "I'm used to it. I'm sorry. What kind of style should a true grandmaster possess? Could it be that he could be considered a grandmaster just because he was powerful?" Bai Wuya not only taught Xiang Nan a lesson in martial arts, he also taught him a lesson in Dao heart. At first, the onlookers were envious of Xiang Nan and felt that Xiang Nan was lucky to obtain a higher grade martial skill. It was only now that everyone was convinced. If they were allowed to replace Xiang Nan, they would definitely not be able to do this for Xiang Nan. Time to go to the last floor. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and couldn't wait to pull Dream Butterfly up, but now he couldn't wait any longer. He wasn't just greedy for high-grade martial skills, because the martial Dao that Bai Wuya taught him was even more precious than the martial skill itself. The 12th floor of the martial tower. It was still Bai Wuya who stood there quietly, his face always carrying a humble and kind smile. He did not feel proud of his special status. Xiang Nan cupped his fists at Bai Wuya and said, "Senior, this junior has come to seek advice again." Bai Wuya smiled and said, "That's good. I have already taught you everything you can about the Tao of martialism. You only need to be flexible and apply it to your Tao of martialism. On this level, I will not test your martial arts, but your Tao heart." Bai Wuya put his hands behind his back and said, "A persistent heart of martial arts is like the source of river water. If the water supply is cut off, then even if the river is brave, it will eventually dry up. Senior, please give me some pointers." Xiang Nan said respectfully. "If this floor passes," Meng Dai grabbed Yuan Meng's arm and said excitedly, "then my good brother will be able to obtain a high-grade heavenly grade martial skill." High-grade heavenly grade Yuan Meng was also fascinated. Heavenly grade martial skills are already extremely rare, and high-grade ones are even rarer. "Come, sit." Bai Wuya made a pleased gesture to Xiang Nan and sat down cross-legged first. Xiang Nan lifted his robe and waved it back, making it easier for Bai Wuya to sit opposite him. Bai Wuya waved his hand, and a wooden table appeared between the two of them. He waved his hand again, and a teapot and 3 teacups appeared on the wooden table. Bai Wuya filled his first cup with tea and said, "What is a Tao heart? What does a Tao heart mean to a martial artist? What are you abandoning? What are you unable to let go? What are you persisting in? What are you unable to see through? The path of martial Tao is full of tribulations. Will you be able to walk to the end without fear of hardships and dangers? The path of martial Tao is so tempting. Can you be consistent and not forget your heart? Please. Bai Wuya handed the first cup of tea to Xianxia. Xianxia respectfully took the teacup with both hands and drank all the tea in one gulp. In that instant, Xianxia suddenly felt the sky spin, and then he discovered that he had appeared in a wilderness. Xianxia no longer knew who he was. He no longer had any memories, nor did he know his own situation. He only saw two paths ahead of him. At this moment, a voice sounded. There are two paths ahead. The path on the right leads to the martial path. You only need to walk to the end to find your martial heart. Can you hold on? The path on the left leads to mediocrity. If you don't have confidence in your martial arts, go to the left and let go of your martial arts heart. Xiangxia's eyes suddenly became firm as he thought to himself, this isn't easy. I just need to ignore it and grind my teeth and walk on the right path. No matter what happens, I will never look back. The voice suddenly remembered, you can still turn back on the right path, but once you step on the left path, you will never have a chance to turn back again. Xianxia nodded and headed straight for the right path. In a trance, he could feel that as long as he reached the end of the right path, he would be able to find what he wanted. But when he reached the fork in the road, a baby crying in its infancy suddenly appeared on the left side of the road. Xianxia frowned. He looked at the baby and found that there was no one around. If he didn't care about him, the baby would definitely not survive the cold night. He gritted his teeth and stepped onto the right path without hesitation, continuing forward. He knew that he was getting closer and closer to what he wanted, but the sound of the baby crying behind him was getting weaker and weaker. At this point, Xianxia finally couldn't stand the condemnation of his conscience. He returned and came to a fork in the road. If we go this way, there will be no turning back. But if I don't go, the baby will die of cold and hunger. He made a difficult decision and looked at the left and right paths. On the right was the glory he wanted, and on the left was the torture of conscience that he couldn't help but face. Finally, Xianxia sighed and said, I can't do it. I'm sorry. With that, he stepped onto the left side of the road and held the infant in his arms. However, when he looked back, the right side of the road had already disappeared. Suddenly, Xianxia woke up. He remembered who he was. Across from him, Bai Wuya was still sitting there with a smile on his face. Xianxia woke up as if he had just woken up from a dream. It turned out that the scene he had just experienced was a test given to him by Bai Wuya. Bai Wuya smiled and said, no problem, you have 3 chances. Please. Bai Wuya filled the second cup of tea and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia was ruthless this time. No matter what happened again, he had to endure the test. He took the teacup with both hands and drank it all in one gulp. He was in a daze and found himself standing on a mountain road. He knew nothing about who he was and why he was here, whether he went up the mountain or down the mountain. A voice suddenly appeared. There is your martial arts on the mountain. You only need to step on the mountain peak to find your persistent Tao heart. Below the mountain is an ordinary world. You only need to take a step down and there will be no turning back. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain. He saw that he was only 100 meters away from the top of the mountain. This was a simple journey for him. I want to go up. Xianxia's eyes were firm as he said, there is a Tao that I am pursuing. He took the first step forward and discovered that he was 1 step closer to his Tao. He took the second step and felt that the Tao became even more intense. At this moment, a series of painful groans came from the road below. Xianxia turned around and saw an old man cutting wood lying on the way down the hill. The old man's beard was already gray, but now he was being bitten by a wolf on his left leg. The old man let out a weak scream and stretched out his right hand towards Xianxia, hoping that Xianxia could save him. Xianxia raised his head to look at the path up the mountain, then lowered his head to look at the path down the mountain. He still decided to walk up. This time, no matter what happened, he would not waver. However, at this moment, the more he walked up, the stronger his Tao heart became. At the same time, he also felt very painful in his heart. He carried an unforgivable sense of duty, which was questioning his conscience. The path of martial Tao is full of tribulations, and there are always some choices. Sometimes, only by abandoning some things can one obtain a shortcut to the peak of martial Tao. Could it be that this is what I want to give up? Could it be that I want something that I want to exchange for at such a price? Xianxia shook his head fiercely and said, I can't do it. I want to reach the peak of martial arts, but I can't let my conscience down. He gritted his teeth and quickly walked down the mountain. He chased away the wild wolf and carried the old man down the mountain without hesitation. Xianxia took a deep breath and woke up. In front of him was still the laughing Bai Wuya. Facing the two empty teacups on the table, Xianxia smiled self-deprecatingly and could only let out a long sigh. Bai Wuya smiled and said, No problem, you still have one last chance. Please. Bai Wuya filled the third cup with tea and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia took it with both hands and was about to drink it. At this moment, Dream Butterfly suddenly cried out, Xianxia, don't be fooled by the illusions. Everything you've experienced is fake. You must remember what you want. No matter what happens, just grind your teeth and make your choice. How did you know that he had experienced an illusion? Yuan Meng looked at Dream Butterfly strangely. Meng Dai said, Don't you understand that Senior Bai Wuya is using illusions to test Xianxia's Dao heart? I don't know what happened to Xianxia, but it's obvious that he failed the first 2 times. Oh right, it's an illusion. Yuan Meng also came to a sudden realization and shouted to Xianxia, Brother, you don't need to remember anything. You just need to remember this sentence. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. Don't forget these words. Xianxia nodded and raised his teacup with both hands, drinking all the tea in one gulp. After his mind drifted for a moment, he discovered that he was standing on a mountain peak. Below the mountain was an endless sea of flames, and in the sky was a sky filled with multicolored light. Xianxia looked towards the sky. There was a beautiful world in the sky. In that world, the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. Everyone had a satisfied smile on their faces. The sea of fire below the mountain was a world of sorrow. The people there were burned and tormented by the blazing fire all day long. In the darkness, a voice appeared. A path to heaven. After you set foot on it, you chose to live in a happy world. From now on, there will be no worries. A path to the sea. After you descend, you chose to suffer for the rest of your life. From now on, you will not be able to escape. 2 light steps appeared on top of the mountain, one leading to the sky and the other to the sea of fire. Xianxia raised his head to look. He looked forward to the life in the sky. He lowered his head to look. He was afraid of the torment in the sea of fire. However, there was an underground cave in the sea of flames. Countless martial artists pounced on it and used their bodies to block the underground cave, blocking the sea of flames. However, this cave was still only one corner away. As long as Xianxia jumped down and blocked the last corner with his body, the sea of flames would be extinguished. But in this way, not only would he not be able to step into the sky again, he would also sacrifice himself. Remember, all of this is an illusion. Xianxia's head suddenly started to ache violently. A voice from his memory sounded in his mind. Yes, this is all an illusion. The miserable world at the foot of the mountain is fake. It wants to confuse me and make me give up my heart of martial arts. I remember now. I am undergoing the test of Senior Bai Wuya. This time I must find my own martial Tao. I must not go wrong again. Xianxia gritted his teeth and stepped onto the path to the sky. That's fake. Everything below is fake. Xianxia continued to warn himself as he walked up. However, he couldn't help but look down. Every time he looked down, he would always be able to see the various forms of life. He saw women crying bitterly in the sea of flames. He saw the unrewarded youth die in regret. He saw martial artists desperately using their flesh and blood to block the sea of flames. As he looked, he gritted his teeth and continued to walk upwards. When he had reached the edge of the sky, he was only a step away from the beautiful world above him. He could even hear the laughter of the people in the heavenly world, and the laughter was close to his ears. However, He could no longer hear the wailing of the world below him. He was getting further and further away from suffering, and was only a step away from being completely isolated. So what if it's an illusion? But now that I've seen the world below, can I deceive myself into not seeing it? The world in the sky is indeed beautiful. Could it be that the people of Dawn at the foot of the mountain should suffer as they should? Could it be that just because all of this is fake, I can feel at ease? Xianxia gritted his teeth and slapped his face fiercely. He said angrily, I can't do it. I really can't do it. With that, he directly jumped down from the path of the heavens and threw himself into the sea of flames without hesitation. Xianxia took a deep breath and woke up. He discovered that the Martial Tower was still the same as the Martial Tower, and Bai Wuya was still the same as Bai Wuya. However, the 3 teacups on the wooden table in front of him were already empty. Xianxia lowered his head and remained silent. He knew that he had lost. Why did you make such a choice? Bai Wuya asked Xianxia curiously. Even if you knew it was fake, you still couldn't pass this test. Senior, this junior is incompetent. This junior has nothing to say. Xianxia stood up and bowed to Bai Wuya. Then he turned around and said, Dream Butterfly, let's go. Meng Dai also sighed and said, Forget it, if you can't pass, then you can't. This 12th floor is too difficult and you don't have to blame yourself too much. As he spoke, Xianxia found Meng Dai and Yuan Meng and was about to leave. At this moment, Bai Wuya's laughter came from behind him. Senior. Xianxia turned around and bowed respectfully. This junior has disappointed you. Bai Wuya smiled. I didn't say you lost. Ah! Everyone was stunned. Xianxia found it even more inconceivable. He asked, You gave me 3 tests and I lost all 3 of them. Could it be that I didn't lose? Why do you think you've lost? Bai Wuya asked. Xianxia hurriedly said, You gave me 3 paths of martial Dao, but I didn't choose one in the end. Isn't that betraying my own Dao heart? Bai Wuya laughed loudly. What is the Dao heart? The Dao heart is everyone's persistence. Every martial artist has their own Dao heart, and it is different. If someone tries to enter the Dao with evil intentions, then if he continues to inherit evil intentions, then he will not lose his Dao heart. If someone tries to enter the Dao through bitterness, then if he is greedy for pleasure, then he will give up his Dao heart. The Dao heart is to have a clear conscience. Xianxia. Bai Wuya stood up and walked to Xianxia's side, saying, You think the 3 paths of martial arts I gave you are the right path, but you are wrong. As I said, the path of martial Dao is full of tribulations and temptations. The word martial Dao is the obsession in your heart. Do you think that the baby of the first illusion is your training, the old man of the second illusion is your training, and the sea of fire of the third illusion is your training? But you're all wrong. The 3 trials I gave you, the 3 paths of martial arts, are your training. Bai Wuya patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, When you face a fork in the road and you only need to take half a step to the right to reach the peak of martial arts, can you resist this temptation and give up saving the baby and giving up your nature? When you step up the mountain, you can reach the peak. Are you willing to give up that old man and your loyalty and filial piety for this? When you step into the heavens, you will be able to step into the peak of martial arts. Are you willing to give up your life and your righteousness for this? Those 3 paths of martial arts are my temptation? Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes. Bai Wuya put his hands behind his back and said, Your Dao heart is based on kindness. If you can give up your kindness in order to achieve your martial arts, then your Dao heart will be unstable. In millions of years, you are the first and only person who can pass the Dao heart trial. Even if you knew that you were in an illusion, you still didn't betray your Dao heart. What? You mean? Xianxia hurriedly turned to look at Meng Dai and said, Before, Meng Dai reminded me that it was all an illusion. Could it be that you arranged it? Hallucinations. Meng Dai pointed at her nose strangely and said, I haven't said anything. Bai Wuya laughed. That's right. That was also arranged by me. Ah, I see. Only then did Xianxia wake up as if he had just woken up from a dream and suddenly understood Bai Wuya's intentions. Bai Wuya smiled slightly and said, "Congratulations, Xiang Nan. You have already passed the 12th floor of the Martial Tower." "Wow!" Meng Dai and Yuan Meng exchanged glances and cheered happily. Bai Wuya looked at Xiang Nan seriously and said, "I give you a piece of advice. A martial artist should be based on martial Dao. And what is the basis of martial Dao? The original intent of martial arts was to protect, save, defend, and strengthen oneself. If you give up all of this for the sake of martial arts, it will be the greatest blasphemy against the word martial arts. You must not put the cart before the horse." Now, Bai Wuya placed his index finger between Xiang Nan's eyebrows and said, "I will tailor-made a martial skill for you. It is unique in the world and specifically targeted at you." At this time, Xiang Nan felt a daze, and he suddenly entered the illusion again. However, this time Xiang Nan in the illusion knew who he was and what he was doing. In addition, there was another Bai Wuya in front of him. Bai Wuya put his hands behind his back and said, "Earlier, I had already checked your entire life and the characteristics of the martial techniques you cultivated. In the end, there are 8 words that can be summed up. They are, yin and yang are heartless, life and death are incorporeal." Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, "Could it be that Senior Bai Wuya has discovered me for 2 lifetimes? Bai Wuya waved his right hand towards the sky, and 4 large golden words floated out of the sky. "Yin Yang Wu Shu." "Follow me," Bai Wuya said. "You have already touched upon the profound path of martial arts. You already know the existence of power and charm. However, you are only just beginning to enter the sect. You are far from being proficient, let alone proficient. And all of this requires your personal effort. Outsiders are unable to help you. The martial skill I created for you is called Yin Yang Wu technique. It can protect yourself and also allow you to fight back better." As he spoke, Bai Wuya waved his hand again, and another piece of text appeared in the sky. "Release a strand of essence to me," Bai Wuya said. Hearing this, Xiang Nan immediately pulled out his huge saber and slashed at Bai Wuya with a saber light. Bai Wuya stretched his hands out horizontally and slowly drew downwards. Then his 2 hands suddenly changed directions. His hands drew 2 different arcs in the air. These 2 arcs were extremely profound and carried a truth that could not be described by words. As Bai Wuya's hands moved, the 2 arcs were perfecting at a rapid speed. In the end, they formed 2 yin-yang fish figures, one black and one white. On the outside of the yin-yang fish figure, an 8-square diagram appeared, finally forming a gigantic 8 trigrams formation. This 8 trigrams formation was floating in mid-air, condensed from Yuan Qi. It looked like a radiant 8 trigrams formation. This series of movements looked very slow and gentle, but in reality, the speed of release was very fast. Xiang Nan's saber light rushed into the 8 trigrams formation diagram with a whoosh and was absorbed by the dark fish. The 8 diagrams outside the yin-yang fish suddenly had 8 big words: Gone, Ken, Zhen, Shak, Sun, Li, Kun, Dui. Immediately after, Bai Wuya pushed the 8 trigrams formation diagram towards Xiang Nan. The yang fish began to shine, and the 8 words of the 8 trigrams formation diagram immediately turned into Hu, live, injury, Du, Jing, Die, shocked, open. At this moment, the saber light absorbed by the 8 trigrams formation suddenly rushed out. They flew towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan's expression changed slightly and he quickly dodged. Xiang Nanqi asked, "Is that the basic formation of the profound Tao, the 8 trigrams formation?" Bai Wuya smiled and said, "The martial Tao is vast and profound. The profound Tao is a side branch that evolved from the martial Tao. However, there are countless people in the later generations, and the profound Tao is constantly perfected. In the end, it will become a sect of its own. This is not a true 8 trigrams formation, but a yin-yang arcane formation. Your talent in formations is not bad. If you don't use it, it would be a pity. I will combine martial arts and profound arts formations together to form this yin-yang spellless formation. Come and practice." Xiang Nan was delighted and sat down cross-legged. He looked at the words floating in the sky and began to cultivate. Bai Wuya explained to the side, "This martial skill is a combination of all of your strengths, including formations, martial skills, and even martial talent. This yin-yang spellless technique can absorb the enemy's yuan qi attack, or even a tangible profound Dao attack, thus turning it into its own use and reflecting it back. The stronger your talent, the stronger your offense will be. Mortal grade talent can absorb attacks that are one level higher than your own. Spiritual grade talent can absorb attacks that are 2 levels higher. Earth grade 3, Heaven grade 4, and Divine grade double. In other words, the Divine grade has doubled to the 8th level, and with the addition of the 1st level of the Divine grade, it has reached the Perfection level, the 9th level. If you are at the 5th level of the Origin realm, you can absorb at most 1 attack from a 5th level Heavenly Origin realm martial artist. Ah! Doesn't that mean that even a Tianyuan 5th layer expert can't beat me? Xianxia was shocked. I didn't say that. Bai Wuya shook his head and said, "If you let out a saber light at me just now, did I ever defeat you after absorbing the rebound?" Xianxia shook his head. This junior is confused. To be able to absorb or even rebound did not mean that they could defeat him. A Tianyuan 5th layer martial artist would casually release a strand of yuan qi at Xianxia, and Xianxia would absorb and rebound back. Could it be that he would not dodge? Even if he didn't dodge, he would still be able to explode his yuan qi with a single punch. Bai Wuya said, "Yin-yang is useless. It only gives you the possibility to retaliate. If you can find an opportunity, it's not impossible for you to win. It depends on your own control over the timing. This yin-yang technique is useless, can only be released 3 times a day. It will only recover automatically when the sun rises and the sun rises. If you don't use it 3 times today, it won't become 6 times tomorrow. You need to keep this in mind." "Yes." Xianxia nodded forcefully, but his heart was still filled with excitement. Very strong, this yin-yang wu technique is really very strong. He was actually able to absorb at most a martial artist's yuan qi attack that was 1 realm higher than his own. This kind of martial skill was already a bit beyond common sense, worthy of being a high-grade heavenly grade martial skill. As Xianxia pondered, he cultivated the yin-yang arcane formula, only to discover that he had actually learned it. So fast. Xianxia jumped up in disbelief and said, "Senior, how did I learn it in 1 go? It hasn't even been 10 minutes. Bai Wuya smiled and said, "It was originally made for you, so you naturally learned it overnight. Try it." "All right." Xianxia took a deep breath and slowly slid his hands in the air. With his yuan qi, martial Dao talent, and attainments in formations, he condensed yuan qi into a yin-yang fish figure. Immediately after, 8 formation diagrams were formed from the 8 directions of the yin-yang fish. Bai Wuya casually threw a Tianyuan 5th layer yuan qi towards Xianxia. Once that yuan qi struck the spellless yin-yang diagram, it was immediately absorbed by the yin fish. At this moment, Xianxia clearly felt that he could control Bai Wuya's yuan qi. That yuan qi was in the yin fish, and it was under Xianxia's control. He could rebound whenever he wanted. Bai Wuya said, "The yuan qi absorbed by the yin fish cannot be suppressed for too long. When you use the yin-yang technique, you will not be able to release any other martial skills. Therefore, you must find the right time to release them. Every time you release the yin-yang technique, you can only last for about a minute. When the time limit expires, it will dissipate on its own. Even the yuan qi you absorb will dissipate. This junior knows." Xianxia pushed forward, and the yang fish immediately shone, reflecting Bai Wuya's yuan qi. "You've already learned it. Come out." Bai Wuya walked over and used his index finger to tap between Xianxia's eyebrows. Whoosh! Xianxia let out a long breath and woke up in the tower. Meng Dai and Yuan Meng looked at Xianxia curiously. Yuan Meng scratched his head and said, "When are you going to impart martial skills?" Xianxia smiled and said, "The teaching has been completed." "Ah!" Yuan Meng was overjoyed. "Then hurry up and use it. Let's broaden our horizons." At this time, Meng Dai pulled Yuan Meng and whispered, "You fool! We don't even have yuan qi now. How can we use it?" That's right, that's right. You see, I'm too excited. I forgot about this. Yuan Meng smiled embarrassedly. Looking at the spectators, they were all filled with envy. They had only obtained Earth-grade intermediate-grade martial skills. Compared to Xiangnan's heaven-grade high-grade martial skills, they were truly not of the same level. I still have something I want to give you. It should be what you need. Bai Wuya waved his hand and a page flew into the sky. Xiangnan hurriedly said, "Thank you, senior." He reached for the page and said, "We already have 9. We're still missing the last one." Bai Wuya smiled and said, "Above the top of the tower, there is a space-time passageway. The so-called 10th floor, you don't have to go there anymore. There are only 2 paths into this space-time passageway. The path on the right leads to the 10th floor and the path on the left leads to the Devil's Sea. It's up to you to choose. As for the rest of you who have failed, you can either leave or stay here to re-enter the Martial Tower. Of course, if you can't surpass the previous levels, you won't receive any rewards. So it's like this." Xiangnan thought for a moment and said, "Meng Dai, big brother Yuan Meng, let's go to the 10th floor. We're all here, so we can't just leave the last floor alone." Yuan Meng said, "Brother Xiangnan, you can go. I won't go anymore. I still want to stay here and charge into the Martial Tower. When I saw you fight Senior White earlier, I understood the true meaning of martial arts. This is what I really want." That's good too." Xiangnan was happy for Yuan Meng. They stayed behind to continue asking for advice from Bai Wuya, and the benefits to him were boundless. "I'm not going either," Meng Dai said. "Ah," Xiangnanchi said, "do you want to leave the Devil's Sea?" Meng Dai's eyes turned red as she said, "This martial tower does not stop everyone. I believe there must be a lot of martial artists on the 10th floor. The competition there must be even more brutal. I have the heart to accompany you, but I don't want to be a burden to you anymore. Why don't we part here? When big brother Yuan Meng leaves, I will follow him out of the Devil's Sea." "That's right, brother. Don't worry." Yuan Meng patted Xiang Nan on the shoulder and said, "I have the first level of the heavenly Yuan realm. With me here, Miss Meng Dai will be safe and sound. I promise to send her out. Thousands of miles away, there will eventually be a difference." Xiang Nan felt very uncomfortable. He grabbed Meng Dai's hand and said softly, "Promise me that you will live well no matter what. See you in half a year." Dream Butterfly pounced into Xiang Nan's embrace and said, "Walking with you is the happiest day of my life. You must remember me. I'll see you in the 9 Firmaments continent in half a year." "Yes." Xiang Nan patted Meng Dai on the shoulder and said, "Take care of yourself. I'll leave the bird to you. I'll pick it up in half a year." Xiang Nan stabbed the bird in the back and said, "Go. Accompany your sister Meng Dai. Remember to protect her for me. If anything goes wrong with her, I'll roast you." The little bird rubbed its head against Xiang Nan's face before jumping onto Meng Dai's shoulder. Then, a sinister gaze immediately flashed in its eyes. "That means that this sovereign has long disliked you. You don't have a little sister on you." Xiang Nan cupped his fists towards Yuan Meng and said, "Big brother Yuan Meng, although we haven't been together for a long time, I still admire your straightforward temperament. If we meet again in the future, we must drink 1,000 glasses of wine. If we don't get drunk, we won't return." Yuan Meng laughed loudly. "I like you, a straightforward man. Go. When I am free, I will definitely pay a visit to the Haoran sect. Meng Dai, big brother Yuan Meng, Qingshan will not change. See you in the future." Xiang Nan clasped his fists and immediately turned around to leave. He did not dare to turn around, nor did he want to face too many farewell worries. He watched as Xiang Nan's back slowly disappeared into the space-time passageway. The dream butterfly finally couldn't hold back any longer and cried out, "Silly girl." Yuan Meng patted Meng Dai on the shoulder and said, "Since you are so reluctant, why did you have to endure it just now?" The dream butterfly wiped her tears and cried, "I don't want to leave a psychological burden on him. I just want him to remember my laughter and remember my best looks." Sigh. What a pair of infatuated people. Damn, I'm also sad. Yuan Meng rubbed his face and said, "You two are both true people. I am very lucky to meet you. Silly girl, don't worry. With me here, no one dares to say anything disrespectful to you. I promise to send you home. Inside the space-time passageway, Xianxia was faced with two paths to the left and right, but he didn't have these two paths in his heart. There was only one loneliness in his heart. Dream Butterfly had accompanied him for a long time. Now that he was separated from her, even the little bird was temporarily left to her to take care of. It was still a little difficult for him to adapt at this time. As long as I don't die, I'll see you again one day. Xianxia took a deep breath and stepped onto the right path without hesitation. The 10th and last levels of the Devil Sea. Xianxia took a step forward and felt his vision suddenly enlightened. But at the same time, he was also surprised that there were more than 1,000 people walking out of the space-time passageway behind him. What's going on? Everyone was shocked at the same time as they cried out in unison. Xiangxia's heart sank because he saw Dong Wuxiang's shadow flash past the crowd. Damn it, why did Dong Wuxiang and Mo Rusher also come? The two of them are so fast? Xianxia hurriedly took 2 steps back, allowing the crowd to separate their line of sight from Dong Wuxiang. Damn it! Why are there so many people here all of a sudden? This daddy clearly came here on his own. Someone was so frightened that they began to shout loudly. This sudden situation was indeed easy to cause people to lose control for a short period of time, because it had already exceeded the scope of a martial artist's understanding. Look! There's a stone tablet here. Someone pointed to the front and shouted. Everyone hurriedly surrounded him. However, there were 4 words written on the stone tablet. Heavenly Light Divine Palace. Below the 4 words, there was a paragraph explaining the rules of space and time on this level. The main point was that the space-time of the 10th floor was relatively unchanged. Every time the Demon Sea appeared, the space-time of the 10th floor would push forward a bit. During the opening of the Demon Sea, the space-time was fixed. In other words, regardless of who Xianxia was, he would definitely come in with the others because everyone was at the same spatial node here. For example, Xianxia had entered today. After 2 or 3 days, Dong Wuxiang had also entered. According to the space-time laws of this level, it was equivalent to Xianxia and Dong Wuxiang being at the same time node. It was equivalent to 2 people walking in at the same time. At this moment, the thousands of martial artists here were equivalent to the total number of people who could step into the 10th floor during the opening of the Devil Sea. Apart from explaining the laws of space and time on the stone stele, what was left was an explanation of the so-called Divine Palace of Heavenly Reflection. This was because this was a 300,000-year-old space-time zone, and it was also the beginning of the Devil Sea. In this era, it was the first time that a senior expert had put his lifelong proudest work into the Devil Sea. At that time, there weren't many complicated thoughts appearing in the crowd, and they didn't even think about setting up any traps in the Devil Sea. Therefore, they were extremely simple and crude. They simply placed their cultivation techniques, weapons, pills, profound Tao techniques, and so on in the Divine Hall of Heavenly Reflection, allowing others to use them at will. In front of everyone, 10 miles away, there was a green mountain. On top of the green mountain floated a magnificent and vast divine palace. The divine palace was shrouded in clouds of smoke, emitting a radiant light. Seeing this, all the martial artists went crazy. Charge! The treasure was right in front of him, and there was no need to worry about being killed by some damn trap. Facing this situation, no one was able to maintain a clear mind. Everyone rushed towards the green mountain like a tide. This time, over 1,000 martial artists were inevitably crowded and pushed, and someone immediately started to fight. Even the slower martial artists behind them began to release their martial skills towards the faster martial artists in front of them. He wanted to kill the people in front of him, in case he went too late and the treasure was snatched away by others. Someone from the rear attacked, and a large number of the martial artists in front of them were immediately killed on the spot. A total of 20 to 30 people died on the spot before they could react. At this moment, the martial artists running in front also started to turn around and release their yuan qi and martial skills towards the rear. For a moment, the scene was chaotic. Xianxia was the person who restrained his impulses the most. He had a premonition that the next scene would be chaotic. He knew too much about human nature, so at the beginning of the sprint, he moved horizontally to the left by himself. As a result, he managed to avoid a calamity. "Stop fighting! Someone is about to go up the mountain!" Someone shouted in the chaos. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a man and a woman running at full speed. They had already left everyone a long distance behind. The man and woman were Dong Wuxiang and Mo Rushi. Almost all of the martial artists were at the origin realm. Only Dong Wuxiang and Mo Ru were at the heavenly origin realm, and they had obtained enormous realm advantages here. Fuck! Chase! When everyone saw that someone was about to arrive at the divine palace first, they immediately gave up the battle and chased after him with a common enemy. The treasures of the Devil Sea had already been plundered by their predecessors, and the rest were just rubbish. Therefore, martial artists above the origin realm were unwilling to take risks here. This was because both the Heaven Origin Realm and Heaven Scryer Realm experts had no advantage in adventuring in the Devil Sea, and their mortality rates were on par with those of the Origin Realm. Since there weren't too many benefits, no high realm martial artist was willing to risk their lives here. As a result, Dong Wuxiang and Mo Ru became the strongest people in this world. Xianxia knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so he followed the crowd behind him, neither surpassing everyone, nor hiding further. The large troop surged up the mountain peak and entered the divine palace. The vast divine palace was incomparably spacious. It was simply comparable to a small city in the human world. Even if there were hundreds of thousands of people living in it, it was more than enough. As soon as everyone entered the divine palace, they saw 4 long passages. On the passageways were written the Good Fortune Palace, the Heavenly Secrets Palace, the Divine Martial Palace, and the Profound Paradox Palace. The meaning was already clear. The Good Fortune Palace was filled with miraculous medicines. The Tianji Hall was filled with divine weapons. The Divine Martial Hall was filled with cultivation techniques and martial skills. And the Profound Paradox Hall was filled with profound Tao techniques and paradox techniques. Almost 2/3 of the martial artists rushed into the Divine Martial Hall at the first possible moment. For martial artists, martial techniques were definitely the first choice. The remaining 1/3 of the martial artists were relatively rational. Xianxia frowned as he thought to himself. It was unknown how many people had come to the Heavenly Shine Divine Palace since ancient times. The Divine Martial Palace's cultivation methods and martial skills were probably almost all taken away. Even if there was still some left, they would definitely be some low-grade trash. The remaining 1/3 of the martial artists split out more than half and rushed towards the Good Fortune Palace. They wanted to try their luck and see if there were any remaining miraculous pills inside. Xianxia thought to himself, what he lacked the most right now was only the main ingredients to improve his resistance to electricity. Thinking of this, he chose Tianji Hall with great distinction. The passageway of the Heavenly Secrets Hall was very long. Walking along the way, there were separate lobbies on both sides. Behind Xianxia, there were also a few dozen or so martial artists. These people, along with Xianxia, maintained vigilance against each other. At this time, everyone's spirits were tense. Even if the wind blew and the grass moved, it could cause a chaotic battle. Xianxia knew this very well, so he tried not to focus on observing others, so as to avoid causing unnecessary hostility. Xianxia entered the first hall on his left hand. He discovered that there was a smelting furnace that had been kicked down in this hall. On the ground, there were messy weapons and smelting materials. Those things were already covered with a thin layer of dust. As expected, every round of the Devil Sea opens. This level is constant in time. Xianxia nodded. Otherwise, the dust wouldn't have been so thin for 300,000 years. He casually picked up 2 weapons and looked at them in his hand. He discovered that one was a beginner-grade spirit weapon and the other was an intermediate-grade spirit weapon. They were indeed trash. The smelting materials scattered on the ground did not enter the stream. The martial artists at the entrance had already seen this scene, so they simply didn't come in and directly shook their heads and walked towards the next hall. Xianxia knocked on the smelting furnace in the lobby and checked its grade. He shook his head and said, "The quality of the Earth-grade primary-grade smelting furnace is not bad, but it's a pity that its grade is too low." Following that, Xianxia left the lobby, returned to the corridor of the Heavenly Secrets Hall, and continued deeper into the distance. As for the martial artists in front of them, whenever they found a lobby, they would go in and search it. Empty! Empty! Fuck! It's empty again. With the passage of time, everyone had achieved nothing, and the moods of the martial artists became more and more impetuous. It's even worse than I imagined. Xianxia frowned as he walked forward. He thought to himself, the martial artists who came here in ancient times were too unwilling to leave any room. How could they eat them dry and clean? I guess I'll have to leave something behind. You heavenly tribulation realm, half-sage realm, and divine martial realm heaven-defying experts, you even took away our origin realm items? It was not honest enough. The deeper they went, the colder their hearts became. Gradually, exquisite weapon racks began to appear in some lobbies. Those weapon racks were beautifully crafted, and the carvings on them were rather exquisite. It could be seen how powerful weapons had once been placed on these weapon racks. But now, these weapons racks were all empty. Fuck me. A martial artist angrily put the weapon rack into his storage ring. Don't leave anything behind for me. This weapon rack looks pretty good. Maybe it can sell for a good price. I can't come here in vain. Xianxia shook his head. Along the way, he didn't even check the lobby anymore and continued deeper. Huh? This seems to be a hall filled with artifact refining materials. As Xianxia walked, he suddenly discovered a lobby. There were no weapons in the lobby, but rows of shelves. When he entered, he found that more than 90% of the shelves were empty, and the rest were sparse wooden boxes. He opened a wooden box and discovered that there was a high-grade spirit-grade artifact forging material lying inside. Sigh! Xianxia had already guessed that this trip to the 10th floor would be futile. He was going to continue searching. If he still couldn't find the ingredients for the lightning-resistant mixture formula, he would return to the 9th level of the space-time passageway and leave the Demon Sea. He continued to walk deeper down the corridor. After about 2 hours, there were fewer and fewer martial artists nearby, so he could no longer see them at all. Some of them had already been surpassed by him, while others had already returned to other corridors. At this moment, Xianxia felt a strange sound coming from his storage ring. Ha! Xianxia leaned his ear close to the storage ring and listened. Only he, the owner of the storage ring, could hear a rustling sound coming from the storage ring. The rustling sound was as if paper was rubbing against it. He opened his storage ring and looked inside. After the special spatial attributes of the storage ring shrank his gaze and enlarged it, the space within the storage ring was completely visible. At this glance, he discovered that the 9 pages he had collected earlier were trembling slightly, making rustling sounds. Could it be that I have already approached the last page? So these pages have reacted? Xianxia pondered for a while and retreated. The trembling of the papers stopped. He walked a little further and the pages began to move again. Looks like that's true. In other words, the last page is already quite close to me. He didn't need to check the lobby anymore. He ran forward quickly and discovered that the farther he ran, the more intense the abnormal shaking of the pages became. It's getting closer and closer. Xianxia's heart was beating wildly, and the secret of the mysterious page was about to be uncovered. Apart from being excited, Xianxia felt a little depressed. Unfortunately, Dream Butterfly could not witness this moment with him. At this moment, a loud explosion suddenly came from afar. The noise should have come from other corridors, but it was so loud that even Xianxia could feel it. What? Xianxia immediately cast his lightning bolt eyes and looked in the direction where the voice came from. His eyesight pierced through the wall and he saw a large area of light suddenly erupting and rapidly weakening in the distance to the right. Self-detonation. Xianxia recognized that the sudden burst of light was caused by a martial artist's self-detonation of his spiritual sea. At the place where the intense light gradually dissipated, there were 2 rays of intense light shining. The intense fluctuations were obviously caused by the yuan qi of a high-level martial artist. Could it be? Xianxia's heart sank. At this moment, rumble, 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 rumble. A series of yuan qi explosions rang out. From afar, he could vaguely hear someone shouting, "Run! A heavenly yuan realm expert has killed someone. It really is the 2 of them." Xianxia gritted his teeth and understood more than half of what was happening in his heart. Dong Wuxiang and Mo Ru did not find the treasure they wanted in the heavenly reflection divine palace. As time passed, they lost their patience and went berserk. Right now, the two of them had already started to massacre Origin Realm martial artists crazily. On the one hand, they had seized the heavenly reflection divine palace. No matter how few treasures there were, they could still be theirs. Secondly, they could also look for other treasures from the Origin Realm martial artists' storage rings. No, we need to speed up. Those Origin Realm martial artists are no match for Dong Wuxiang and the others. Xianxia didn't know if there was an exit right in front of the corridor. It was the wisest thing to turn around and flee to the 9th floor. However, since he had already arrived here, if he turned around now, he was truly unwilling to accept it. Break through. Give it a shot. Xianxia was ruthless and immediately accelerated his running speed. What are you two doing? We are from the Iron Mountain of the Western regions. Don't you dare to kill us? Aren't you afraid that our forces will seek revenge on you? The three martial artists were forced to curl up in a corner and tremble. Oh? Tai Jinshan. Dong Wuxiang and Mo Rushi looked at each other and said, "Are the three of you disciples of the sea-crossing old monster?" Seeing this, the three martial artists immediately became happy. Exactly. Dong Wuxiang nodded. A cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Who knows that I killed you all here? Although that old monster is a heaven scryer, he has no reason to suspect me. After saying that, Dong Wuxiang suddenly stretched out his right hand and a huge black ghost claw rushed towards the three martial artists. Ah, bastard! I'll fight for you. The three martial artists frantically released their yuan qi towards Dong Wuxiang. However, the difference between their realms was too great. The yuan qi attacks of Origin Realm martial artists were greatly suppressed by their realms, and they had no effect on Dong Wuxiang at all. As the three of them roared in anger, their ghost claws fiercely crushed and exploded. This is already the 236th little bastard we've killed. Dong Wuxiang waved his right hand and the storage rings on the corpses of the three martial artists flew over. Hiss, a cold breath sounded from the corridor behind. Two martial artists had just appeared, and when they saw this scene, the two of them immediately sprinted wildly and fled for their lives. Ha ha! You want to leave? Mo Ru's hands shook, and a black whip vine suddenly grew out from the corridor. Immediately after, the two fleeing martial artists were entangled by the plants and were thrown back. Mo Ru gently flicked his right hand, and a large black flower suddenly blossomed on the ground. The large black flower had 3 sharp teeth, swallowing the 2 young warriors who were thrown over in one mouthful. He spat out 2 storage rings. As for the 2 martial artists, they were chewed to the point that they didn't even have any bone scrap left. Mo Rushi shook the 2 storage rings and a large amount of messy stuff fell out. Pfft, it's all trash. Mo Rushi shook his head. Brother Dong, where are you? Dong Wuxiang tilted out the 3 storage rings in his hand, but he smiled and said, Fortunately, I actually found a high-grade earth weapon. Dong Wuxiang waved his hand and a faint light flew into his hand. It was an arm guard, and the front part of the arm guard had 3 sharp claws. Brother Mo, take this earth soldier? Dong Wuxiang shook the arm guard in his hand. Mo Rushi covered her mouth and smiled. I'm from the profound Tao. This thing isn't very useful to me. It's very suitable for you, Brother Dong. Take it. Dong Wuxiang was very happy and said, Then you're welcome. Dong Wuxiang said, There are still many young cubs here. Let's capture them all and kill them all. Don't leave any alive. Kiki, 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 kiki. Don't you feel at ease when I'm doing my job? Mo Rushi laughed and the flowers trembled. Heavenly Light Divine Palace, 4 exits. Heavens! What is this? Let us out of here. Hundreds of martial artists were congested here, but they couldn't get out no matter what. The reason for that was because the 4 exits were all blocked by strange black plants. From the looks of it, the entire Heavenly Shine Divine Palace was swallowed by an incomparably huge black flower. Countless black whip vines wrapped around the entire Heavenly Shine Divine Palace, while a black flower slowly swayed in the wind above the Divine Palace. Quick! Break the dome and jump out. At the entrance, a martial artist cried out in panic. He took the lead to jump up and smash out a stream of yuan qi towards the palace dome. There was a loud noise from Daopeng as large pieces of rubble fell down. However, the following scene caused all the young martial artists to feel despair in their hearts. They were greeted not by the blue sky outside the dome, but by black whip vines that were crisscrossed and entangled together. Everyone jumped up in unison and launched an indiscriminate bombardment at the whip vines. However, the whip vines that were supported by the fourth level of the heavenly yuan realm were simply not something they could shake. As the bombardment continued, the whip vines did not even break through their skin. This time, many martial artists stood there in despair, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a huge black ghost claw suddenly flew out of the corridor. Boom! The ghost claw exploded in the crowd, killing 50 to 60 martial artists on the spot. Run! Only then did everyone feel as if they had just woken up from their dreams and hurriedly ran towards the other 3 corridors. Dong Wuxiang and Mo Rushi calmly cleaned up the battlefield, removed the storage rings left behind by the dead, and inspected them one by one. Hey, they can't escape. Mo Ru licked her lips. The broken corpses on the ground seemed to make her even more excited. I'm afraid it will take you at least 2 months to construct such a large plant. Dong Wuxiang said to Mo Rushi. This time, it really cost Brother Mo a lot of money. Mo Rushi smiled and waved his hand. Brother Dong saved me once in the myriad beast plains. What did I do? Unfortunately, of the 3 of us, there are only 2 left. Dong Wuxiang sighed. At this point, Mo Rushi lowered her eyes, feeling a little sad. Then, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Do you think that little bastard Xianxia has come here? Whether he comes or not, I will not let him go. Dong Wuxiang clenched his fists, and the pain of losing his son arose in his heart. On the other side, what, you haven't arrived yet? Xianxia listened to the rustling sound in his storage ring and couldn't help but look forward. However, in front of him was the end of the corridor. That place was sealed by a wall. Behind the wall should be the outside of the heavenly Shine Divine Palace. That page isn't in the Divine Palace? Xianxia placed his palm against the wall and used his yuan qi to lightly shake it, causing the wall to collapse. However, what was exposed was a patch of black whip vines. Mo Rushi Xianxia knew whose masterpiece it was as soon as he saw the plant. This crazy woman is going to kill all the martial artists on the 10th floor. He probed with his yuan qi and found that he did not have the ability to cut off the plant. But the page was outside, so he would not be able to find it unless he went out. I hope I won't meet Old Man Dong and the others in the next few minutes. Xianxia took a deep breath and opened the void stone in his mind. In an instant, streaks of black lightning wrapped around his body and he walked past, easily piercing through the plant's obstruction. After landing on the ground, Xianxia immediately sat down cross-legged. He felt a severe headache and his consciousness was very blurry. Fortunately, after he recovered for a few minutes, no one disturbed him. Thus, after observing the situation in front of him, he discovered that this place was still located on the summit of the Cyan Mountain, but behind the heavenly illumination divine palace. At this point, the vibrations on the 9 pages of the storage ring became even more intense. It seems that the last page of the book is nearby, but why can't you see it? Xianxia looked around and saw that there was nothing but a large piece of open space. He tried to go down the hill, but once he crossed the open space on the top of the hill, the vibration of the pages would diminish. It's clearly here. This is strange. Xianxia used his hand to brush the empty space, but the result was that there were hard stones beneath. Could it be that there is still a place to hide on the 10th floor? He wiped his eyes with both hands, and lightning flashed in his pupils. He looked at the open space and discovered an invisible array. Oh, this formation doesn't look very smart. It seems to be trying to hide something. What exactly is it hiding? Curious, Xianxia immediately pointed his finger at the formation. This jade balance finger was used to construct the Heavenly Dipper Demon Subduing Array, and it could also be used to construct other formations. Naturally, it was also the best finger power to break through the formation. With a muffled sound, the invisible formation on the open ground was broken. Immediately after, the mountain began to shake. A small palace actually appeared out of nowhere in the mountain. There's another palace? Xianxia's face was filled with disbelief. This small palace was only about 1/10 the size of the divine heavenly reflection palace. However, even so, the size of the small palace was comparable to that of 2 or 3 small towns combined. It was still quite large. Xianxia quickly ran into the palace and immediately understood the function of the small palace. This should be the construction residence built before the construction of the heavenly shine divine palace. Right? Xianxia pondered for a moment before walking towards the depths of the palace. Sure enough, the rooms on both sides of the corridor were littered with large amounts of complete stones, as well as all sorts of scattered weapons, forging furnaces, pill refining furnaces, and so on. These items should have been prepared to be placed in the heavenly light palace. Later, they were abandoned here because their appearance wasn't very good, and some of them were even just waste materials. Xianxia casually copied a few weapons and found that these weapons had not been refined at all. After they were refined, they would be thrown everywhere. After walking a bit further, a circular open space appeared. This open space was also connected to 4 corridors. Good fortune, heavenly secrets, divine martial arts, and profound slyness. Oh, those senior experts should be the first to refine a batch of things here. They won't move in until the heavenly reflection divine palace is completed. Xianxia was the first to enter the heavenly secrets corridor. The corridor here was much shallower than the heavenly shine divine palace. There were only a dozen lobbies. When Xianxia walked to the deepest lobby, he discovered that this was the place where the refining materials were stored. Similarly, rows of shelves were placed in the lobby. 2/3 of the shelves were empty, and the remaining 1/3 were filled with refining materials. Xianxia was overjoyed. He hurriedly rushed over and swept his gaze. There were 2 rows of wooden shelves with forging materials placed on them. Although he was dissatisfied, there were still quite a few of them. He casually opened a box on the shelf and discovered that there was a piece of high-grade earth soldier refining material lying inside. Good stuff. Xianxia was delighted and immediately put the ingredient into his storage ring. He then opened another box which also contained high-grade earth weapon materials and took them away together. The other empty wooden shelves must have higher-grade materials. Only if the grade of the materials here is too low will they be abandoned. However, for a martial artist of my realm, it can be considered a good thing. Xianxia flipped through the materials along the way, and in the blink of an eye, he had already collected over 100 pieces of materials. What pleased Xianxia the most was that although the grade of these forging materials hadn't reached heavenly grade, they were all of a very rare type, and it was very difficult to find them outside. If it was only worth it, this piece of high-grade earth-grade artifact forging material was enough to exchange for more than 10 ordinary materials of the same grade. It wasn't until Xianxia opened a box that his expression changed. White copper demonic wood. Xianxia was overjoyed and held the piece of wood in his hand. This piece of wood was completely milky white, and it was as warm as jade in his hand. It could be used as the final main ingredient of the lightning-resistant mixed prescription. Ha! I have indeed gathered all of them. Xianxia was so excited that he immediately put the white copper demonic wood into his storage ring. The trip to the western regions was considered a complete success. With this white copper demonic wood, he could refine his body again and increase his resistance to electricity. Apart from these 3 main ingredients, he also needed some medicinal ingredients to refine his body. Those medicinal ingredients were very common, and he could buy them from any prosperous city in the Haotian Empire. Perhaps he would have a chance to obtain it from the western regions as well. After practicing this time, I can absorb 2/3 of the power of the lightning-burning true saint. Next time, I can absorb the white flame lightning-burning true saint directly. He put away his belongings and immediately returned to the open space in the direction indicated by the page. On the open space, he looked at the other 3 corridors and found that when he approached the profound paradox corridor, the page's reaction was the strongest. It should be in here. You can leave immediately after you get the page. Xianxia was delighted and immediately ran towards the profound paradox corridor. However, Just as he was about 100 meters away, a sudden palpitations caused him to immediately jump backwards and dodge. Immediately after, 2 tongues of flames suddenly sprayed out from the ground. The 2 tongues of flames were entangled together and scattered everywhere. Their power was so strong that even if a heavenly Yuan realm martial artist was hit, they would be smashed into pieces. Hiss! There's a formation. Xianxia sucked in a mouthful of cold air and hurriedly gathered his lightning-like gaze. With this gaze, he felt a wave of cold air rushing towards his head from the soles of his feet. The corridor was filled with dense formations. On the ground, on the walls on both sides, and even on the corridor dome, there were all formations. What's going on? Xianxia's heart sank as he said, "Isn't this the place where the workers were allowed to rest and temporarily store their treasures during the construction of the heavenly light divine palace? Why do these formations exist?" Xianxia felt that the situation had changed a little. The appearance of something that shouldn't have appeared in such a place meant that there must be some secret hidden in the depths of the profound paradox corridor. In the corridor, there were dense formations, large and small, some simple and complex, some to trap others, and some to directly return and kill the intruders. Xianxia only glanced at it roughly. There were at least 300 formations in his sight. With so many formations, even if we encounter experts who are capable of cracking them, I'm afraid it will take us at least 2 to 3 months to break them. Xianxia raised his right hand and shot out a jade scale finger, destroying the fire snake formation. Then, both of his hands released jade balance fingers at the same time, repeatedly pointing out strands of intense light finger power. The formations in the corridor were broken one by one. In just half an hour, Xianxia had completely destroyed 300 formations. The more this happened, the faster his heart beat, and he could vaguely feel that he was approaching something. Walking forward, the corridor turned around. After turning around, there was another dense array formation. The formations here were generally larger than the formations from before. Xianxia continued to break the formation. One after another, the formations were returned. When he was about to approach the next corner, when he broke the last formation, he suddenly stopped. Huh? This is actually a teleportation array. Xianxia dazzled. Because this world was too large, any empire could easily span over 1,000,000 kilometers. The distance between continents was tens of millions of kilometers, and such a long journey was very difficult to cross. As for teleportation formations, they were formations that allowed people to arrive in the distance in an instant. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this kind of thing was very sensitive, but he couldn't help but be curious to learn. The teleportation arrays were basically in the hands of the military, controlled by powerful mystic Dao experts from the military, and they were strictly conservative in the way they were set up. Haoran sect had profound Dao experts who knew how to set up such formations. However, the military had prohibited them from setting up teleportation formations privately. Otherwise, they would be punished as treason. One could imagine how dangerous it would be if the teleportation array could be set up at will. If a traitor appeared in the Haotian Empire and set up a teleportation array in Haojing, wouldn't the enemy's army be able to reach the hinterland of the Haotian Empire overnight? Xianxia carefully observed the teleportation formation diagram and the movement of the formation eye, and quickly grasped it. He attempted to place a teleportation array on the ground with his finger. Unfortunately, this teleportation array could not be used. There is still a lack of spatial spirit stones. Xianxia frowned. The teleportation array had to use spatial energy, so he had to use spatial spirit stones to place them in the array eyes. By the way, my void stone is a treasure that is even more powerful than a space spirit stone. Perhaps it can be used. He was eager to try, so he set up another teleportation array beside him and kept the positions of the 2 teleportation arrays at the frequencies that corresponded to each other. There must be 2 teleportation arrays before they can be activated. Moreover, the 2 of them had to be on the same path and correspond to the same frequency. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered a success. This method ensured that there would be no misinterpretation. For example, Xianxia was about to teleport to the Red Earth continent. After he stepped onto the formation, he suddenly teleported to another continent. That joke would be a big joke. I wonder if it will succeed. Try it. Xianxia nervously stepped onto a teleportation array he had set up. After that, he immediately activated the power of the Void Stone and used his Jade Scale to guide it to the Void Stone, forcing the spatial power of the Void Stone into the array eye. As soon as this was completed, Xianxia felt a daze in front of him. When he looked again, he discovered that he had already appeared on the second teleportation array he had set up. Success! He rubbed his temples and fell to his seat. Although his head was aching, his heart was filled with joy. There was another way to escape. Afterwards, he rested for a few minutes before breaking through the teleportation formations on the ground and proceeding forward. After the turn, a very wide lobby appeared in front of him. As for the pages in his storage ring, their amplitudes had already reached their peak, and they were even beginning to emit a buzzing light. This is the end of the profound paradox corridor. Holy shit! What is that thing? Xianxia looked over and was immediately shocked. In the middle of the hall, there was actually a very large mirror. The mirror was 30 meters tall and 20 meters wide. It was oval-shaped and had a pure black surface. The mirror frame was made of some kind of silver material. There were 9 silver dragon relief sculptures lying on the silver frame. 9 silver dragons appeared alive. Xianxia took a step forward and felt as if the silver dragons were moving. He took a step back and saw the silver dragons moving again, but in reality the silver dragons were still in their original positions. When Xianxia didn't move, the 9 silver dragons didn't move either. What kind of mirror is this? Xianxia muttered to himself curiously. But just as he said those words, the big mirror suddenly lit up. The black mirror shone slightly, and there were a few big words written on it. Mingyue Haotian Mirror. My heavens! Mingyue Haotian Mirror? Xianxia was shocked and took several steps back. Is this really the mirror from the legends? Ancient profound Tao experts had once created mirrors with strange functions. The demonic heart heavenly mirror that Xianxia had seen before in the interlocked underground world was one of those mirrors. The heart demon heavenly mirror could be considered a kind of yin-faced profound Tao mirror, while the Haotian mirror was the opposite. It was a kind of yang-faced mirror. The heart demon heavenly mirror could illuminate a martial artist's heart demon, but this kind of mirror could not move. It was pointing at a dark side. The Haotian mirror had different functions. Some of them had fire attributes, while others had ice attributes. It could be said that there were many different types of mirrors, but these mirrors could be taken away. Mingyue Xianxia pondered. He knew about the Haotian mirror, but what was the attribute of the Mingyue Haotian mirror? Could it be that this mirror was answering my question just now? This is really strange. Xianxia looked up at the mirror and said, "What grade are you?" At this moment, the mirror shone once again, and 4 large characters appeared on it. Profound grade high rank. His Xianxia's eyes were wide open. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. High grade profound grade mirror. My god, the dead sword is only a beginner profound weapon, but this mirror is actually a high grade profound weapon. Damn, this mirror is too heaven-defying. It seems like it can understand what I'm saying. Xianxia took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. He then asked, "What ability do you have?" On the mirror, a dense patch of small words appeared. The mirror can absorb almost all forms of energy, including flames, frost, origin energy, lightning, and even independent formations. If Xianxia placed the heavenly dipper demon subduing array in the mirror, he could take the array and wander around. When he needed it, he could directly unleash the Haotian mirror. The area of light illuminated by the mirror was equivalent to the heavenly dipper demon subduing array. However, the prerequisite was that this mirror could only absorb the owner's energy or spirit formation, and could not be used to absorb the attack of the enemy's Yuan Qi. Because it could only absorb independent formations, teleportation arrays, such as dot-to-dot formations, could not be set up. At the same time, there were restrictions on absorbing energy. Xianxia could continuously release saber light into the mirror, but the mirror could only release pure origin energy, not saber light. Xianxia nodded silently. If I want to use the Haotian mirror to attack the enemy, I must win by quantity. This mirror cannot unleash a martial skill. Have you acknowledged the owner? Xianxia asked. A small line of words appeared on the mirror. Master is dead. You can recognize him again. You can do whatever you want. Xianxia was overjoyed and waved at the mirror. Come! The mirror immediately rose from the ground. But before it could fly, countless strong lights suddenly appeared on the ground. Those strong lights were like ropes, binding the entire Mingyue Haoyan mirror, making it unable to break free. Huh? There's a formation trapping it. Xianxia pointed at the mirror and said, Landing. After the mirror landed on the ground, Xianxia looked at the ground with his lightning-like eyes. He discovered that there were 30 interlocking arrays around the mirror. These arrays weren't independent of each other, but were connected to one another, and one was wrapped around the next. Xianxia used Yu Heng's finger to break the first formation and then the second formation. However, the first formation was automatically restored. Xiangxia's pupils constricted as he said, These 30 formations are actually symbiotic. It's truly amazing. He continued to attempt to break the first formation with his right hand's jade balance finger, and then continued to suppress it. Then, he used his left hand's jade balance finger to break the second formation, and continued to suppress it. Under the suppression of Yu Heng's finger, the two formations did not recover. But Xianxia did not have a third hand to break the third formation. When he withdrew his Yu Heng finger, the two broken formations would immediately recover. Interesting. Xianxia jumped up and quickly released jade fingers towards the 30 formations. The fierce finger force sprayed down at an extremely fast speed, shooting out 3 fingers almost every second. But he broke it quickly, and those formations recovered quickly. No matter how he broke it, the 30 formations could always rely on each other and resurrect each other. This damn formation is simply incomprehensible. Xianxia thought hard. The array eyes of these formations could be seen by lightning photoelectric eyes, but it would be even harder to destroy them all in one fell swoop. Right? I still have an avatar. Xianxia immediately used his avatar seal to separate out the two avatars. Break! Xianxia shouted and immediately shot out 2 jade balance fingers with both of his fingers. His 2 avatars also shot out a total of 4 jade balance fingers. 6 jade balance fingers flew out at the same time and destroyed 6 formations at the same time. Without any hesitation, Xianxia continued to shoot at Yu Heng's fingers, as did the 2 avatars. However, even though he had 3 people, he was still unable to catch up with the number of formation techniques that could release 6 jade fingers at a time. 18 fingers shot out in a second, but the 18 destroyed formations were immediately restored. No, it's futile to continue like this. Xianxia immediately retracted his avatar, and his Yuan Qi had already been exhausted. We need to think of a way to destroy 30 formations at the same time. Do we need a mirror? Not even that. After absorbing the jade balance finger, the mirror will only return with the power of the sun, not the power of the finger. Ah! He patted his forehead and said, Yin and Yang are useless. Who? Xianxia took a deep breath, and then released the 2 incarnations from his body. As for his body, he drew circles with both of his hands and executed the yin-yang arcane technique. A gossip formation appeared in front of him. Xianxia controlled the 2 avatars and shot at yin-yang wushu's jade balance finger 15 times in a row. The yin fish within the yin-yang wu technique had already begun to shine, and Xianxia immediately pushed the yin-yang wu technique forward. The yin fish's light disappeared, and the yang fish began to shine. 30 fingers of the jade balance finger shot out at the same time. Rumble. As expected, all 30 symbiotic formations were destroyed, and there's no more restoration. Success! Xianxia was overjoyed and waved at the mirror. Come! Mingyue Haoyan mirror immediately rose from the ground and flew towards Xianxia. The Haoyan mirror became smaller and smaller, and finally, it turned into a small silver-framed mirror the size of a palm and landed in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia pressed his left hand against the mirror, making it easier for the mirror to sense it. How do I recognize the owner? Xianxia asked. The mirror didn't show any words this time. Instead, it directly used the method of inspiration to tell Xianxia the answer. Yuan Qi fluctuation, vitality fluctuation, blood essence. Xianxia nodded and put a strand of Yuan Qi into the mirror. The Yuan Qi immediately disappeared into the mirror. Afterwards, Xianxia bit the tip of his tongue, forcing out a drop of blood essence and spraying it on the mirror. In the end, the mirror began to buzz and absorb a faint green light from Xianxia's body. This was Xianxia's life force. Yuan Qi, life, blood essence, and 3 other items were used as the basis for the Mingyue Haoyan mirror to judge its owner. After that, this mirror became one of Xianxia's weapons. High-grade profound armament. This mirror is amazing. Xianxia played with the Mingyue Haoyan mirror in his hand and continuously channeled Yuan Qi to the mirror. Then, he tossed the mirror away and shouted, "Mingyue Haoyan mirror!" The mirror immediately flew into the sky, and according to Xianxia's consciousness, it shot out a ray of light towards the ground. With a loud boom, the light hit the ground and immediately exploded into a large pit. It really works. Xianxia was overjoyed. He thought to himself, can I also bring in the power of Bai Yan's lightning flames? Thinking of this, he immediately started to do it. He released the lightning talisman and used the 9 transformations of thunder to activate the power of lightning, forcing the power of lightning towards the mirror. However, the result was that the Mingyue Haoyan mirror did not absorb the power of lightning, but was constantly shaken by the power of lightning. No, the power of lightning doesn't belong to me yet. I have to absorb it by myself and then emit it. Xianxia would have thought of the method he used to deal with Wang Xiaoyun when he was selected in Martial City. He sat cross-legged and used the 9 transformations of thunder to attract the power of lightning. A white bolt of lightning immediately wrapped around his finger. Then, he used the King Sparrow seal, and a second bolt of lightning flew over. As he absorbed more and more lightning power, the white lightning began to climb towards his arms. At this time, because his body was unable to withstand the powerful lightning power, it began to decompose. First, his skin became dry, then cracked, then bleeding, and then began to fall off. At this time, Xianxia did not dare to continue to move forward. He sent all of this lightning-burning power flying towards the Mingyue Haoyan mirror. As he had expected, the power of lightning had actually been absorbed by the Mingyue Haoyan mirror. Ha! That's great. Xianxia was overjoyed, so he circulated the 9 purities cosmos skill to treat his injuries. After recovering from his injuries, he would absorb the lightning power in the same way as before, and then let the mirror absorb it. After repeating it 4 or 5 times, Xianxia did not dare to continue, because he discovered that the more times he did it, the faster his body would collapse. In other words, before he had the ability to absorb the power of lightning, he would forcefully absorb it. On the contrary, his body would have an instinctive fear of the power of lightning. In other words, his ability to resist electricity was declining. I can't continue. Xianxia took a deep breath, and if he continued, the gains would not be worth the losses. However, it was not bad now. Within the Bright Moon Haoyan mirror, there had already been 4 accumulations of lightning power. The power of these lightning power was still considerable. Another formation. Xianxia summoned the Mingyue Haoyan mirror and used the Jade Balance Finger to set up an array on the mirror. Very quickly, he set up a Heavenly Dipper Demon subduing array on the mirror. After the formation was completed, the diagram faintly disappeared into the mirror and was no longer visible. Mingyue Haoyan mirror. Xianxia tossed the mirror out. The Haoyan mirror floated in the sky and shot out a strong light towards the ground. And that strong light was precisely the power of the Heavenly Dipper Demon subduing array. Ha ha! Xianxia was so happy that he could not help but smile from ear to ear. This time he had really picked up a big treasure. Come! With a wave of his hand, the Mingyue Haoyan mirror flew back to his palm. Xianxia stuffed the mirror into his bosom, allowing it to be carried close to his body. Although the Mingyue Haoyan mirror was a high-grade profound weapon, it was still not an offensive weapon, let alone a defensive weapon. If it encountered a strong attack, it would still shatter. It had to be properly protected. Furthermore, the finger power of the phaseless tribulation finger could not be stored in the mirror. The phaseless tribulation finger would cause damage to all physical objects, even the Haoyan mirror. Strictly speaking, the phaseless tribulation finger was not a kind of finger power in the true sense, it was a kind of tribulation. Right, what about the pages? Xianxia felt the pages in his storage ring still tremble, so he looked around curiously. Not here. He searched the entire lobby and found no paper. Ah, I almost forgot. This corridor has turned twice in a row. It's not straight ahead anymore. According to the previous path, that piece of paper should be in the good fortune corridor next door. Xianxia immediately returned to the palace hall and headed towards the good fortune corridor. When he reached the end, he discovered another lobby. The size of this lobby was the same as the lobby of the profound paradox palace. However, there was no Haotian mirror here, only 18 pill furnaces. At the same time, a small piece of white paper flew in the sky. Xianxia rushed forward, grabbed the last piece of paper, and combined it with the other 9 pieces of paper. The words on the 10 pieces of paper began to connect together. Those words seemed to be alive, running from one piece of paper to the next, and some ran from the next to this piece of paper. Dream Butterfly is still smart. What she said is absolutely correct. In the end, Xianxia refined 10 sheets of paper into a thin book, which only had 10 pages. He looked at the incantations again and discovered that they could really be understood. However, when he finished reading it, he felt his scalp go numb. Damn it! There is such a martial skill in the world? This kind of martial skill had simply subverted Xianxia's understanding of the martial arts system. The name of the martial skill was Xiao Yu. At first glance, it looked like a movement martial skill, but in reality it wasn't. It wasn't even an offensive or defensive martial skill. Its function was that martial artists who cultivated carefree travel would ignore the suppression of their realms. If the damage caused by Xianxia's attack on a 5th-level origin returning cultivator could be assumed to be 100 kilograms. If he attacked a 6th-level origin realm martial artist, the damage he would inflict would be 90 gene, while the 7th-level origin realm martial artist would inflict 50 gene. As the enemy's realm increased, the damage he would inflict would plummet. This was the realm suppression. However, if he cultivated carefree excursion, then regardless of his opponent's cultivation realm, Xianxia would only be able to reach 100 kilograms. Of course, this was a hypothesis that didn't take into account the strength of the enemy's body and yuan qi. This is truly unbelievable. Xianxia was ecstatic. He really didn't expect that today's harvest would be so great. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the carefree traveling martial technique. This kind of martial skill was directly related to a martial artist's talent and potential. The stronger their talent, the faster they could cultivate. To learn a mortal grade talent, it would take about 30 years, 28 years for a spirit grade, 25 years for an earth grade, and 20 years for a heavenly grade. As for the heaven grade dual meridians, it would take 10 years, the 3 meridians 5 years, the 4 meridians 2.5 years, and the 5 meridians 1 year. Xianxia had learned to cultivate with his divine talent in just 3 hours. Success! Xianxia jumped up and stretched his muscles and bones. The trip to the Devil's Sea has finally come to a successful conclusion. We can leave now. Just as he glanced at the 18 pill furnaces, he heard voices coming from the corridor. There is actually a small palace hidden here. I wonder if there are any treasures inside. Go take a look. Dong Wuxiang. Xianxia was shocked, but when he looked around, he realized that he had no way out. Shit! Xianxia thought to himself. The hall was very empty and there was no place to hide. He could only use his next move to open an alchemy furnace and drill into it. At the same time, he swallowed another breath-severing pill that Peak Master Chu Xiao had given him. After consuming this pill, his aura was completely gone, and his yuan qi fluctuations and vitality were all blocked, making it impossible for outsiders to sense it. Just as he finished doing this, Dong Wuxiang and Mo Rushi had already rushed into the lobby. Ha! There are 18 pill refining furnaces here. There may be pills inside, Mo Rushi said happily. Hearing this, Xianxia's heart rose to his throat. Brother Mo, let's check the contents of these pill furnaces. Perhaps we can find something useful. Dong Wuxiang walked towards the first pill furnace. He slapped open the top of the pill furnace with his palm, and then his yuan qi pushed it, but there was nothing inside, nothing flew out. Could it be some abandoned pill furnaces with nothing inside? Mo Rushi frowned. Don't worry, look for it slowly. If you have it, take it. If you don't have it, you won't lose anything. Dong Wuxiang was quite open-minded. He went to inspect the second pill furnace. Xianxia sat inside the dark pill furnace, observing the movements outside through the small vent. At the same time, he was constantly thinking about how to get out of the trap. It was 10 kilometers from here to the spacetime passageway, and he could easily surpass this distance with a single lightning escape. The key is Xianxia shook his head. He did not know where the spacetime passageway was. If he could not make a lightning escape and directly enter the spacetime passageway, then his consciousness would be blurry and he would be quickly caught up by Dong Wuxiang and the other two. What shall I do? He took another look at his own situation. He was hiding in the 16th pill furnace. Dong Wuxiang had already checked the 5th pill furnace. Not long later, he would be here. I have already learned how to travel freely. I can cause harm to Dong Wuxiang. If I accidentally sneak attack him once, I might be able to succeed. But even without the suppression of his realm, that Dong Wuxiang is still at the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. His realm is far too much higher than his own. With his own strength, it is absolutely impossible to kill him in one move, let alone Mo Ru. As Xianxia thought about it, he took out the Mingyue Haoyan mirror, which contained the power of 4 white flames lightning flames. I'm afraid this Bai Yen lightning finger power isn't enough to kill Dong Wuxiang. Oh! Suddenly, Dong Wuxiang's surprised voice came from outside. Xianxia hurriedly looked towards the small hole. Dong Wuxiang took out a pill from the 10th pill furnace and said, Brother Mo, hurry up and take a look. If I'm not mistaken, can this be a Tier 6 feather transformation pill? Feather transformation pill? The formula for refining this kind of pill has long since disappeared. Only 3 or 2 top sects have it now, and they are reluctant to eat it. Mo Rushi hurriedly ran over to take a look and said in shock, Indeed, it is the feather transformation pill. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The feather transformation pill was something he knew. It was a magical pill that could directly raise the martial arts realm. According to legend, a top-grade feather transformation pill could allow a martial artist below the Heaven Scryer realm to directly jump a great realm. It was at the 9th level of the minor realm. On the other hand, high-grade feather transformation pills could increase one's cultivation by 8 levels, intermediate-grade feather transformation pills by 5 levels, and beginner-grade feather transformation pills by 5 levels. The Profound Sky sect had 2 of these pills, but they were treasures of the sect. If one pill was eaten, one would be missing. They had always been treasured. I didn't expect that I would actually see such a lost medicinal pill here today. Xianxia thought to himself it was a pity that if he were given another minute or 2, perhaps the feather transformation pill would be his. Sigh. But this feather transformation pill seems to be a defective product. It hasn't really been successfully cultivated. Mo Rushi sighed. Dong Wuxiang nodded. Well, I can tell that it is indeed a defective pill. However, even so, it can at least bring about a double-level improvement for both of us. It's already pretty good. At this point, the 2 of them exchanged glances with each other, but none of them said anything else. Who should such a precious medicinal pill belong to? There was only one pill, but there were 2 people. Neither Dong Wuxiang nor Mo Rushi wanted to touch this sensitive topic. Dong Wuxiang smiled and placed the feather transformation pill directly on the top of the furnace. Let's go check the other furnaces and put the pills together before distributing them, he said. Mo Ru smiled, but did not say anything. She was only at the 4th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, while Dong Wuxiang was at the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. The difference in realm was very subtle. Dong Wuxiang went to open the 11th pill furnace again. It was empty inside, and then the 12th pill furnace was also empty. As he opened the pill furnace, he walked closer and closer to Xianxia. When Dong Wuxiang reached the 14th pill furnace, he used his Yuan Qi to force out a pill. Brother Mo, this is a Tier 5 Divine Soul pill. It's perfect for you to eat, Dong Wuxiang said happily as he grabbed it in his hand. Mo Rushi was also very happy. This Divine Soul pill is mid-grade. After consuming it, It can greatly increase my divine soul power and greatly help my profound Tao attainments. The profound Tao technique and the paradox technique used a mixture of spirit energy and yuan qi. At the same time, spirit energy came from the soul. As for the souls of profound Tao cultivators, through cultivation, they had already evolved into divine souls that were even more powerful than the souls. Divine soul was extremely difficult to upgrade. To them, a single divine soul pill was no less precious than a rank 6 fragmentary feather transformation pill. Haha, that's good. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Then Dong Wuxiang said, the damaged feather transformation pill belongs to me, and the 5th grade divine soul pill belongs to you. What do you think? Mo Rushi nodded. This is the best way. If only I could get this feather transformation pill. Xianxia thought to himself. If he consumed the feather transformation pill, he would directly refine his soul into a divine soul. At that time, he would use the void stone to escape lightning. The blurring of his consciousness would be greatly reduced, and his recovery speed would also be accelerated. At this time, Dong Wuxiang had already arrived at the 15th pill furnace, only a step away from Xianxia, and Xianxia's heartbeat was also starting to accelerate. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his breathing rate and heart rate. Dong Wuxiang slapped open the 15th pill furnace with his palm and used his yuan qi to force out a pill. The medicinal pill soared into the sky, and with a whoosh, it fled into the corridor. He will escape. My God, it's a grade 7 pill. A greedy light flashed in Dong Wuxiang's eyes. He jumped up and grabbed the escaping pill in his hand. When the two of them came together, Dong Wuxiang released his palm and saw that there was a jade green pill lying in his palm. The medicinal pill itself emitted a glow like a night pearl, and the surface of the medicinal pill flowed with a faint streak of light. Seeing such a strange pill, Dong Wuxiang and Mo Rushi sucked in a breath of cold air. 7th stage heavenly fate pill, said Mo Rushi. Hearing this, even Xianxia was stunned. Heavenly fate pill. It was a strange pill that could increase one's talent in martial arts. After a martial artist ate it, their innate talent would rise by a level. After a person with an earth grade talent ate it, his talent would rise to heaven grade, and after a person with a heaven grade talent ate it, he would have another heaven grade talent. Talent was always the greatest pain in the hearts of all martial artists. This was because martial arts could be improved through cultivation. However, martial arts talent was innate and basically unchangeable throughout one's life. The feather transformation pill and the divine soul pill could still keep the two of them calm, but the appearance of the heavenly fate pill caused them to breathe quickly. Almost at the same time, Dong Wuxiang suddenly turned around and slapped Mo Rushi's stomach. Mo Rushi also pointed backwards, and a strand of strange magical power was injected into Dong Wuxiang's body. The two of them launched a sneak attack at the same time. Neither of them had expected that the other would also want to sneak attack him. Pooh! Mo Ru spat out a mad mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Dong Wuxiang, on the other hand, knelt on both knees with a splash. This scene happened too quickly and appeared right in front of Xianxia. Such a strange scene was clearly seen by Xianxia, but he felt extremely sad in his heart. Brother Dong, you? Mo Ru was lying on the wall, weakly pointing at Dong Wuxiang. You actually ambushed me for a pill. Dong Wuxiang knelt on the ground and laughed heartily. He smiled and a strange black blood started flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Brother Mo, you said that to me. How could you not do that? At this point, both of them fell silent. After a long time, 2 tears streaked out of Mo Rushi's eyes. He smiled miserably and said, What's going on? What's going on? Brother Bu Hui and I, the 3 of us are miserable orphans. We have been begging in the streets since we were young, and we met each other. Do you still remember what we said back then? Dong Wuxiang also fell into his memories and sighed. Back then, the 3 of us formed a golden orchid. We once said that we would enjoy the same fortune and suffer the same hardship. Everyone wants to eat the food we get back. Being chased and beaten by a wealthy family, everyone needs to be beaten together. Mo Rushi smiled miserably. I remember that winter we hadn't eaten for 7 days, and we were about to die of cold and hunger, Yet you endured the cold and hunger and ran out to beg. When we were already in despair, you ran back to the broken temple with a steamed bun and divided it into 3 people to eat. I haven't forgotten the sincere brotherhood on your face when you ran back with the steamed bun. Dong Wuxiang said, I also remember that one year, I was chased by a dog from a wealthy family. It was you who lay on my body and endured it for me. Even today, there is still a scar on your back that was bitten by that dog. Until today, I have not been willing to repair this scar. Mo Ru tore open his robe and revealed his back. There were indeed ferocious scar marks on his back. Because what it witnesses is our brotherhood. At this point, the 2 of them fell silent again. After a long time, Mo Ru suddenly screamed, But what's wrong now? We lived and died together. We didn't even fear each other before. But now you're here to take my life for a pill. That Dong Wuxiang said angrily. That's right. Back then, we did make an oath to live and die together. At that time, everything I said was true. But this damned society is like this. If I don't fight for myself, I will be poor for a lifetime. No one will pity me, and no one will help me. It's this damned society. This damned Jiang who has changed me. The higher my status, the more I cherish my life. The stronger I am, the more afraid I am of death. Dong Wuxiang hysterically roared. Because I have experienced the taste of poverty, I do not want to go back anymore. Even if I die, I will not die like a beggar who is inferior to a dog. Haha, it has changed. Everything has changed. Mo Rushi smiled miserably and said, People are cold and warm, and the world is hot and cold. The oath is as thin as paper. The Oath Mountain Alliance used to be just a pitiful joke. Dong Wuxiang said angrily, If you want to blame me, then blame this damn Jianghu. Blame this damn heavens. Dong Wuxiang shouted loudly as he flew out and struck Mo Rushi's stomach with another palm. Pong! This palm strike actually destroyed Mo Rushi's spiritual sea. Mo Ru spat out blood, and his blood was mixed with shattered internal organs. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! No one can let me be bullied again. No one can stop me from becoming stronger. Dong Wuxiang laughed crazily. Even in my dreams, I would wake up from my nightmares when I dreamed of that begging day. I swear, that day will never come again. At this point, a few thin black vines suddenly appeared in Dong Wuxiang's mouth, nostrils, ears, and eyes. The tree vines slimmed into the hair, but they were slowly growing. Dong Wuxiang's chest rose and fell as he spat out a mouthful of strange black blood. Xianxia, who was hiding in the pill furnace, could clearly hear the conversation between the 2 of them. He was also laughing miserably in his heart. Brothers and sisters were still killing each other for a pill. The husband and wife, for the sake of the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians, ruthlessly killed their husbands. When the hearts of the people had fallen to this point, could it be that the favor had truly become inferior to bullshit? At this time, Dong Wuxiang, who had been poisoned by the paradox, staggered to open the 16th pill furnace. Xianxia had already grabbed the mirror and waited for the moment the top lid of the pill furnace opened. Haotian Cosmos Mirror. Xianxia jumped out from inside. The Haotian Cosmos Mirror immediately flew out, illuminating Dong Wuxiang. Rumble, 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 rumble. The powerful power of lightning exploded on the defenseless Dong Wuxiang. Dong Wuxiang didn't even have the time to condense his yuan qi to resist when he was engulfed by the massive amount of white lightning. All of this happened too quickly. By the time Dong Wuxiang reacted, he was already lying on the ground, breathing heavily. His entire body had been smashed to pieces, and even his breathing had weakened. I really didn't expect. Dong Wuxiang's face was filled with despair. Mantis catches cicadas, and the yellow fowl is behind cough. Mo Rushi smiled miserably and said, Brother Dong, I never thought that in the end, neither of us would be able to obtain those pills. In the end, they actually fell into this brat's hands. Fate. This is all fate. Xianxia stepped on Dong Wuxiang's chest and angrily said, Old bastard. You killed so many innocent people. This time, I will definitely take your dog's life. Dong Wuxiang laughed loudly. Stop pretending to be here. If you want to kill, then kill. Pretend to be righteous. There are no righteous people in this world. Everyone's actions are all for themselves. Bullshit your ancestors. Bullshit your ancestors. Xiangnan scolded angrily. Do you think that only you are betrayed? I've tasted the coldest favor. I've been killed by the woman I love the most. But so what? Xiangnan exerted force on his feet, causing Dong Wuxiang to spit out blood. Xiangnan shouted, I can have the strongest talent, but I don't deserve to have sincere feelings. I don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it. Whoever treats me well, I will repay 10 times. The revenge must be avenged, and the kindness that should be repaid must also be repaid. That's just your wishful thinking. Mo Rushi smiled miserably and said, Look at the two of us and you will understand. What kind of bullshit favor do you have? You used the most genuine favor to exchange for indifference. You're speaking so casually now, but you haven't even noticed that you're the same kind of person as us. Bullshit. Xiangnan angrily said, I am different from you. Don't judge me by your thoughts. What I, Xiangnan, value the most is kindness. If a person's feelings are false, what difference is there between living and dying? I have tasted betrayal, but I will not become cold-blooded because I do not want others to repeat my mistakes. Xiangnan held the huge saber in his hand and raised it to land. That Dong Wuxiang's head rolled on the ground. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Mo Rushi laughed loudly and said, Are you going to repay your grievances with kindness? Are you a lunatic or an idiot? Xiangnan shouted, I'm crazy. I'm stupid. I don't regret it. Mo Rushi had already burst into tears with laughter. What has this society, this Jianghu, given you? Apart from cruel life and death, and ice-cold slaughter, how could it be of any benefit to you? Come on, kill me. Stop lying to yourself and become like us. Xiangnan walked a few steps to Mo Rushi's side, squatted down in front of her, and put his mouth close to her ears. He said, I just want to be a decent person. Men walk in the world, when a clear conscience. What's so scary about dying? Even if I really want to die, at least I have lived openly. At least on the verge of death, when I look back on my life, I can leave with a smile, because I am worthy of my conscience. Xiangnan stabbed the saber into Mo Rushi's stomach and said, But can you do that? When you're about to die, ask your conscience, what else have you left behind other than cold slaughter and cruel betrayal? Mo Rushi's pupils slowly dilated. At this moment, her tears fell like rain. At this moment, Mo Ru no longer had to disguise herself, nor did she need to wear that fake human skin mask. What did I leave behind? He was born sad and he died sad. All my life I've been a pathetic joke. Just as he was about to die, Mo Ru suddenly turned around and grabbed Xiangnan's collar with great strength. Her eyes were filled with tears as she choked up, The greatest regret of my life is that my hands and feet have been torn apart. I don't think it's a pity to die at your hands, but, cough cough, but don't repeat our mistakes. I said before that favors are all false. You, cough, you must prove me wrong. Xiangnan, I only ask one thing. Please let me and brother Dong die together. Xiangnan was moved. He pulled out the huge saber and grabbed Mo Rushi's arm, causing her to lie on Dong Wuxiang's corpse. Mo Ru hugged Dong Wuxiang's corpse tightly. At this moment, she smiled. Brother, let's die together. No matter what, at least I cough. At least I did it. After saying that, Mo Ru tilted his head and died. Xiangnan raised his head to the sky and let out a deep breath. Then, he waved his hand and forced out a yuan qi flame, burning the two corpses, and buried their storage rings here. The storage rings of the two of them must contain a lot of treasures, but Xiangnan did not want to take them, nor was he willing to take them. Mo Ru's actions before he died greatly touched Xiangnan. He believed that he should give them the final respect as a martial artist. It's over, it's all over. Xiangnan closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths before striding towards the pill furnace. He took away the feather transformation pill, the divine soul pill, and the heavenly fate pill. Then he slapped open the last 2 pill furnaces, but they were empty. These 18 pill furnaces are all high-grade heavenly grade. They are very helpful to me. Xianxia took out his earth-grade pill furnace, threw it away, and put another heaven-grade pill furnace into his storage ring. Finally, he looked at the 3 pills in his hand and muttered to himself, "The Xiang clan gave me a chance to be reborn. I took Xianxia's flesh and blood. But as the son of man, what have I done for the Xiang clan? I have divine talent, and my martial arts realm can still be improved. However, Grandpa has already stopped at the first level of the heavenly Yuan realm. I want to give this feather transformation pill to Grandpa. I want to give this heavenly fate pill to one of the most talented younger brothers and sisters in the clan so that they can rise to prominence. How much is a life worth?" Xianxia had already done a lot for the Xiang clan, but he felt that this was not enough, far from enough. Xianxia already had a divine talent. Adding another heavenly talent would not be of any substantial help. In the end, he only left himself a divine soul pill, swallowed it, and sat down to refine it. The divine soul pill was rapidly refining his soul, allowing his soul to forcefully transform into a divine soul without going through the cultivation of the profound Tao. At this moment, Xianxia felt a powerful spiritual force breeding in his mind. That kind of spiritual energy was as strong as the 3rd level of the origin reversion realm. Cultivators of the profound Tao didn't have their own realms. They were still graded according to their martial arts realms. At this moment, Xianxia possessed a soul strength between the 3rd and 4th level of origin return. His soul strength had increased too violently. On the one hand, it was due to his divine talent and the power of the pill itself. On the other hand, it was because he had already laid a solid foundation for the profound Tao. He could easily break through most of the formations, and could even waved his hand to set up a heavenly dipper demon subduing array that had been lost for a long time. This divine soul pill is indeed very powerful. Xianxia tilted his head and carefully sensed that the peak of the effects of the divine soul pill had passed, but the remaining medicinal properties continued to nurture his divine soul. Perhaps by the time the divine soul pill completely lost its effect, he would be able to increase his divine soul power to the 5th or 6th level of origin return. Afterwards, he withdrew the Mingyue Haoyan mirror and no longer lingered on the Devil Sea. He turned around and left. After passing through the spatial temporal passageway, he arrived at the fork in the spatial temporal passageway on the 9th floor. This time, Xianxia chose the left passageway and walked out. The scenery in front of him was dazed. Xianxia discovered that he had already appeared in a vast sea. He immediately used his essence feather wings to allow himself to soar into the sky. Looking at the vast ocean, Xianxia felt as if he was in another world. Everything that he had experienced in the Devil Sea was still vivid in his mind. "I wonder how Dream Butterfly is now. Did you find her master? Did she remove her green fire poison?" Xianxia finally turned his head and saw that the Devil Sea in the mirror turned around and flew towards the east. The trip to the Devil Sea was completely over. It's time to return to the Howran sect. There are about 2 months left before the Azure Underworld sect's joint exam. Facing the boundless ocean, Xianxia used a lightning escape to the east in order to test how much his soul power would help his consciousness. His body turned into a streak of black lightning and instantly appeared 100 miles away. This time he only felt a terrible headache, but his consciousness did not fall into a blurry state. Indeed, it is effective. Xianxia was delighted. Although his divine soul was not equal to his consciousness, his divine soul was powerful and his consciousness had also been strengthened to a certain extent. He gritted his teeth and used the second lightning escape. His body once again turned into black lightning and appeared 100 miles away. This time he had already stepped on the land, but the headache was fierce. He felt dizzy and the sky was spinning. Twice. Xianxia panted and hurriedly sat down cross-legged. "I can already use the lightning evasion twice now. The effect is very good." Returning to the real world, Xianxia was in a good mood. At this moment, he had the feeling that he was as tall as a bird. The first thing he flew into was the boundless black forest, where many stories had happened. He casually found a secret place in the black forest and set up a teleportation array. With this teleportation array as the starting point, if there were any dangers on the road behind them, they could set up another array and directly flee back to the black forest. If I were to find a large city and buy some medicine, I would be able to absorb the lightning burning finger power and increase my cultivation. But if you exceed the 5th level of the Origin Return sect, you will lose the qualifications to participate in the Azure Underworld sect's Grand Examination. Xianxia shook his head. Participating in the Azure Underworld sect's Grand Examination was a task given to him by the Howran sect, and he definitely couldn't give up on it. Looks like right now we can only suppress our cultivation realm first and wait until the Grand Exam is over before improving. Dong Wuxiang, Mo Rushi, and Tanbu Hui's 3 old monsters were already dead. In this black forest, there was no longer any existence that could threaten Xianxia. He flew eastward and couldn't wait to find a city to board the flying cargo ship to the Haotian Empire. He didn't stop flying for 3 days and 3 nights before he flew out of the black forest. At this moment, he felt like an arrow returning to his heart. There was also a marrow-cleansing scripture in the storage ring. This scripture was of great benefit to the sun god technique. The other was a simplified golden body that could not be broken. This body-refining martial skill was the key to restraining the half-demon body. Xianxia admitted that although he had gained a lot from his trip to the western regions, what was truly precious was these 2 books. The marrow-cleansing scripture could save the Sun Peak, while the golden body could destroy the heavenly profound sex conspiracy. In the distance, he could already vaguely see some light. I've finally returned to the human world. Xianxia took a deep breath. The feeling of seeing human lights again was incomprehensible to ordinary people. However, just at this moment, a strong light suddenly appeared above the illuminating light in the distance. Buzz! A strange voice shook the world. Immediately after, the sky lit up. It was clearly just nightfall, but the entire sky was illuminated like daylight. What was even stranger was that Xianxia's own body was also reflected with a hazy layer of fluorescence. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't know what that light represented. He continued to fly forward doubtfully. The closer he got to that small city, the brighter the sky would be. When he approached to a certain extent, he discovered that a pearl the size of a house was floating in the air in that small city. The light that illuminated the night sky came from the huge pearl. What is that? Xianxia frowned. This kind of pearl was a little too big. But what was its use? This was the first time Xianxia had seen such a thing, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. After he flew out for a while, a large number of martial artists suddenly flew over from all directions. Among them, there were human martial artists and demon race experts. These people all rushed over from different directions, but their goal was only one, and that was Xianxia. Those human martial artists also wore very different attire. There were ordinary idle martial artists, and there were also many members of the dark forces of the western regions. The person with the highest cultivation realm could reach the 3rd level of the heavenly Yuan realm. The lowest level was only at the 2nd or 3rd level of origin return. Martial artists above Tian Yuan were flying in the sky, while those below Tian Yuan were riding on flying demonic beasts. Xianxia's heart sank. It's him. He's Xianxia. As those people rushed over, one of the demons suddenly pointed at Xianxia and shouted, "Capture him! How did you recognize him?" Xianxia was shocked. He was in a disguised state, and this was the first time he had seen those people chasing after him. But they immediately recognized their identities? Ah, so it's like this. When Xianxia saw that there was no fluorescence on those people's bodies, only on his own, he came to a sudden realization. The pearl floating in the air actually had an early warning effect. As long as he was close to a certain distance, the pearl would shine. At the same time, his body would also reflect fluorescence, allowing people to identify him with a single glance. Xianxia, let's see where you run. 6 Tianyuan 3 Dan martial artists rushed over at the fastest speed. The 6 of them attacked with fear before and after, and they saw sharp strands of yuan qi shot towards Xiangnan. Shit! Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. Not to mention 6 Tianyuan 3 Dan martial artists. Even if there was only one, he couldn't defeat them. He hurriedly landed on the ground. Because the 6 martial artists were still far away from him, Xiangnan was able to dodge the yuan qi attack of the Heaven Origin Realm. After landing on the ground, Xiangnan immediately set up a teleportation array on the ground, using the fastest speed possible. More and more people flew over to chase after Xiangnan. Those people rushed over like flies attracted by the stench. Among them, the 6 closest Heaven Origin Realm martial artists were only 500 meters away from Xiangnan. He's mine. Bullshit. Whoever catches you first is yours. The 6 martial artists scrambled to the front and released a second round of yuan qi attacks towards Xiangnan. The essence qi emitted by a heavenly yuan realm expert, regardless of speed or intensity, was far greater than that emitted by a returning yuan realm expert. It was simply not on a horizontal line. 500 meters away, the yuan qi of the Heaven Origin Realm whistled over in the blink of an eye. At that critical moment, Xiangnan's teleportation array was completed. He immediately jumped into the array and activated the Void Stone. Xiangnan, who was in the teleportation array, suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. At the same time that he disappeared, 6 strands of formidable yuan qi struck Xiangnan's location in an instant and smashed into the teleportation array. Whoosh! A ray of light appeared on another teleportation array in the Black Forest. The ray of light transformed into Xiangnan himself. As soon as Xiangnan appeared, he panted violently. What exactly is going on? Why are those damned fellows attacking me the moment they see me? Junior brother Xiangnan. Is that junior brother Xiangnan up ahead? Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. Xiangnan frowned and grabbed the giant saber in his hand. But after seeing the person's appearance, he relaxed his vigilance. The people who came were Yundu from Feiyun Temple and his 7 or 8 senior brothers. When Yundu saw Xiangnan, he heaved a long sigh of relief and said happily, "I found you. Fortunately, you're still alive." Xiangnan said, "Senior brother Yundu, this is..." Yundu said, "Xiangnan, the situation is not good. The Profound Sky sect has set up a heavenly net in the entire western regions, and they are experts in both black and white. They are all chasing after you." What? Xiangnan's heart was filled with rage. When he was in the Devil Sea, he had heard Yuan Meng mention this matter. He didn't expect the Profound Sky sect to be so big. Yundu said, the Profound Sky sect found a large number of strange gemstones from the ancient martial tomb. Those gemstones can detect a person's life force fluctuations and yuan qi fluctuations. They placed these gemstones above every city or even every small town in the western regions. Once you get close, those gemstones will shine. After Yundu explained, Xiangnan finally understood the general situation. The cities and towns of the western regions were all covered with early warning gemstones. First, they found some of the blood left behind by Xiangnan in the places where Xiangnan had fought and merged it into early warning gemstones. Once Xiangnan got close to the gemstones, they would shine and illuminate Xiangnan. This time, the Heavenly Profound sect had invested a lot of money to capture Xiangnan alive, and they had also given him an astonishing reward. All of a sudden, the entire western regions became restless. All the forces in the western regions began to frantically search for Xiangnan's whereabouts. Among them, there was no need to mention the members of the demon race and the dark forces. According to rumors, even the officials of the western regions were tempted. They disguised the military experts as ordinary warriors and were also searching for Xiangnan. The cities and towns of the western regions were extremely chaotic, like the stars in the sky, spreading throughout the entire western regions. Even in the wilderness far away from the city, there were high-level martial artists patrolling. It was said that the highest-level martial artist among these people had already reached the Heaven Scryer realm. They could find Xiangnan's whereabouts better, but if Xiangnan didn't go to the wilderness and instead went to the city, relying on the speed of a Heaven Origin Realm and Heaven Scryer realm expert, he would be able to quickly arrive near the city and capture Xiangnan. Basically, the heavenly profound sex operation could not be more apt to be described in terms of the heavenly net. This time, it was really hard to fly even with wings inserted. After hearing this news, the anger in Xiang Nan's heart could no longer be calmed down. Yun Du said, "You have learnt the phaseless tribulation finger. This kind of finger technique is a great threat to any peak expert." That day, the Xuanzong sect tried to command the martial Tao of the world. So the first thing they need to do is to get rid of this big trouble in your heart. That's right. Even half-saint realm experts are afraid of the tribulation-free finger. How could they allow a person who knows this kind of finger technique to survive? If Xiang Nan lived one more day, they would have trouble sleeping and eating. Then wouldn't I be helpless and have no entrance to the earth? Xiang Nan gritted his teeth. Yun Du said, "The heavenly profound sect has done a great job this time. However, you don't need to despair. The Haotian Empire has long since learned of this news." Yun Du added, 2 days ago, a military general named Luo Fei came to Feiyun Temple in disguise as an ordinary martial artist. As he spoke, Yun Du took out a map. Xiang Nan leaned over to take a look and discovered that this was a border map that covered the entire western regions. On some cities, he even drew circles with red brushes. Yun Du said, "More than 100 years ago, the Haotian Empire defeated the western regions and occupied many territories in the western regions. In the early days of the war, the scouts of the Haotian army sneaked into the western regions and left behind these spirit-sealing formations." Spirit-sealing formation? Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. This kind of formation can shield a martial artist from all the Yuan Qi fluctuations, life force fluctuations, and even blood attributes. However, this spirit-sealing formation requires at least a fortune realm expert to set it up. You're right. These formations were personally set up by Emperor Haotian. Yun Du nodded and said, "After the war between Haotian and the western regions ends, these formations will be abandoned. This matter was originally a secret of the military, so it's impossible for it to be leaked out. However, this time, the Haotian Empire is determined to protect you, and they even didn't hesitate to reveal this great secret. On this map, there is a spirit-sealing formation hidden beneath every marked city. You can enter the formation and block your aura. However, you must remember that each formation can only block your aura for 3 days. In these 3 days, you must rush to the next spirit-sealing formation. Otherwise, once your aura leaks out, you will immediately be surrounded by a large number of experts. There's also a letter Luo Fei left for you." Xiang Nan took the letter and read it. "Xiang Nan, we have already learned that the profound sky sect is going to attack you, but it is impossible for us to send a large number of experts to suppress the heroes of the western regions. Firstly, this will trigger a war between the two countries. Secondly, you are only a origin realm martial artist, and the Haotian army cannot do such a thing for you. At the same time, Haojing also issued an order that the peak experts of the nature sect would not be allowed to come to the western regions. Otherwise, the peak experts of the heavenly profound sect would also come. At that time, it was very likely that a battle between the peak experts of the sect would be triggered. Without the assistance of the imperial army, the nature's boundless sect would not be a match for the profound sky sect, and they might even be annihilated in this battle. The support we can give you now is already the limit of the limit. I hope you can understand our difficulties. However, don't worry. As long as you step into the Haotian kingdom, our Haotian army will be able to guarantee your safety. If the martial practitioners of the western regions dare to cross the border and chase after them, the Haotian Empire will defend our national prestige and leave no land behind." Northern Wilderness Border Guards, Luo Fei left a pen. Looking at the iron-clenched handwriting, Xiang Nan's heart was filled with pride. "Come on. If I, Xiang Nan, cannot step out of the border of the western regions, I will take your surname. Right now, you have 2 choices. One is to follow me back to Feiyun Temple, and the other is to charge out of the western regions." Yun Du said, "I definitely want to break through." Xiang Nan clenched his fists and stayed in Feiyun Temple, waiting to be surrounded. Yun Du clasped his hands together and said, "Entering the spirit-sealing formation can shield all your attributes and fluctuations. but your people cannot hide it from the eyes of humans. At this moment, the western regions are full of black and white spies. They will still find traces of you. A battle will definitely be inevitable, but you must remember that the battle must be concluded quickly. You must not wait for the high-level martial artists in the wilderness to arrive. Junior brother Xianxia, I hope you have a good journey. Thank you, senior brother Yundu. I'll see you in the future. Xianxia cupped his fists and cupped his hands, unfurling his yuan qi wings and soaring into the sky. As he flew, he looked at the map in his hand. The spirit sealing formation closest to him was located in Ironwood City, the city that he had just been besieged. To enter this city, he would definitely have to engage in a direct confrontation with the enemy. Xianxia took out his storage ring and poured 2 breath-severing pills from it. After swallowing it, it would be like a dead person. The effects of each breath-severing pill could only last for an hour. It took Xianxia another 3 days to fly out of the Black Forest. But this time, many experts were already lingering in the area where he had been attacked, so he chose a new route. When he approached Ironwood City, 200 to 300 kilometers away, the night sky suddenly lit up again. On the other hand, a layer of fluorescence reflected off Xianxia's body. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately swallowed a breath-severing pill. When the effects of the pill began, the light in the sky slowly dissipated. There must be quite a few people searching for me now. We have to hurry. Xianxia didn't dare to fly anymore. That way, the target would be too obvious, and he would use his legs to run wildly towards Ironwood City. Once he sensed a large number of yuan qi fluctuations appearing in the surroundings, he immediately found a place to hide. After the yuan qi fluctuations passed, he came out and continued on his journey. 200 to 300 li said it wasn't near, but it wasn't far. Xianxia stopped and walked for 40 minutes before entering Ironwood City. At this moment, Ironwood City was extremely noisy. The entire city was filled with red lanterns, as if celebrating an important event. Xianxia lowered his hood and silently walked through the crowd. Xianxia also knew why Taimu City was so bustling as he listened to the excited chats of passers-by. The Profound Sky sect formally challenged the 6 great sects and invited martial artists from all continents to the 9 Firmaments continent as witnesses. This was the most lively event that had happened in the martial world in the past 1,000 years. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the Blue Tide continent, the 9 Firmaments continent, or the Red Earth continent, everyone was celebrating. The favor was still cold. As the saying went, each clan swept the snow in front of their own sect. Not many sects would sympathize with the 6 first-class sections. On the contrary, more people were secretly delighted. Why do you have a first-grade sect for over 1,000 years? This time, it's time for the Profound Sky sect to teach you a lesson. After the 6 great sects lose face, more sects will rise. He frantically snatched away the throne of a first-rate sect. It's never too big of a deal to watch the show. Xianxia lowered his hood, covering half of his face and silently marching through the crowd. Sure enough, Yundu wasn't exaggerating. Almost all of the black and white forces in the western regions had moved out, setting up countless spies throughout the entire western regions. Facts had proved that even without such a huge gem, it was difficult for Xianxia to avoid clashing with the enemy. Up until now, Xianxia had felt that there had been at least 10 times when a faint gaze swept past him from all directions. Although Xianxia had a human skin mask on his face and had changed his appearance, since ancient times, the dark forces had even used countless high-powered scouting methods. Fortunately, the breath confinement pill was powerful enough. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, he was just an ordinary person without any boundary. The streets were bustling with noise. Xianxia took out the map and took a closer look. Over the past 100 years, the wind and clouds had changed. The spirit sealing formation used by the Haotian army scouts here was no longer the same as before. The spirit sealing formation of Ironwood City was once located under a beast pen outside of Ironwood City. However, after so many years, Ironwood City had been expanded many times and was now covered by a restaurant. Fortunately, Xianxia looked at the restaurant and nodded slightly. This kind of place was very good. He could enter openly. As he walked towards the restaurant, He could clearly feel a martial artist at least at the 4th level of the origin return stage walking towards him. The man had a smile on his face, and his gaze was on the busy crowd on the street. However, his intentions could not escape Xianxia's premonition. Xianxia's right hand, hidden in his loose sleeve, was already clenched into a fist, ready to fight at any moment. The unfamiliar martial artist finally approached Xianxia and put on an act of brushing past him. His right hand quickly reached into Xianxia's embrace and quickly pulled out. This action was extremely fast, and ordinary people would not be able to detect it. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He hesitated several times whether to make a move. What if that person reached into his embrace and held a dagger in his hand? But Xianxia endured it, and that person had only stolen a purse from Xianxia's embrace. This was a purse with a small amount of gold coins in Nanping fashion. It was not necessary for him to open his storage ring every time he bought something. It's a test. It must be a test. Xianxia looked straight ahead, pretending that he didn't feel anything, and continued to walk towards the restaurant. If he noticed that his purse had been stolen, he would definitely arouse the suspicion of the martial artist. Waiter, a guest room, 1st floor. Xianxia came to the counter with a smile on his face and touched his purse. However, when he touched it, his expression changed slightly. He asked curiously, where is my purse? The waiter behind the counter immediately laughed. Guest, without money, you can't stay in the shop. At this moment, the martial artist who stole Xianxia's purse returned. He slapped a gold coin on the counter and said, I'll pay for this young master's money. All right, arrange a room now. The waiter smiled and grabbed a key from the back wall. Thank you, friend. Xianxia pretended to be grateful. The martial artist gently patted Xianxia's shoulder and lowered his voice. Recently, things have not been peaceful. Friends should try not to use disguise techniques to avoid being implicated. After saying that, the martial artist smiled and walked out of the restaurant. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. That person could indeed tell that he had undergone a disguise. But he didn't know what he really looked like. Xianxia took the key and went to his room. Then he locked the door and confirmed that no one was paying attention to him. Only then did he open the lightning bolt and look underground. A faint layer of light came from below the ground. There was indeed an underground cave 50 meters below the ground. There was an array formation inside. In order to avoid unnecessary movements, Xianxia directly used the void stone to let his body naturally sink into the ground. He quickly sank all the way to the underground cave in the blink of an eye. This cave was about the size of the restaurant's main hall, and thick dust covered a formation. Xianxia blew away the dust and stood on the formation. At this moment, the effects of the breath-sealing pill had also disappeared. Immediately after, he circulated his yuan qi slightly. The spirit-sealing formation was activated, and a faint layer of light came from the formation, engulfing Xianxia. After the light faded, Xianxia discovered that his life and yuan qi fluctuations had completely disappeared with his blood essence attribute. But Xianxia raised his right hand. He could clearly feel the strength of his yuan qi. In other words, other martial artists could also sense that Xianxia was a 5th-level origin returning martial artist, but they were unable to sense Xianxia's yuan qi fluctuations. After all, this spirit-sealing formation was inferior to the priceless breath-sealing pill, and it was unable to block the realm at the same time. Looks like we're really going nowhere this time. Xianxia checked the spirit-sealing array. He originally wanted to rearrange a teleportation array next to the spirit-sealing array, so that when he encountered danger in the future, he could teleport back in an instant. Unfortunately, the effect of this spirit-sealing formation could only be used once. Xianxia had used it once before it was truly abolished. If it were to be teleported back in the future, wouldn't there be no spirit-sealing formation available to completely expose him? It seemed that the Haotian military had deliberately left behind the last right to use the spirit-sealing formation for a rainy day. This time, they had handed over the precious right to use the formation to themselves. As for the teleportation array in the Black Forest, it was no longer usable. The teleportation array was a pair of teleportation arrays. Even if Xianxia set up a 3rd teleportation array, the 3rd teleportation array would still be ineffective. The spirit sealing formation can only be used for 3 days. In these 3 days, I have to rush to the next city. Xianxia opened the map and scanned it carefully. There were a total of 8 cities marked with red pens on the map. The order was Ironwood City, Crimson Firmament City, Fanua City, Dualuo City, Lone Moon City, Moongazer City, Blackjiang City, and Withered Sea City. Apart from the huge Black Forest, it was about 350,000 miles away from here to the Haoyan border. The distance between each of the 8 towns was about 40,000 miles on average. However, the distance between the 8 towns was not the same. Some were close, some were far, some were close, and some could be reached directly by flying mounts. Those who were far, they had to board a cargo flying ship before they could arrive. Xianxia took a deep breath. After recovering his consciousness from being devoured by the void stone, he used lightning escape again and returned to the inn above. He pushed open the door and strode out of the restaurant. The streets outside were still bustling with noise, but this time, Xianxia walked out with a martial Dao realm. "Excuse me, where is the nearest leasing point of the beast pen?" Xianxia smiled and asked a passerby. "Oh, go east from here. You can see it when you get close to the East City Gate," that person said. Xianxia nodded and thanked him. He immediately walked towards the east of the city. He slowed down his speed and tried not to attract the attention of more people. At the East Gate, "Destination?" the Beast Pavilion manager asked lazily. "Crimson Firmament City." Xianxia gave the name. The administrator nodded and said, "Pay the deposit of 30,000 gold coins. Return the flying demonic beast in Crimson Firmament City within 5 days. The deposit will be returned to you. The daily fee will be 500 gold coins. The rent will double for each overtime day." Xianxia arrived at the designated beast pen. There were some of the lowest grade griffins in the pen. They could only fly about 10,000 miles a day, and they had to rest and eat at night. From Ironwood City to Crimson Firmament City, it was 30,000 li. This time was a bit too tight. "I want something faster." Xianxia was not satisfied with the griffins and shook his head. "Gale Griffin, 20,000 li a day, 70,000 deposit, every day." The administrator led Xianxia to another beast pen area and said, "Gale Griffin, 20,000 li a day, 70,000 deposit, every day." Needless to say, we need the Gale Griffin. Xianxia took out a storage card and wrote 70,000 gold coins on the administrator's bill. He used the storage card as a seal and stamped the word 70,000 gold coins on it. With this handwritten data and seal, the administrator could go to the bank to withdraw 70,000 gold coins at any time. To Xianxia, this money was nothing and he didn't care at all. Xianxia stepped onto the Gale Griffin and left. Xianxia firmly remembered Yundu's warning and flew all the way, choosing the official route to advance as far away as possible from the wilderness to avoid meeting high-level martial artists. It should be easier next. In the sky, on the back of the Gale Griffin, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and ate some cooked meat to replenish his body. Taimu City was located at the edge of the Black Forest. It was likely that Xianxia had gone to the Devil Sea, so there were only a few Heaven Origin Realm experts in Taimu City. In Crimson Firmament City, the number of Heaven Origin Realm experts should be extremely rare. Especially since he had already revealed his whereabouts in Ironwood City once. He was afraid that a group of high-realm martial artists from the western regions had already been transferred to the Ironwood City area. Xianxia slept in the open and the horse did not stop and arrived at Crimson Firmament City at dusk the next day. He temporarily stored the Gale Griffin in the East Beast Pen and didn't return it. Instead, he renewed his lease for 5 days. He then walked into the city to search for a second spirit sealing formation. Crimson Firmament City was slightly larger than Ironwood City, and the spirit sealing formation was located in the center of Crimson Firmament City. This time, he had entered the city with his cultivation realm. Almost as soon as he entered the city, he was determined by 3 gazes. What a net! Any Origin Realm martial artist, they have to check it out. Xianxia simply lifted his hood and walked forward openly. Rather than dodging and dodging to attract more suspicions, it was better to simply let go. Sure enough, his actions caused the gazes from 2 of the directions to shift away from him. while the last gaze was still chasing after him. Xianxia advanced for a while, and two sturdy men walked over from the opposite side. These two men were at the 6th level of Gui Yuan and the 5th level of Gui Yuan respectively. The two strong men lived in Xianxia, and one of them directly hugged Xianxia's shoulder. He pointed to the alley beside him and said, "Let's talk." Xianxia quietly followed the two into the narrow alley. One of the martial artists used a dagger to block Xianxia's back. The strong man at the 6th level patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, "Name, origin." Xianxia said, "Zhangdong, the Haotian Empire, idle martial artists, come to the western regions to find friends." The sturdy man said, "Release your Yuan Qi." Xianxia raised his right hand, and a surge of Yuan Qi jumped in his palm. The sturdy man sensed Xianxia's Yuan Qi and said, "He doesn't even have attributes. What trash martial artist. Bright weapon." Xianxia casually pulled out a long sword from his storage ring. The sturdy man looked at the sword and took out another portrait. He compared it with Xianxia's face. The portrait depicted Xianxia. "Yes." The strong man nodded and took out a piece of white paper from his bosom. There was an eagle drawn on it, and he stuck the white paper on Xianxia's back. "Don't waste our human resources. With this piece of paper, no one will cause trouble for you in Crimson Firmament City. Let's go." Xianxia thanked the two of them and turned to leave. It seemed that the black and white paths in Scarlet Firmament City would censor every martial artist. In order to avoid repeating the censorship of the same person, they would stick a sect emblem on the back of the martial artist who had passed the censorship. When someone saw this figure again, they wouldn't waste their energy on Xianxia. Sure enough, along the way, Xianxia kept feeling that someone was looking at him, but no one came to question him. This trip to Crimson Firmament City was considered smooth. After Xianxia found the Spirit Sealing Formation, he resealed it. Then he took the Gale Griffin and flew towards the third city, Fanua City. Fanua City was 40,000 kilometers away from Scarlet Firmament City, and the Gale Griffin could arrive in 2 days. On the morning of the third day, Xianxia temporarily stored the Griffin in Hyatt City and entered the city. The fly pattern he had obtained in Crimson Firmament City was no longer valid, but it was still worn on his body. As soon as they entered the city, 3 more gazes focused on him. After they saw the eagle pattern on Xianxia's body, 2 of them withdrew. Immediately after, 3 5th-level origin returning martial artists walked over and called Xianxia to a tea house to interrogate him. The problem was still the same. Xianxia still needed to release his essence and display his weapon. After checking, a martial artist tore off the eagle pattern on Xianxia's back and said, "This is the pattern of Crimson Firmament City. It has been crippled. Replace it with this one." As he spoke, the martial artist took out a tiger pattern and placed it on Xianxia's back. The martial artist checked the code message on the eagle pattern and said to Xianxia, "You took 2 days to arrive at Fanua City from Crimson Firmament City in such a hurry? Didn't you say you were looking for a friend?" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that there was still such a path hidden inside. They could judge their own direction and date according to the eagle pattern. "Yes, my friend asked me to go to the Drunken Immortal building to taste the Lihuadu wine. My journey has been delayed, so I have to hurry up." The martial artist chuckled and subconsciously licked his lips. The Rikadu is indeed a good wine, but now that the flowering season has passed, I'm afraid you won't be able to buy it. Looks like your friend should be storing some. Friends are really lucky. Unfortunately, I have something important to attend to. Otherwise, I would really like to follow you and drink that wine again. Ha. Xianxia cupped his fists and cupped his hands. "I will let that friend deposit half a jar of pear blossom dew in the Drunken Immortal building. When you are free, you can take out half a jar of fine wine to drink when you go to the Drunken Immortal building." Hearing this, the martial artist was overjoyed. What a happy man! It's settled. Goodbye. Xianxia cupped his fists at the 3 martial artists and turned around to leave. Behind them, the 3 martial artists were already moving their index fingers, discussing the delicacy of the pear blossom dew happily. Right at this moment, a person suddenly walked over from the opposite side. That person was dressed in a light green robe and carried a snowy sword behind him. It was the 6th level of the Origin Return realm. The temperament of this person was completely different from that of the 3 martial artists in the tea house. Clearly, his strength was much higher than the 3 of them. Xianxia felt that this person was carrying a faint demonic aura. He was obviously a demon. Wait! The blue-robed man blocked Xianxia's path with a faint smile. He glanced at Xianxia's face and said, "Your name is Zhang Dong?" Xianxia nodded. "Exactly. Ah, there's no problem with this little brother Zhang Dong. Let him go." In the tea house, the martial artist who was familiar with Xianxia greeted the man in green with a smile. "Is that so?" The green-robed man smiled and said to Xianxia, "Since there's no problem, why should my friend change his appearance? Why don't you show us your true face and show us?" "What? Disguise?" The 3 martial artists immediately drew out their swords and surrounded Xianxia. I don't think this little brother Zhang Dong has changed his appearance." The martial artist pinched Xianxia's face with his hand and said, "Isn't this a real face?" "That's right, friend. Perhaps you're mistaken. I'm not disguised." Xianxia smiled and said to the blue-robed man. The green-robed man crossed his shoulders and said, "Some disguise techniques are very clever and difficult to discern. However, we have our own methods for investigating disguise techniques." As he spoke, the blue-robed man stretched out his hand and looked towards Xianxia's face. The direction he was searching for was not Xianxia's face, but Xianxia's neck. That was the edge of the human skin mask. As long as it could be taken out, it could be torn off. Seeing this, Xianxia took half a step back and shook his head at the martial artist who walked out of the tea house. "Friend, it seems like you won't be able to drink Rikadu." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia grabbed the martial artist's head and instantly smashed it to the ground. Before the martial artist could even react, his face landed on the ground and his entire body was smashed upwards. The expressions of the other 2 warriors changed as they pulled out their weapons. Xianxia's speed was even faster. With a kick, the martial artist on the left drew less than a third of his sword and was kicked back to the sheath. Then, Xianxia grabbed the head of the martial artist on the left with one hand and the head of the martial artist on the right with the other, colliding heavily with each other's heads. The 2 of them immediately fainted on the spot. So fast! The blue-robed man quickly retreated. He grabbed his lower lip and was about to whistle. Picking flower finger, Xianxia pulled the green-robed man back and smashed his fist into his hand. The green-robed man scratched his lower lip and was about to whistle, but was beaten by Xianxia. He directly stabbed his right hand into his mouth. Xianxia was close to the blue-robed man with a Emoka finger. That finger force pierced through the man's abdomen, destroying his demonic C on the spot. Before martial artists could condense their spiritual Cs, they had their Dantian, while before the demon race could condense their demon Cs, they had their demon cores. The green-robed man's face was pale. He never thought that Xianxia's strength would be so strong. Before he could let out a miserable scream, Xianxia raised his right leg and hit the man's face with his knee, knocking him unconscious. Xianxia's attack was very fast and took a very short time. When the people on the street reacted, he had already quickly dodged into a small alley beside him when he was screaming, "Sorry to trouble you, but it has caused a commotion." Xianxia took a deep breath and immediately flew through the alleys, constantly shuttling back and forth between the alleys. In the distance, a large number of martial artists had already rushed over, releasing yuan qi from their bodies one after another, forming intense yuan qi fluctuations. Xianxia ran at full speed. He had a premonition that there were already 2 martial artists approaching the other side of the alley. He suddenly jumped onto the wall and walked horizontally on the wall. By the time he reached the entrance of the alley, 2 martial artists had already rushed over, and one of them had just appeared. Xianxia soared into the air and knelt down on his right leg. He knelt on the back of the emerging martial artist's neck and knocked him unconscious. Another martial artist quickly shot a sword light towards Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia had a very wonderful feeling. He seemed to be able to sense that the martial artist was about to use some moves. This kind of strong premonition was something that Xianxia and Bai Wuya had slowly accumulated when they were studying martial arts. Momentum. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and before the martial artist could hack out the sword light, he released his momentum. The martial artist's judgment was suddenly disturbed. This sword strike was less than 3 meters away from Xianxia, but it was actually slanted. The sword beam flew straight to Xianxia's right. Xianxia used his left hand to pick up the flower finger and quickly dismantled the sword light. At the same time, he pulled out a long saber from his right hand and pierced through the martial artist's stomach. At almost the same time, Xianxia frowned slightly and punched at the left wall. His fist pierced through the wall and ferociously pulled out a sneak attacker from the weapons store. The sneak attacker was stunned, and then his stomach was stabbed through by the giant knife. Xianxia jumped onto the roof of the weapon shop and jumped several times between the buildings before turning into a shadow and hiding in another alley. He unfolded the map and glanced around. At this moment, he was still more than 10 miles away from the spirit ceiling formation. Buzz. Intense yuan qi fluctuations appeared on the other side. A martial artist had already slashed a blade light at Xianxia. Xianxia's backhand was a saber light that shot out. His saber light, regardless of its intensity or speed, far surpassed the enemy's. The moment the two saber lights collided, Xianxia's saber light immediately cut off the enemy's saber light and continued to shoot out, hacking the saber-wielding martial artist in half. Here! Roar! Behind him, a sturdy 3.5-meter-tall demon race rushed towards Xianxia with a roar. The muscles in the muscular man's body bulged, filled with explosive power, and he was at the 7th level of origin return. He spread out his arms, wanting to hug Xianxia, making it impossible for Xianxia to use the giant saber to counterattack. I overestimated myself. Xianxia slammed his right shoulder into the demon race's strong man's embrace. With this collision, the monster's skin was instantly smashed into a ring of flesh waves by a terrifying force. Following that, all the ribs in his body were broken inch by inch, and his internal organs were also shattered into pieces. Xianxia took a step back and turned to leave. On the other hand, the sturdy demon race man behind him was frozen on the spot, still maintaining the movement of opening his arms. Later, blood flowed out from his 7 orifices, and his enormous body lay on the ground with a loud thud, dying. Xianxia, who had killed a bloody path out of the Devil's Sea, was no longer something that outsiders could easily contend against. When Xianxia walked out of the alley and arrived at the street, 8 cultivators at the 5th level of origin return quickly surrounded him. Is it Xianxia? One of them shouted. Quickly notify the High Realm helpers. Another person shouted. Bullshit. We've already mistransmitted the signal twice. Have you forgotten what those seniors said? If we mistransmit it again, it'll cost our heads. Damn it. Since that's the case, let's take him down first. The 8 martial artists drew their weapons and surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He poured yuan qi into the ground through his right foot and strengthened the ground. Then he bent down and punched the ground. A powerful yuan qi condensed on the fist. This punch smashed down, and an explosive sound was heard. Ring after ring of origin energy shockwaves frantically spread out, shaking all 8 martial artists into the air. Xianxia took a horse stance and held the hilt in his right hand. Raptor wagged its tail. The giant saber slashed, and a full moon saber light shot out, slashing the 8 martial artists who were shaken into the air at the same time. Flash shadow steps. When he released the raptor's tail, he didn't even bother to look at the result. He directly flashed 500 meters away with the flash step, and then another 500 meters with the second flash step. 3 times in a row, he was on the street 1,500 meters away. At this moment, Xianxia immediately adjusted his breathing and hid in the crowd as if nothing had happened. On his back, there was the picture of a fierce tiger that had been stuck in the tea house earlier. At this time, on both sides of the building, in the narrow boxes, and even in the crowds on the streets, many martial artists swiftly flew past, heading towards the battle circle just now. These people did not notice Xianxia in the crowd. Half an hour later, Xiang then arrived at the third spirit sealing formation and refreshed his spirit sealing strength.